Unimaginable power coursed through Randall Thor's veins as he stood atop Dragonmount, the fiery mountain he had once shaped in a past life, in a torrent of suicidal grief. But he had not died, not clever. He had been reborn, chained to the turning of the wheel. The torrent of Sedin was mere inches away from overwhelming him, so powerful. He knew, in that moment, that he held the powers of creation and destruction in his hands. There was only one way out, only one solution, one way to break this endless cycle, to destroy the pattern itself, the fabric of reality. In his head, Luz Terran Telemon spoke, but Rand did not listen to the voice of his previous incarnation. He could barely hear him over the storm he was creating. He drew more power through the Shodan Kal, the single most powerful Sa'angreal to ever exist, the greatest amplifier of power mankind had ever created. And he turned it on the pattern. He started burning away, its threads like he was using balefire, but not one thread. No, all of them. As he touched the threads of the men and women he'd called friends and family, he learned about the lives he was burning away. The reality he was burning away, just like around him. The mountain unraveled, as did the city in the distance, the very skies themselves torn to pieces that vanished to nothingness. And thus he burned away himself, and the storm came to rest. The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In an age, called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose in the mountains of mist. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it was a beginning, born under peaks shrouded in the eternal clouds that gave the mountain range its name. The wind blew east, past the sand hills and onto two rivers. It blew through the westward, rushing through treetops in the early morning, and arrived at a farmhouse at the crack of dawn, howling past the thatched roof and the wooden structure. There, the wind woke Randall Thor, a man who had not expected nor wanted to ever wake up again. A man who now possessed memories he had not had before, the long life of Luz Therin Telemon, and the memories of 2 years of war, scheming, political intrigue, and channeling the tainted Sedin at the cost of his sanity, then cleansing it. Yet that had come too late. It had already forced Rand down the path of destruction. Everywhere he went, chaos and misery had followed. Wars, famine, all the destruction mankind had feared the Dragon Reborn would bring for 3,000 years. He had tried to free them all, free them by destroying them, yet even at that, he had failed. But as he glanced around his old bedroom, he wondered if accidentally he had achieved something far better. For part of him. The part that had been Luz Therin had understood why they lived again and again. The young man from the present day had gone mad, but the infamous madman had understood the lesson. They lived again and again to do better. And in his attempt to destroy the pattern, Rand had not simply failed, he had undone the last 2 years. He had turned back the wheel. He was back at his father's farm in Two Rivers, before his life had taken a turn for the crazy. And this time, he would be ready. He would not let himself be ruled by his own weaknesses, but instead prepare for the storm he knew was coming. The Forsaken was still imprisoned at the Bull, the Shanshan had not yet arrived, the White Tower was unified and led by Xuan Sanch, the current, youngest Amelin seat ever and dear friend of Moiraine. Moiraine, who, Rand knew now that he had seen her thread, had not died, but had merely been captured. Who would arrive in Two Rivers at some point? His father Tam called for him to wake, for they had to leave and to prepare for Beltane. Moiraine, who would arrive in Two Rivers today? Rand scrambled to get out of bed and prepare, going through the motions like it had been yesterday, though he couldn't help but be silent. The way Tam acted, it was clear that he did not have memories from the future. Rand suspected it was only him, as the agitator, who remembered. And even though he remembered so much, the one thing he did not know was how to act as the young, somewhat naive farm boy his father knew him as, except through silence. Luckily, There were enough concerns with the late spring and the upcoming holiday that silence was not unexpected. For now, Rand was planning out what to do today, though his only immediate action was to briefly reach out and grasp Sedin while hiding the action. There was, after all, a Myrddraal nearby, and they could sense channeling. Though he did not show any outward reaction, inside himself he sighed. It seemed the cleansing had been undone, too, as once again a taint covered the primal force. At least this time, he knew how to remove it. And if he was not mistaken, Moiraine should be powerful enough to channel through the Quedankal, so Nynaeva's inexperience should not be an issue. After breakfast, Rand and Tam loaded their cart with their wine and cider. Rand led Bella over to the cart, and the mare waited obediently as he fastened everything. And with that, they were off. Rand and his father. For that was what Tam was, no matter that Rand now knew they were not related by blood, silently made the trek to the village of Emon's Field. When Rand once again spotted the Myrddraal, with its black, unmoving cloak and tall posture, he had to keep himself from reaching out to the one power and evaporating the shadow spawn on the spot. No. He had already decided what he was going to do first. As soon as they arrived at the inn and Tam was distracted by other people, Rand slipped away, entering the building. The common room was deserted, so he made his way to the guest rooms, where he happened to come across Lan Mandragoran. Unsurprisingly, the stone-faced man noticed him immediately. "Warder," Rand greeted. Lan stilled. He was wearing his color-shifting cloak, the garment that was only worn by warders and allowed them to blend into their surroundings. But Rand belatedly realized that most Emon's Field villagers would be unable to recognize one. "Good morning," Lan said. "I had not expected a youth from these parts to recognize my cloak." "I am Lan." Rand did not miss the lack of a surname. Lan Mandragoran would never claim his birthright unless someone forced him to. "I am Rand al'Thor," he replied. "I heard a noble lady had arrived yesterday, accompanied by you. Could I speak to her?" Lan raised an eyebrow but turned and opened a door a few rooms down. "Moiraine, this boy wishes to speak to you." The short, stately brunette looked up from where she was sitting on the bed, busy with something. Rand wasn't sure what. "Come in. Could I talk to you alone?" Rand asked. Not that he didn't trust Lan, but he first wanted Moiraine's judgment. "Go ahead, Lan. I'll speak to him." The warder left, closing the door behind him. "You are a curious one," Moiraine said, looking up at Rand. "Tall, red hair, blue eyes. You do not look like you are from these parts, and yet I doubt you have ever left Two Rivers." Rand let out a chuckle despite himself, observant as ever. "Correct on both accounts." He took a chair and sat down opposite of Moiraine. "My name is Rand al'Thor, by the way. Moiraine, pleased to meet you." "There is indeed something unusual about your heritage, then?" A smirk played around Rand's lips as he imagined Moiraine's reaction to his next words. "I'm the one you're looking for." "Indeed," Moiraine stilled completely, her mouth slightly open in not quite perfectly hidden shock. She recovered quickly, though, and Rand wasn't sure whether that was simply because she was an Aes Sedai, used to dealing with the unexpected and trained to always appear in control, or also because she was Moiraine Bloody Damodred, a woman who would become a legend in only 2 years' time. "You know, then, what you are." "The Dragon Reborn," Rand stated. "Born on, I mean. I could repeat that entire story, but if there's anyone who knows it, it's you." "How familiar are you with the world?" "With?" Sedin. Even Moiraine seemed hesitant to say that word, hesitant to be in the presence of a man who would inevitably go mad within a decade from now. "I won't need a guide," Rand said, "but I could use an advisor. Someone that I trust to have my, and the world's, best interests in mind as I venture out from Two Rivers. And besides, I don't know whether you realized it yet, but Mat and Perrin are also Tavaran, and they do need a guide." Rand grimaced despite himself. "Mat, in particular. And you would offer that position to someone you just met?" That's the thing, Moiraine, said I. She reacted minutely to the use of her title. You only just met me, but oh, you're not going to like what I'm about to tell you, are you? She raised a single eyebrow in question. Despite probably having a foot in height over her, despite being several times more powerful, despite having ruled kingdoms, Rand looked down contritely as he admitted what he'd done. With the madness, with the pressure of the end of the world, I tried to end it all. I tried to end it all. Break the pattern. Instead, I undid 2 years of it, turning back the wheel and ending up here, today. And somehow, in the process, I even came to understand why. Why the wheel keeps turning, why we continue to be reborn. I'm not sure if turning back the wheel undid my madness or whether I overcame it, but I do feel renewed purpose. It remained silent for a long time. However, eventually Moiraine spoke with equal measures of disbelief and shock. You did what? Somehow, despite 400 years' worth of memories, despite being the most powerful person alive in 2 different ages, Rand could not help but feel like a child that had misbehaved. I know, Rand said. Honestly, I don't know what to say next. I've known you for more than a year, but you don't know me. Not yet. In all honesty, I had expected a scolding, but I suppose you can hardly scold someone you don't know. A very small smirk, of the kind most people would miss, played on Moiraine's face, otherwise kept carefully neutral. No, that would be tough. Besides which, I am currently feeling severely out of my depth. I can understand that, Rand said. Perhaps we can just leave my past actions in the past and look toward the future? For now, Moiraine said. But I may want to come back to it. Rand nodded. As I implied earlier already, I cannot think of anyone I trust as much as you. I don't doubt I'd have been dead a dozen times over without your help. But the future. Let's talk about tonight first. I don't know if you've heard any rumors about Midra'al, but tonight, Emon's field and my father's farm will be attacked by Trollocs. 1 fist in total. They'll be targeting me, Matam Perrin. And while I believe everyone survived last time, it was a close call for some people, including my father, who was struck by a tainted blade. It is good to have advance warning, Moiraine said, but I'm not sure how much we can do. Realistically, I should be able to deal with a fist of Trollocs and a Murdral by myself, Rand said. Or even 10 or 20 of them. But I don't know how many people I should tell in the first place. Not to mention, I'd rather not tip off Ishamael that the Dragon Reborn is an experienced channeler. Moiraine sucked in a breath through her teeth. The betrayer of hope is free already. Not fully, Rand said. He was never quite properly bound by the seals on the Dark One's prison. In fact, he is also the true figure behind Ba'alzamon, not the Dark One. However, his influence is growing stronger, and the seals are weakening. If I were to perform a powerful feat, I expect he'd take notice. The first time I fought him would be, perhaps, 2 or 3 months in the future from now? Maybe not even that much. However, I'm not convinced that that fight didn't take place in the world of dreams, so he might not be able to affect the real world yet. Telaran Riod? Moiraine asked. You are full of surprises, Rand Althor. He laughed. I have barely gotten started, Moiraine, and by the light, it is good to have you back. She froze. I died? You got rid of Lanfear in doing so, Rand said. Though, as I found out when I, turned back the wheel, you weren't actually dead, just captive in the land of the Eelfin. Apparently Matt was planning on getting you out of there, but hadn't gotten to it yet. I can see myself going up against a Forsaken, but I can't imagine succeeding, Moiraine said skeptically. You also killed Baelal, Rand said, though you picked up the weave for Balefire somewhere, which does help. He couldn't help but smirk. Balefire? Moiraine asked. Yes, with that weave I can imagine it. And this time around, I can teach you weave like that rather than you having to spend months digging through old texts, Rand said. You can teach me? Moiraine asked. Bah, You can't use Sidar, can you? Perhaps not by myself, but we can form a circle. And from my life as Luz therein, I have more than enough experience with Sidar to teach you anything you don't know. You have his knowledge? Moraine asked, stunned. All of it, Rand said. In fact, I suspect that is what pushed me to a second attempt at this rather than just giving up. This is truly an incredible gift we have been given, Moraine said. And I intend to make the most out of it, Rand said. Another major thing that we need to start planning as soon as possible is the cleansing, by the way. The what? Moraine asked. Cleansing the taint, Rand explained. The last time around, I managed to remove the taint from Sidine together with Nynaeve, with the both of us channeling the Choedan Kal, but it had already taken quite a toll on my sanity, not to mention there are hundreds of men out there that could help us defeat the Dark One and his Shadowspawn if only they remained sane. You managed to cleanse the taint? Moraine demanded. And what is the Choedan Kal? The Choedan Kal are those two extremely powerful Sa'angreals that are found at Tremalking and in Cairhien, and they each require a Ter'angreal as access key. As for cleansing the taint, it did put us both in coma for a few days. But yes, we succeeded. And we also took care of Shadar Logoth in the process. How do you intend to convince your wisdom to participate? She seems stubborn, not to mention that she's a wilder and might not even be able to reach Sidar. I wasn't planning on doing it with Nynaeve. I was planning on doing it with you. Moraine's mouth actually dropped. Meanwhile, with that much of the one power. I'm not sure if I would even be able to safely channel that, and that's assuming you have those access keys. I know where to find the access keys, Rand said. And I'm reasonably sure you are just above the threshold of power that is required to safely use it. But we'll probably link at some point before that, which should allow me to determine your exact strength, and I'm familiar enough with the Choedan Kal that I can tell whether it's safe. He smirked at Moraine's small shudder. You know, I feel like I'm getting a completely different perspective of you. The last time around, I wasn't observant enough to notice any unease from your side about the thought of a man channeling. You have put me rather off balance, Moraine noted. Not that I get to see much of it, Rand said. I can imagine it's a lot. I barely wrap my head around things myself, and I was there for it. I would suggest we leave discussions about other things to do for later, because there are dozens of other topics I wish to discuss with you, both about future events but also goals that you might already have in mind. But there is one thing that I want to bring up now. And that is? Moraine asked. Who else should I tell? I've been thinking about this all morning. You were an obvious choice for me, because I know you are utterly dedicated to getting me to Tarmon Gaidon in one piece, but I don't know who else I can tell. Matt and Perrin have always been my best friends, but I'm not sure I can trust them with something this big. In particular, Matt might run his mouth. With the best intentions, of course, but he's a troublemaker nonetheless. No, wait, let's not get into that now. I'll tell you once we're less strapped for time. The others that I'm considering, well, Egwene and Nynaeve have both done a lot for me. Though I have to admit, Egwene and I grew apart further than I liked. Perhaps I can do better this time. Who is Egwene? Oh, sorry, you don't know her yet, of course. She's the youngest daughter of the innkeeper and a very strong channeler. She demanded to come with us when we left, which you agreed because you realized she had the spark. Moraine nodded. I'll keep an eye out for her. I'll probably speak to her as well, Rand said. We were somewhat close at the time. At this time, I suppose. She wasn't quite my girlfriend, but it wasn't far off either. And Nynaeve also came along. In a way, Rand said. We left in the middle of the night, the day after the Trolloc attack, and she followed us, and then caught up to us in Baerlon. You somehow persuaded her to join us, and she's been one of the most reliable Aes Sedai for me, though she didn't yet do the trials when I had my moment, so I suppose she didn't technically count as an Aes Sedai. Your moment, Moraine said dryly. And what do you mean, technically? The White Tower split, Rand said. Elida ousted the Amalin's seat with support from the Black Ajah. She's not black herself, and dismantled the Blue Ajah. A lot of Aes Sedai didn't accept that and formed a rival tower. The rival tower named Nynaeve and a few others, Aes Sedai and Egwene, their Amalin's seat. They intended for her to be a puppet, but she masterfully took control and managed to reunite the tower just a few days before I turned back the wheel. What happened to Siuan? Moraine asked, clearly worried about her friend's fate. She was stilled, Rand said, making Moraine draw in a shocked gasp. Amazingly, Nynaeve then managed to reverse that, though it left her weaker than she had been. Moraine gaped. She reversed stilling? Nynaeve is, without a doubt, the best healer of this era, Rand said. Or she has the potential to be, I suppose. But to get back on topic, I'm not sure whether telling Egwene is a good idea. I think I want to inform Nynaeve. She's a few years older and used to having responsibility, which might help her react better. Having said that, I remember she had a strong dislike for Aes Sedai and held on to it for a long time. The only reason she went along with some things was because she wanted to protect us. I see. It probably won't help that her first impression of me wasn't too great either. Rand raised an eyebrow. I don't remember that. What happened? I called her child, Moraine said. He nodded in understanding. Oh! I can imagine how she reacted to that. It's the Aes Sedai mentality coming back to bite you, you know, he teased. From what I'm gathering, you'll want to eventually tell all your close friends from the village, but now isn't the right time, Moraine summarized. I have to admit I'm feeling a bit out of my depth here, as I haven't met any of them except for that brief chat with Nynaeve, and I had no idea she was important, even when I recognized her spark. She is very powerful, isn't she? She is, Rand said, on par with some of the weaker Forsaken, and if I remember correctly, she could even beat Moghedien in a straight-up fight once she had reached her full potential. As powerful as the Forsaken, Moraine exclaimed. The Forsaken are very powerful, Rand said, but they are not as invincible as our myths would have us believe. Many of them are ruled by their vices. Some are short-sighted, and a few have even lost part of their sanity while sealed with the Dark One these last 3,000 years. In the end, they are just people like you and me, though very strong channelers with several hundred years of life experience. I suppose that makes sense on an intellectual level, Moraine said. You'll have to forgive me for my apprehension regarding them, however. Is there anyone else you wish to inform? I'm not sure, Rand said, but I was thinking perhaps my father. Or, well, I suppose he is my adoptive father, as I'm sure will be of little surprise to you. He was a blade master of the Companions and fought in the Aiel War. I remember he wanted to come along with us last time, but he couldn't because of his injury. Moraine nodded. He sounds like a capable man, the way you speak of him. Perhaps having someone with us that is familiar with the world, but also knows you and your friends, will be beneficial. I'll tell him then, Rand said, though I have no idea where to start. Unlike you, he has known me for years, and I don't doubt that to him I'll have changed a lot overnight. I'm afraid I cannot help you with that, Moraine said. You've given me a lot to think about. Do you mind if I share this with Lan? Rand considered that. No, I don't mind. He knows how to keep a secret. Besides, I prefer to keep the practice with the sword up, and I cannot imagine a better sparring partner than Lan. Even though you're a channeler? Moraine asked. I find it relaxing. Not to mention I would prefer to avoid Sedin as much as possible until we can cleanse it again. Every time I draw on it erodes my sanity, and just the 2 years during which I used the tainted Sedin were enough to push me to the brink. I do think I'd do better this time around, but any loss to my mind could harm us. It is a gradual thing then? Moraine asked. Yes, Rand said. I will admit, while I didn't truly realize it while it was affecting me, the adverse effects are rather clear upon looking back. What made things worse was that I was also ill-prepared for the sudden life of politics and war, which probably had a harmful effect on my mental well-being, even without Sedin being involved. Now, I can start over, knowing what to expect, and with experience in these matters. Then perhaps we should wrap this up for now, Moraine said. I can sense that there is much more that you wish to discuss, and I have many questions, but we need to prepare ourselves first. So we're looking at you, your friends, Matt and Perrin, Egwene, the Wisdom Nynaeve, and your father joining Lan and me, then? Yes, and also Tom, the Gleeman. Despite his unassuming nature, he is a great player in the game of houses, and knowing him, he'll probably stick his nose into your business with us innocent youths. But you did remind me. Nynaeve followed us to try and bring us back to Two Rivers. She might not do that if my father comes along, which could be an issue. I certainly don't want to try and fight the last battle without Nynaeve at my side. Moraine considered that, remaining silent for several seconds. You said you wanted to tell Nynaeve about your time travel, as well as your father. Perhaps we can talk to her together. Even with her disliking me, if you and your father can both explain things to her, I'm sure you can convince her. Perhaps, Rand said, thinking Moraine's proposal through. We could talk to her tomorrow. Otherwise, she'll probably dismiss the Trollocs as fear-mongering from you, I imagine. For now, I'll go inform my father and try to convince him to stay here during the night so that we'll be able to respond to the attack better. Good luck informing Lan, though I suppose he'll take the news stoically. That tends to be his way, Moraine said with a hint of amusement in her voice. The light shine on you, Rand. With those parting words, he left, finding Lan waiting in the corridor. You've had quite a long talk, haven't you? The warder asked brusquely. She wants to speak to you, Rand said, rather than try and explain. Without further comment, Lan entered Moraine's room while Rand went to try and find his father. He came downstairs just in time to find the village council breaking up, and he had to restrain himself from attacking Padan Fain. At this point in time, the man wasn't even a true threat yet, being just another dark friend. Rand, Tam exclaimed. There you are. Where did you run off to? Master Alver, Rand said, turning to the mayor of the village, who also owned the inn. Could I maybe speak to my father in one of the guest rooms? Of course, he said, though he seemed surprised at the request. You can take the first guest room on the right. What's with the secrecy, Rand? Tam asked, though he led the way to the room Bran had indicated for them. Rand didn't reply until he closed the door behind them. I was talking to Moraine Sedai. His father froze up. Lady Moraine is an Aes Sedai? Yes. Why did she want to speak with you? Tam sat down, and Rand took a chair opposite him. I sought her out, Rand said. He hesitated. I don't know how to have this conversation, but I suppose I'll have to try. What's going on, Rand? His father asked, full of concern. Rand remained silent for a full minute as he considered his angle of approach. Tonight, there will be a Trolloc attack. Tam blinked, not understanding. Oh, you mean in the Borderlands? No, Rand said. Here. That makes no sense, son. Moraine is here because she is looking to deny the Shadow their goals, though she didn't know the Trollocs were here until I told her. And how would you know that? Tam asked sharply. For the same reason that I knew Moraine is an Aes Sedai. I've gone through this before, and I've somehow gone back in time, but I still remember everything that happened. Though Rand was certain his father wanted to believe him, he could hear the doubt in his voice. You don't, Rand said. I'm well aware that it sounds insane. I can scarcely believe it myself, and I've seen a lot of extraordinary things over the past years. My past years. Today is the start of some very big changes to, well, all our lives, though probably none more than me. And why would that be? Tam asked, still sounding very careful, skeptical, yet wanting to believe his son. Because, Rand hesitated. He could not see it go well if he straight up told his father that he was the Dragon Reborn. Tarmangaiden is coming, he said instead. The last battle? Tam asked, disbelieving. Yes, Rand said. Moiraine has been preparing for it for 2 decades, I think. And why would you be involved? Tam asked. Not just me, Rand said. Matt and Perrin as well. If I remember from the first time, Moraine had not actually expected there to be 3 of us. And then, I'm not even talking about Egwene and Nynaeve yet. What do you mean, 3 of you? And what about Egwene and Nynaeve? They're both channelers, Rand said. And strong ones, stronger than any Aes Sedai alive right now. That's why Nynaeve can heal people even when no herbs should be enough, and why she can listen to the wind to predict the weather. And what about you boys then? Surely you're not channelers? Only I am, Rand said, bracing himself. He knew his father would support him, but that did not change that he might be hesitant when the stories came to life, with his son caught up in the middle of them. Tam remained silent, not acknowledging Rand's admission. An admission that would make most people shy away or even tell the Aes Sedai, no matter the distrust most people had for the female channelers. There was much. Rand did not know about his adoptive father, had not even learned in his previous life, though he might have, had he chosen differently on Dragonmount as they had just been reunited. That was the event, in fact, that had been the trigger for him to go to Dragonmount in the first place. But as Tam sat there thinking, Rand realized his father might have picked up enough knowledge on his travels to be able to connect the dots. "You're the Dragon Reborn," he concluded. It wasn't a question. Tamon Gaidon was coming. Rand was a male channeler that the Shadow was trying to kill, and he had been born on the slopes of Dragonmount, where Tam had found him as his mother lay dying. "I am," Rand said, thankful that he did not have to speak those words to his father. Then the man would definitely have thought him crazy, but with him instead drawing the conclusion himself. "It sounds extraordinary, yet I believe you," Tam said. "I can see the change in you. You're not the boy that went to bed yesterday, you're a man." Rand smiled despite himself. "I think the boy that went to bed yesterday would have taken offense at being called such." "How long?" Tam asked. "How long is the life you've had, in the future, I suppose, that you came back from?" "About 2 years," Rand answered. "Only 2 years?" Tam asked, disbelieving. "You have grown up amazingly fast." "I had to," Rand said. "Though it was more than just those 2 years for me, but I'd prefer to not get into that right now." "You said there is a Trolloc attack coming," Tam said. "What's going to happen after?" "We'll leave," Rand said. "Moiraine's plans were to bring me, Mat, and Perrin to Tar Valon, but I imagine those plans are up in the air now, considering I don't need training. In fact, the last time around we changed our plans when we learned of a threat to the Eye of the World, so we might not get to Tar Valon at all. I haven't ever actually been to Tar Valon in the end, though I have seen it from a distance." "Just like me, then," Tam said. "How much do you know about my past?" "Admittedly, not much," Rand said. "You wanted to come with me, but you were injured in the Trolloc attack and couldn't leave your bed, and we didn't actually end up reuniting until a mere day before I turned back the wheel. It was not the best reunion, through no fault from your side. But when I went back, it seems to also have undone the damage the taint did to me." "Won't that return?" Tam asked. Rand had to admire his father's bravery, even when he could not quite hide his fear, his apprehension at the topic of his son going mad. "I know I can remove the taint," Rand said. "I did it last time, and this time I can do it earlier, because I already have the knowledge required. Perhaps I can do it as early as midsummer. The madness takes hold over the course of years." "I'll come with you," Tam decided. "You mentioned Mat, Perrin, Egwene, and Nynaeve, did you not? They'll need someone who knows them but is familiar with the world. Other than you, that is." Rand nodded. "I was hoping you'd decide that. I also want to ask you something." "Yes." Egwene joined because she realized we were leaving and wanted to see something of the world, and Moiraine let her come because she's a channeler. Though she didn't reveal that yet, of course. But Nynaeve only joined because she tried to convince us to come back. If you're with us, perhaps she won't do that. So I'd like your backup tomorrow when telling Nynaeve about my time travel and asking her to join us." "That sounds like a good idea," Tam said. "Is there more we need to talk about, or shall we go back to the farm? Time has flown by today." "We should stay here," Rand said. "There'll be a few Trollocs attacking the farm anyway, but it's not like we'll need it, and I want to be able to work together with Moiraine and Lan so that we can hopefully find and kill the Mildral, not to mention protect as many people as possible. While Moiraine can heal, it's best to save as much of her power as possible, and I'm a terrible healer, even if I were willing to reveal that I could channel, and people were willing to be healed by a man." "That makes sense," Tam said. "I do have a sword at the farm, however. A heron-marked blade." Rand nodded. "I used it for a long time. You gave it to me when we left. I think we should be able to fetch it tomorrow, but it might be a bad idea to channel, for both me and Moiraine, while there's a Myrddraal out there watching us. They can sense channeling, and it might tip him off that there's an Aes Sedai around. The more of a surprise factor we have, the better." "Just how much do you trust Moiraine Sedai?" Tam asked. "With my life," Rand answered without hesitation. "In fact, she gave her life to protect me last time around. Took Lanfear with her." Tam's eyes widened. "I'll try to extend my trust to her then." "I'm not sure if Lan and Moiraine are still talking, but if not, you could perhaps ask him if he can lend you a sword for tonight," Rand said. "I might do the same, actually. Be careful, though. A Trolloc is not an easy opponent if you're not used to them." "I'll do that," Tam said. "I might look for Mat and Perrin," Rand decided. "They're probably scared out of their skin from the Myrddraal. We all saw him in the days leading up to the attack, though we didn't know what it was." The conversation over, they left the room to go about their day, anxious about the attack that would be happening tonight. Rand and his father were sitting in the common room of the inn together with Moiraine, while Lan had taken up his customary position against a wall where he had a good view of the room, all waiting for hell to break loose. Tom Merrilin, the gleeman, was sitting at the next table over, smoking his pipe and clearly distrusting the Aes Sedai who was visiting this backwater village for some reason. Rand wasn't sure how to include him. He was a dependable man, but he had no real reason to be invested in their cause to the degree he had been the last time around, and had indeed rather gotten sucked into events as tended to happen around a tavern. But then, he also couldn't help but stick his nose into things, so perhaps he'd join their group in much the same manner as last time. Master Alvear, the innkeeper, had given Rand and Tam an odd look when they'd entered the common room, both with a sword around their waist, but asked no questions. Right now, he was with his family, leaving the common room deserted except for the 5 of them. Lan suddenly kicked himself off the wall. "Trollocs," he announced. Immediately, everyone jumped into action, the 3 blade masters drawing their swords simultaneously, and Rand felt goosebumps rise on his arms and back, the subtle tell that a woman nearby, Moiraine, had embraced the source and was now channeling Saidar. He himself did not see Saidin, though he was ready to do so at a moment's notice. Similarly, Tom suddenly had knives in his hands, seemingly out of nowhere. Rand let everyone else leave the inn before him, knowing that he was supposed to be the least experienced fighter. Outside, no Trollocs were yet visible, but Lan clearly sensed where they were, as he immediately took off, the others following him. "Know how to use that blade of yours?" Tom asked Rand. "My father taught me," Rand lied. All around them, confused people came out of their houses, hearing Lan's shouts. Then, screams sounded from the direction Lan was moving, and seconds later they encountered a band of Trollocs in the darkness of the night. Tom remained at a distance, using his throwing knives to great effect, Moiraine slinging weaves next to him, while Rand stepped up next to his father and Lan. He easily flowed through the forms, much easier than he was used to. In fact, now that he had his left hand back, that his side no longer complained at his every move, and his hands were no longer marked. Indeed, it was only as he sent his blade through the chest of the first Trolloc, then easily pulled out, moved on to the next, blocked a strike and downed a third, that he realized how spent his body had been and how young and vital he now was in comparison. Though the Trollocs had managed to set the smithy on fire, Haral Luhan and his family managed to escape, and the Shadowspawn were quickly dispatched of. However, more shouts awaited them, and the group quickly moved through the village to Mat's house, being held up by another group of Trollocs before they got there. Just as they arrived and were about to engage the Trollocs, Moiraine shouted, "Myrddraal!" Rand immediately turned to face the Fade, resisting the creature's ability to inflict fear with its gaze. Moiraine shifted her attention completely to it, sending a ball of lightning in its direction, though it dodged away. A firebolt followed, but it flowed with unnatural movement once again and slid towards a shadow, no doubt intent on disappearing. Rand seized Sadin, reaching through the taint, and wove fire and air, calling down lightning. This the Murdral could not dodge, and Rand rushed forward, avoiding the thrashing creature's blade as he approached and cut off its head. The rest of the creature continued squirming, but Rand paid it no more attention as he walked away. All around them, bestial screams sounded as the Trollocs linked to the Murdral died with it, and in the darkness, Rand allowed himself a grin as he released Sedin and looked around. From what he could remember, this had been a rather cleaner defense of the village than what they had managed last time, though he had not been there for the fighting. That time, the Murdral had escaped, meaning Moraine and Lan had had to keep fighting until all Trollocs had left or had been defeated. He quickly got back to business, however. Some people might still have gotten injured, and Moraine was their only healer. Except for Nynaeve, who wasn't yet able to use the one power deliberately. "What are these blasted monstrosities?" Mat's familiar voice exclaimed. "Trollocs," Rand said, walking up to his friend. He sheathed his sword, hoping Mat didn't notice, and looked down at the specimen Mat was studying. Like all Trollocs, it looked to be a mixture of man and beast, in this case a bear, with a snout and an impressive row of teeth, but also unsettlingly human eyes, gazing lifelessly at the sky. "Blood and bloody ashes," Mat said. "Mira, in Emond's Field, how do you even know what they are?" "Lan," Rand said, pointing to the warder. He suddenly called out that there were Trollocs. Next I knew we were outside, trying to fight them. "Is everyone all right?" Mat looked over his shoulder to his burning home. "I think so. No injuries?" He shook his head. "Good," Rand said, walking off to follow Moraine. "She might need some help, depending on how many people did get injured." "Where are you going?" Mat asked. "Making sure everyone else is all right too," Rand said. Mat followed immediately behind him, and they heard Moiraine order someone to bring his wounded wife to her. "I'm an Aes Sedai," she clarified. "I can heal her." "A bloody Aes Sedai!" Mat exclaimed, only to cower when she turned around. No offense, my lady." Rand had to hold himself back from chuckling at the naive boy Mat still was at this point. No cursed dagger, no hanging, no memories of wars long past, no Shan-Chan invasion, no kidnapping of a princess, just an innocent boy watching legends become real. "Do you have a bloody sword?" Mat asked, finally having realized Rand wore something on his hip. "My father gave me some lessons in the past." "He didn't let me tell anyone," Rand said, hoping Mat wouldn't question that Rand wouldn't have been able to resist telling him. "Never expected it to be useful." "Wow," Mat said in awe. "Do you think he could teach me too?" "Maybe," Rand said evasively. "Moraine, do you want me to check on the smithy?" "Yes, good idea," Moraine said, slightly distracted with the woman she was healing. "And if you see the wisdom, tell her to meet me, so we can coordinate any healing if needed. We'll talk to her after everything has calmed down a little." Rand started walking back to the smithy, Mat on his heels. "Did you know she was an Aes Sedai?" he asked. "Yes," Rand admitted, not seeing the benefit in lying. "Father realized she was one and told me. We were spending the night in the inn, and she, Lan, and the Gleeman were the only other guests around." "Did you talk to her?" "I did." Did you?" "Well, yeah, yesterday. But I didn't know she was an Aes Sedai." Did she make that thunder?" "Yes," Rand said. He had agreed with Moiraine that if he did any channeling, they would claim it was from her. She hit the Fade with it. The moment we killed it, all the Trollocs died. "Wow," Mat said, awed. Just then, they arrived at the smithy. "Are you all right?" "We're fine," Rand said. "What about you, Perrin?" "Just shocked, that's all," he said. "Were those, I heard people say, those monstrosities are Trollocs?" "They are," Rand confirmed. "What are Shadowspawn doing here?" "Trying to kill us," Rand said dryly. "Bloody ashes, Rand." Mat spoke. "How are you staying so calm with all this?" Rand wasn't sure how to reply to that, but luckily he didn't need to. "Is everyone okay?" Nynaeve's voice shouted over the gathering crowd. "Any injuries?" "Nynaeve," Rand called. She immediately came over. "Rand, are you okay?" "Your father," Moraine wants to talk to you, Rand said. Coordinate the healing. Coordinate the healing? What do you mean? She's an Aes Sedai, Rand said. She can heal people. She's a what? Nynaeve exclaimed. No wonder. What is she doing here? No time for that now, Rand said. We need to make sure everyone is all right first. Once everything important is out of the way tomorrow, I want to talk to you, though. It involves Moiraine as well. Nynaeve looked at him distrustfully. Despite Rand having a full foot in height over her, it never seemed all that apparent. She turned to Haral, the smith, confirming that there were no injuries here, then turned back to Rand. Where is that woman? Near Mat's home, or at least she was when I left her, Rand said. Do you know where Egwene is? At the inn, Nynaeve said. She's taking care of the people who don't have serious injuries. I'll go and help her, make myself useful, Rand said, upon which he found himself walking next to Nynaeve for a bit. Mat and Perrin remained behind, presumably having no desire to deal with a stressed wisdom. Has something happened to you? She asked him. What do you mean? Rand asked carefully, though he wasn't surprised Nynaeve noticed this quickly. You seem different, she said. Tomorrow, Rand said. It's not something I can just tell you in a minute, and there's people that need your help. She nodded. Different, indeed. Don't distract Egwene too much. I won't, Rand promised as they split ways and he walked to the inn. In the common room, 4 people were sitting with Egwene fussing over them. Egwene, do you need help? Rand? Oh yeah, get me that jar over there. He did as she asked and washed as she administered the salve to a cut. What are you doing here, Rand? Trying to make myself useful, he said. You? Trying to make yourself useful? I had never expected to see the day. Rand chuckled. I only make myself useful at night, see? Egwene turned to look at him. You know, perhaps you're not a complete lost cause. I hope so, Rand said, smiling. Don't get smug now. Egwene finished with her patient and walked over to Rand. I don't have a clue what's happening. Change, Rand replied, realizing she wasn't talking about tonight's precise events. You think this isn't a one-time thing? Egwene asked. It's not, Rand said. Oh, Rand said. He led her away from the patients, out of hearing range as he spoke softly. You know Moiraine? The lady that arrived yesterday. I haven't talked to her. She's an Aes Sedai, Rand revealed, causing Egwene to gasp. She came here because she knew the Shadowspawn were trying to find us, or rather, some people here, and she was trying to beat them to the punch, which she barely managed. Who? Egwene asked. Who are they trying to find? Do you know? Egwene, you know I wouldn't lie about something big, right? Even if I like to join in with Mat's pranks sometimes. She nodded, slightly apprehensive. Me, Mat, and Perrin, Rand revealed. I can't tell you why. Mat and Perrin don't know yet. In fact, they don't even know the Trollocs were after them, though I'm sure Moiraine will tell them when she has the time. What? What are you going to do? Egwene asked. Leave, Rand said. We cannot stay here, because the Shadow now knows where we live. If we stay, they'd just send more Trollocs, more Fades. And Moiraine and Lan, they can only do so much. Egwene's eyes grew wide. Can I come along? Rand faked hesitation, though he knew he wanted her to, unlike last time when he had tried to convince her to stay. You'd have to ask Moiraine. Not now, though. She's busy healing people. Egwene tilted her head. Not going to talk me out of it, out of a misplaced sense of chivalry? I have 3 reasons not to, Rand said with a teasing smirk. Oh? 1, it would be pointless. 2, you just get angry with me. 3, I don't want to talk you out of it. By the second point, Egwene wanted to interrupt him, but she changed her mind after he finished. You want me to come with you, even though the Trollocs are after you? Yes, Rand said. You really can't tell me why they're after you? No. Rand shook his head. I'm sorry. The front door opened, and another man entered, bleeding from a cut in his arm. "Thanks for the talk, Rand," Egwene said. "And thanks for not treating me like a child." She hugged him, which he returned, and then walked off to help her latest patient. Only then did he realize she had her dark brown hair braided, the sign of adulthood for a woman in Two Rivers, though she had abandoned the practice only days later when Moiraine started teaching her in the use of the One Power. It was strange that this young girl, just 17 years old, would be the most powerful woman in the world in 2 years from now. Or perhaps not, depending on what changes Rand might cause to the pattern. But she had incredible leadership qualities, that was indisputable. It wasn't long after their chat that Tam returned to the inn, luckily uninjured this time around, and told them that all wounded had been taken care of, proving that indeed their extra preparation and striking down the Murdral had cut down significantly on the injuries. That allowed them to actually get some sleep still and ready themselves for the next day. Rand had only just finished his breakfast when Nynaeve entered the common room and went straight for him. "You said you and that Aes Sedai wanted to talk." "Yes," Rand said, rising. "And my father too." Tam had already finished breakfast, and Moiraine had had her breakfast upstairs as far as Rand could tell. He led the way there and knocked on the door. "Nynaeve is here. Come in." Moraine's muffled voice came from the other side, and they entered together. There were not enough seats, so Rand took a position near a wall, mirroring Lan, while Tam and Nynaeve both sat down in a chair. Moiraine once again sat on her bed. "So, what's all this about?" Nynaeve asked. "Before anything else," Rand said, turning to her. "Nynaeve, I know I may have a bit of a reputation sometimes, in particular because I tend to spend time with Matt, but you know I would never lie about something important, right?" She nodded hesitantly. "As you noticed already last night, I've changed. The reason for that is that I did something that brought my future self back in time. Back to yesterday. I still have all the memories and knowledge from that time, which is why I've been acting differently. I'm a different, more mature version of the boy you knew." "That's impossible." "So I would have said as well," Moiraine said. "But Rand knows things he could never have learned here, and no matter how extraordinary his description of what happened seems, it sounds possible to me. A happy accident rather than something done on purpose." "I'm not sure why I should believe you," Nynaeve dismissed her. Moiraine seemed to want to retort, but refrained as Rand gave her a look. "Then believe me," Tam said. "He talked to me separately, and his story makes sense." Nynaeve considered that, then turned to Rand again. "Why would you tell an Aes Sedai before telling me?" "Because I know Moiraine's goals, and that I can trust her absolutely as a result of that." He held up a hand, and Nynaeve actually refrained from interrupting. "I trust you absolutely as well, which is why I'm telling you as well, but it felt more important for me to tell Moiraine, also because I knew last night's raid was coming." The advance warning allowed us to take down the Fade, which cut the attack short. "There's more, isn't there?" "Yes," Rand said. "We're going to have to leave. Me, Matt, and Perrin, together with Moiraine and Lan, because the Shadowspawn are after the three of us. My father will also accompany us, and I want to ask you to come as well." "Unwisdom," Nynaeve argued. "And you trust us to run off with an Aes Sedai with only my father to protect us." "You trust her," Nynaeve pointed out. "But you don't. What's the part you aren't telling me?" "I need you," Rand said. "You came with us last time around, though in something of a different context, I will admit, as we left and you chased us to try and convince us to come back. And you were one of the most important people to support me, in particular once Moiraine died, which happened because she was protecting me, I should add." "Why do you need support in the first place?" Nynaeve asked, suspicious now. "I'm the Dragon Reborn," Rand said plainly. "The last battle is coming, and I am to lead humanity against the forces of the Shadow." "Bollocks." "I only went back in time 2 years, Nynaeve," Rand said. "Do you think any 2 years of normal life could change me this much? We don't live in a fairy tale, Randall Thor. Tell that to the Trollocs outside." Having no retort to that, Nynaeve turned to Moiraine. "So why are you here?" I've been looking for the Dragon Reborn for 2 decades, the Aes Sedai said. I was there when a prophecy foretold his birth on Dragonmount. I've traveled the entire world since in an attempt to find him. My last lead led me here. And that's when Rand sought me out and told me his story. I found Rand on the slopes of the mountain, Tam confirmed. His birth mother was dying, as you know already. That was Tigraine, actually, Rand said. My birth mother. The vanished daughter heir of Andor? Moiraine exclaimed. The very same, Rand said. From what I've been able to piece together, it was Gitara, the same Aes Sedai that prophesied my birth, who told her that she had to go to the Aiel Waste and become a Maiden of the Spear. My biological father is Janduin of the Taodad Aiel, the clan chief who united the tribes that waged the Aiel War. He turned back to Nynaeve. To get back on topic, Nynaeve, as I said already, I very much want you to join us. You are one of the most reliable people I've had around me, and there were a lot of people vying for that distinction. On top of that, you are never afraid to speak your mind or let my position in the world influence your thoughts. I need people like that. Am I truly that indispensable? Yes, Rand said. He shared a look with Moiraine, then decided to go for a gamble. There's more. You're also a channeler, one powerful enough that you have the potential to duel the Forsaken Moghedien to a standstill. That's impossible. You told me the story of it with your own mouth, Rand said. Again, Nynaeve, I need you. She remained silent for a dozen heartbeats. I'll come with you. Thank you, Rand said, standing and pulling her into a brief embrace. Then there's one more thing. Egwene also wants to come along. She's also a channeler, and she was absolutely invaluable, though I admit I had little contact with her for most of it. I'll take care of her, Nynaeve said. Rand smiled. I expected nothing less. After the conversation with Nynaeve, Rand took Lan and Moiraine along to a spot just outside of the village, ensuring they would not be seen. As I already implied, I want to start teaching you a number of weaves, Rand told Moiraine. Of course, the only way I can actually use Saidar is by linking together, which means I also need to channel Saidin, but I'll channel as little as possible to minimize the taint I encounter. In fact, for the time being, I will try to avoid channeling whenever possible, and if we come across a situation where you're unable to perform a weave, we can link, and I can use your Sedar instead. Will you start the circle? Moiraine asked. No, Rand said. Only a woman is able to start a circle. You need to reach out to me in the same way you'd reach out to another woman. Once we link, you'll likely be overwhelmed by Sedin at first, as it is rather different from Sidar. Just let me take control immediately. Rand felt goosebumps appear once again as Moiraine embraced the One Power, and he reached out to Saidin, just barely not seizing it. He felt Moiraine's link, and suddenly Sedin coursed through him, through them. Moiraine gasped, but let Rand take control immediately, upon which he minimized the flow of the tainted Sedin. It's so different, Moiraine said. Like a wild mountain torrent. It felt like I was drowning. Sedin and Sedar are opposites of a coin, Rand said. When channeling Sedin, you need to control it, while when channeling Sedar, you need to surrender to it. And that was what he did, surrender himself to the calm river that the female half of the One Power was often compared to. The greatest challenge in leading a mixed-gender circle was that you had to seize control of the Sedin, yet surrender to the Sedar at the same time. Today's excursion actually had a bit of a double purpose, Rand said. The first one is that my father has a power-wrought blade. There was no time to get it yesterday, but we can grab it now. The second, Moiraine Sedai. Have you ever heard of traveling? Her eyes bulged. Traveling? But of course, you would know how to do that. I do, Rand said, weaving all 5 elements. Air, water, fire, earth, and spirit, together in a complicated pattern. With Sedar, you need to make 2 places the same in order to open a gateway. You also need to be familiar with the place you're departing from. He showed her the weave, and as the threads clicked into place, a small line of golden light appeared, which widened into a gateway showing the farmhouse where Rand had grown up. Moraine had stepped up to the gateway and was investigating it. "Careful," Rand said. "The edges of a gateway are sharp enough to cut everything except for Quendilla." He led them through to the farmhouse. "Another thing that is lost to the ages," Moraine said. "What?" "Do you know how to make Quendilla?" "I know the weave, but I do not have the talent for it. Egwene does, however. In fact, she independently rediscovered it the last time around. I'll teach her once she has progressed far enough to be able to perform it." Behind him, he closed the gateway, as it required a constant stream of cedar to be held open. The front door of the farmhouse seemed to have been bashed in, and the inside was a total mess, though luckily nothing had been set on fire. Of course, a number of dead Trollocs, who had been linked to the same murder Rand had killed, lay inside, having fallen over. After a moment of indecision, Rand used simple weaves of air to lift them up and move them outside. He made his way up the stairs to the attic, and after some searching managed to find the heron-marked blade. "Can I see it?" Lan asked as Rand descended the stairs again. Rand handed it over, a true, power-wrought blade. "I used it for months, until it was destroyed in a battle with Baalzamon. I'll have little need for it, in particular, after cleansing the taint, but perhaps my father can make use of it." He left the building, going to check on the sheep pen. He remembered that last time the Trollocs had slaughtered the animals. Moraine and Lan followed him. Speaking of, Perrin favored a hammer and axe at various points, while Mat favored an ashandari. "I've never heard of that," Moraine said. "It is a spear-like weapon," Lan said, "except it has a full blade on top. A very unusual weapon indeed." "Where did he get it in the first place?" "From the eelfin," Rand replied. "Though that was a situation I hoped to avoid this time around. He nearly lost his life because he didn't know what he was dealing with, and if he did know what he was dealing with, he probably wouldn't receive the boons he did in the first place." Rand confirmed the sheep were indeed dead, which at least meant they wouldn't slowly starve with no one to care for them. "What weapon did he use before he got his ashandari?" Lan asked. "Bow and arrow," Rand said. "A proper 2 Rivers longbow is incredibly deadly in the hands of someone who can use it." He opened another gateway, allowing them to get back to Emmons Field. "How many times do you think you need to see the weave to repeat it?" Rand asked. "I might have to practice it a few times." "I imagine you cannot see the weave while I'm practicing." "No," Rand replied. "I cannot see cedar except if I weave it myself with a circle." Moraine nodded. "Well, despite that, I should be able to figure it out before too long, I think. In particular, if I can ask you to show it one more time." Rand closed the gateway behind them and released the circle, as well as his set-in, as they walked back to the village. "Can't we just travel to Tar Valon?" Lan asked. "I imagine Rand has reasons not to," Moraine said. "Like you. Several. The first is that I don't want us to attract undue attention. If we move all over the continent, people who track us are bound to notice. Preferably, I want the cleansing of Sedin to be the first thing that people notice, because that is absolutely impossible to hide. But before we can do that, we need to make sure Ishamael can't ambush us while I'm unable to fight him, and that means we need to draw him out." "That makes sense," Lan conceded. "Another is that we wouldn't be able to explain it to Egwene, Mat, and Perrin. While I certainly want them with me, they need some experience with the wider world before they can be trusted with something of this magnitude. And then there's Tom, the Gleeman. I would appreciate having him at my side as well, but I'm not sure how much of him traveling along with us was just because he wanted travel companions, and how much was because he didn't trust an Aes Sedai with a few naive adolescents. And the last reason is that there are 2 people that we can meet on our journey that I want to get to know again. The first of them is Min, the girl that has those viewings. I believe you met her in Baerlon before coming here. And the second is Elaine Trakand, the daughter heir of Andor." "They were important to you?" Moraine asked. "Lovers," Rand replied. "Both." Moraine raised an eyebrow. "Both?" "I had 3, Rand said. The third was an Aiel woman. Among the Aiel, it is accepted for a man to have more than one wife, and Min, Elaine, and Avienda decided they'd rather share me in that manner than fight over me. Curious, Moraine noted. Min saw it was going to happen in her viewings, actually, Rand said, though I don't think she realized it at first. But that does make me think. I had fulfilled quite a few prophecies from the Kara-Aethon cycle, and it seems unlikely to me that I'll fulfill all of them a second time. For example, the one that mentions I was marked by the herons, that happened because they were burned into the palms of my hands while I was using this blade. He held up his father's sword. With the control over my channeling, I doubt I'll hold it again after today. After all, the one power makes for a far more convenient weapon, in particular against someone like Ishamael, and it was him who I fought when I received the marks. That is a good question, Moraine said. You have unmade the pattern, but that is not an act of the pattern itself, so how could prophecy have predicted what would happen after that? It is quite possible that all prophecies made before yesterday should be disregarded, whether they apply to you or not. That was my suspicion as well, Rand said, leading the way into the inn. The common room was empty, allowing them to continue their conversation as they sat down. Ah, yes, Luz. Lurin was a scholar, right? Among other things, Rand said. Lan took up his position against the wall again, one foot pulled up, casual yet ready to jump into action in the way only a warder could. Actually, do you consider him to be part of you or a different person? Part of me, Ram said, though I would say I am not the same person that I was back then. I've been raised differently, better, less arrogant. He snorted, though that has been a weakness of mine even in this life, whether or not the taint was to blame for that. Moraine, if I am ever arrogant, please do not hesitate to address it, though of course at the right time, but I trust you to recognize that. You have been very down to earth for this day and a half that I have known you, Moraine said. Part of that might be the environment, Rand said, glancing around the inn. I haven't been back here since I left with you, nor have I had my father around me, and the others had all changed considerably. It feels strange to be back home. The door opened, and they both looked up to see Egwene enter. The girl performed a hopelessly clumsy curtsy that left Rand unable to resist a grin. Moraine Sedai, when you leave, Are you laughing at me, Randall Thor? Come sit down, Rand invited her. He took the sword off the table, ostensibly to make space, but really to distract Egwene, which was successful. You have a sword? That doesn't look like the one you were using yesterday. It's my father's, Rand said. He'll be joining us as well when we're leaving. Speaking of, you wanted to ask something? Yes, Egwene said, turning to Moiraine. Moraine Sedai, Rand said that he, Matt, and Perrin are leaving together with you. Can I come with you? I want to see the world outside Two Rivers, and I doubt I'll have another chance. Rand mentioned that already, Moraine said. Yes, you can come with us, so long as you are ready to leave by nightfall. She smiled. Thank you. Thank you. What were you talking about? Private matters, Moraine replied. Does it have to do with the Trollocs? Rand said they were here for him, Matt and Perrin. But that sounds hard to believe. It's true, Moraine said. The Wisdom will also be joining us, and she knows what the danger is. You're not telling me? Egwene asked. Not yet, Moraine said. It is dangerous knowledge. Matt and Perrin don't know the reason either. But Rand does, Egwene asked, turning to him. It was once again Moiraine who answered, however. Rand already knew. I'll tell you when I can, Egwene, Rand promised. Why, I already knew. As soon as possible. I don't want to keep secrets for you. You're different, Egwene said. Rand chuckled. Yes, I am. That's part of the secret, I'm afraid. He reached out to grab Egwene's hand. Again, I promise that I'll tell you as soon as I can. It might be as little as a few weeks until that happens. Who else knows? Moraine, Lan, my father, and Nynaeve all know both why the Trollocs are after us, and what changed for me. Egwene nodded. If your father and Nynaeve are both fine with it, then I am too. Well, I'm glad you trust someone at least, Rand said teasingly. Egwene folded her arms under her breasts and scoffed, though without heat. Leaving was much less stressful than Rand remembered it being last time around. With the attack cut short and the Myrddraal dead, there were far fewer injuries, which meant Moiraine had actually slept during the night rather than being busy until after dawn. As a result, when some people questioned her presence and whether it was related to the Trolloc attack, she could respond immediately, and the situation was further diffused by Nynaeve speaking up and telling people where to shove it. In addition, while they were still traveling at night for the sake of secrecy, Rand and Moiraine agreed that with the Myrddraal dead, it was unlikely for there to be any threat from the Dark One's forces until they reached Baerlon at the very least. Like last time, Tom had been sleeping on the hayloft and requested to join them when traveling, claiming he wanted to perform in Tar Valon. With Tam and Nynaeve joining them, they simply could not gather enough horses, so Lan and Rand instead had to walk. Thankfully, Rand thought, that was at least an option this time around. While they were both in good condition, their flight last time around had been too hurried for them to keep up with. This time, however, they could simply jog along with the horses every now and then, still allowing the party to move quickly, and Moiraine once restored Rand's energy like she had done for everyone the last time around. Lan didn't need it due to the water bond, and the horses were fine too with the slower pace. They still avoided Watch Hill like they had last time, and no drag car appeared in the skies. Likely, it had retreated with the Myrddraal dead rather than following them, though Rand could not share his thoughts with Lan and Moiraine without the others overhearing. Dawn had come by the time they arrived at Tarren Ferry, which left the ferryman rather more amicable to their request to cross. By now, Matt had started complaining about being tired, and on the other side of the river, Tarren and Moiraine announced they would be setting up camp. Lan led them down a little while along the river to the same spot Rand remembered him having prepared the last time around, a natural cave of sorts under uprooted trees that had been dropped here by the Tarrentrelle. As they settled in, Moiraine and Egwene sat down near the fire. Lan had started, the two women sitting opposite one another with their legs crossed. "The own power comes from the true source," Moiraine told the girl. Rand listened, even though he already knew all of this. It felt nostalgic in a sense. It is the driving power of creation, made by the Creator to turn the wheel of time. The true source has two halves, Sedin and Sedar. They are opposites, yet work together. Sedin is the male half, and it has been tainted by the Dark One, like a film of oil over water. The power itself is still pure, but it cannot be touched without touching the taint. Saidar is the female half, which can still be used safely. Everyone else Rand noticed was also listening to Moiraine, except for Lan, who was making tea above the fire. Nynaeve in particular seemed to be watching intently, no doubt remembering what Rand had told her the previous day. "And you think I can learn to use it?" Egwene asked excitedly. "I can become an Aes Sedai?" Rand remembered her asking that same question the last time, and she had seemed so far away. Yet this time, he could not help but smile at her eagerness. Next to him, Matt grumbled something unintelligible. "More than that," Moiraine said. "You are one of the few who don't simply have the ability to learn, but rather the innate spark that makes it happen no matter what. You can and will touch the source. However, you'll need to take lessons in Tar Valon, for otherwise you'll never learn to properly control the power, and you might not survive." She continued her explanations for a while longer about the innate ability of female channelers to recognize other channelers, and got out the golden chain she often wore in her hair, which had a blue gemstone that would be located on Moraine's forehead when she wore it. She held it between them and made the gemstone pulsate, briefly causing it to light up before going dark again. While she did that, she also talked Egwene through the meditation exercises that were so common in learning to touch the one power, and encouraged her to focus on the stone. For a few minutes, it kept pulsating, with finally one last, weak pulse that made Rand smile. Of course, Egwene did not have Rand's extensive knowledge about the One Power, leaving her rather uncertain. "I thought I felt something, but maybe you're wrong," she said. "Maybe I can't learn." "Don't be silly, child," Moiraine said. "That last flash was only you." "It was?" Egwene asked excitedly before sinking down again. "You could barely see it." And that's quite an achievement, Moraine said. Many women who come to Tar Valon to study have to practice for months to get this far. You're going to achieve a lot, in particular if you work hard. You mean... Oh, thank you! She pulled Moraine into an embrace, then turned to Rand. Did you hear, Rand? I'm going to be an Aes Sedai. I heard, Rand said, smiling at her enthusiasm. Congratulations, Egwene. His smile turned mischievous. I'll try to remember not to add the Sedai's honorific until you've officially earned it. She crawled over to him and gave him a playful slap. Don't be silly. Rand put his arms around her. Honestly, though, congratulations and good luck with your training. Thanks, Egwene said, settling in next to him, leaning against his side. Rand remembered the previous time they had been in this hideout, and how he had felt like they had grown miles apart in those few days, and realized that instead, they had grown closer. Yet, on the inside, he felt conflicted. He cared for Egwene, always had, and though she hadn't ever been his girlfriend, back in Two Rivers, part of him had assumed she would eventually become just that as they grew older. Instead, they had walked divergent paths, and on his path he had eventually encountered Min, Elaine, and Avienda. And now, he wasn't sure what he wanted, that old path, the one that had never materialized with Egwene, or the one he had walked before. A small, self-indulgent part of his mind even wondered, perhaps, both. After all, if 3 women were willing to share, and Egwene had already been so close with Elaine and Avienda, then what about 4? The group rested for several hours, but by the late afternoon, they once again departed, onwards to the mining town of Baerlon. Rand once again warped, and though they regularly traveled in silence, he also talked to his various companions at times. To his surprise, he found Mat and Perrin the hardest to talk to, perhaps even because they were his closest friends, yet did not know his secret. Despite that difficulty, he didn't think it was a good idea to tell them yet. In particular, Mat, who had not yet learned to accept his responsibility no matter how much he grumbled about it, might not think things through and make things more difficult, for example because he'd accidentally revealed something to someone else. On top of that, both boys had rather strong preconceived notions, not that Rand could really blame them considering just how common those notions were among the people of the Westlands. Do you think that the Aes Sedai is speaking the truth? Mat asked at one point. That the Trollocs are after us 3? I think so, Rand said. Our farm and Perrin's family were attacked, and in the village the smithy and your house. The other places they attacked seemed like distractions. I don't trust her, Mat said. Aes Sedai are bad news. So are Trollocs, Rand pointed out. She wants something from us, Mat said. If there's one thing the stories agree on, it's that Aes Sedai always want something from you, and they'll use you for their own benefit. My father trusts her, Rand said. And he's actually been outside of Two Rivers before, unlike us. You don't trust her, do you? I trust my father's judgment, Rand said, employing some Aes Sedai, weaseling himself. What about the Gleeman? Tom had made clear on several occasions that he didn't trust Aes Sedai. For good reason. If Rand remembered correctly, they had gentled his nephew without following proper procedure, which had resulted in Tom being unable to say goodbye to him before his death. That was something that was very common. The One Power was addictive to use, and if one was severed from the One Power, or, as it was called in this age, gentled or stilled depending on gender, the former channeler would start showing withdrawal symptoms, which would lead to depression and, almost invariably, eventual suicide. Most channelers didn't last more than a year or 2. I don't know him well, Rand said. He does seem to know what he's talking about, though. But for now, well, I've seen Moiraine fight the Trollocs, and that's enough for me to rather be with her than anywhere else. Mat was probably the most talkative of the bunch, often seeking distractions from their flight away from Emond's Field, while Perrin was pretty much the opposite. The smith's apprentice was very broad-shouldered, not just from his work but also by blood, though the two of course compounded, and it had taught him to be gentle and careful as to not harm others by accident. That extended to him probably being the most mature out of the 3 of them. At least the first time around, when Rand hadn't had his years as the Dragon Reborn and his many more years as Luz Therin to draw upon yet. He was often pensive, regularly asking Tam questions about the outside world, sometimes discussing things with Rand. Rand suspected the parent had noticed he was different, but the boy hadn't asked him about it, unlike Nynaeve and Egwene. That night, when they stopped again a few hours after dark, Egwene started brushing out her hair, undoing her braid like she had done the last time around. Rand remembered getting into a shouting match with her over it. Nynaeve, who hadn't been present when Egwene had made the decision the first time around, was the one bringing it up now. "What are you doing, Egwene?" brushing my hair out. "Why? You are not a child anymore." "Aes Sedai don't braid their hair," Egwene said. "Not unless they want to." Rand decided to step in. "You don't want to braid your hair, Egwene? I remember you were looking forward to it for years." She hesitated, and he moved closer to the two women. "I'm not saying you have to, of course. But if you wish, you can be both a woman from Emond's Field and an Aes Sedai. Don't Aes Sedai come from all countries and places?" Nynaeve gave Rand a thankful smile, not intervening further.
"I suppose,"
Egwene said, brushing her hand through her hair. "Maybe I'll braid it again, later on. But I want to, well, I'm moving to something new, I guess. If I'm going to learn to be an Aes Sedai." "I think we all are," Rand said. "Even Nynaeve?" Egwene asked. Nynaeve hesitated. They hadn't explained particularly much about why she was coming along other than to watch over them, just like Tam. "I guess so," Rand said. "If we're really going all the way to Tar Valon, like Moiraine said, then Nynaeve can't remain the wisdom, right? She'd be gone for too long." "You'd really stay with us if you can't remain wisdom?" Egwene asked, turning to Nynaeve. "There's another reason," Nynaeve admitted. "But I can't say what it is." For a second, Rand thought Egwene was going to pry, but then she nodded. A few moments later, Moiraine walked up to them. "Gond, I need to ask you about something." Rand rose and said the girls goodbye, then followed Moiraine as they left the camp. "I thought now would be a good time for me to try and reproduce traveling," she said. "We can't travel from here," Rand said, "because for traveling, you need to be familiar with the place you're leaving, and if possible also the place you're going to. But we can practice skimming, which is very similar and doesn't have the same requirement." He brought himself to the edge of seizing Sedin, and like in Emond's Field, Moiraine linked them and then gave him control over the circle. Rand needed a few seconds as well as his knowledge of Sedin's skimming and traveling weaves to remember how Sedar skimming worked. But then he could show Moiraine. It was very similar to traveling indeed, and opened a gateway in the same manner. Unlike traveling, however, it led to a dark place with a platform, which Moiraine immediately investigated, though without entering. "If we were to enter," Rand explained, "I could close the gateway and the platform would move to our destination, where another gateway would open. It's fast, but not quite as fast as traveling, not to mention you have the platform size. There's also an innate danger, because if you fall from the platform, you'll keep falling until you die for one reason or another." He closed the gateway again and then released the circle, allowing Moiraine to attempt the weave. "Keep your destination in mind," Rand advised as she practiced. After a few attempts, she once again linked with him, allowing him to show the example again, and they repeated that process several times. After some 10 minutes, a gateway suddenly opened in front of them. "This is amazing," Moiraine said. "We could go anywhere we want, pretty much instantaneously." "Travel time becomes trivial once you have traveling," Rand confirmed. "It completely changes the game." A smile played over his lips. "I have to admit, I can't wait to see the expressions on the faces of the High Lords of Tyr when I travel right into the heart of the stone and grab Kalandor in front of their eyes. I'll have to make sure to plan it during the rite of guarding." "That sounds like something Matt could come up with," Moiraine noted as she closed the gateway again. "We might have need for him," Rand said, turning pensive. "Looking back, if there is one thing I forgot to do, it is to laugh. And we'll have to provide our own reasons for laughter, as the world won't do it for us. We are, after all, heading to Tamon Gaidon." They made their way back to the camp, where they listened to the last half of Tom's tale about one of the hunts for the Horn of Valerie before going to sleep. Some 2 hours after dawn, Lan woke them again, saying they had to leave soon if they wanted to reach Berlon by nightfall. Rand quickly found himself walking near the rear, next to his father. Tam was riding Bella and had actually offered Rand to ride for a bit, which he had declined. Behind them, closing the ranks, were Moraine and Egwene, the latter of which was still full with questions. "Why do men get the strongest powers?" Egwene asked. "Earth and fire." Moraine laughed, and a smile played over Rand's face. "A very old question, with a very familiar answer. You think they are stronger? Is there a rock so hard that the wind and water cannot wear it away, a fire so strong that water cannot quench it or wind snuff it out?" "It was them, right?" Egwene asked. "The ones who tried to release the Dark One and the Forsaken, the male Aes Sedai, not the women." Moraine remained silent, and Rand assumed she was considering how to answer the question. "It was, right?" Egwene asked, more hesitant now. "You want to hear me say that it was the evil men who caused the breaking of the world, and not the women that you wish to join," Moraine said. "Yes, it was the men, but they were not evil. They were driven insane by the Dark One's taint on Sadine. Before that happened, they were people just like any other, just like you and me. And just like that, the Aes Sedai, alive today, are people like any other, brave or cowardly, strong or weak, friendly or cruel. What is important to remember is that using the one power does not change us." "I guess that's what I was worried about," Egwene said. Rand let himself fall back, and the two fell silent. What Egwene said, that the men tried to release the Dark One and the Forsaken, is that true? See, I once heard a merchant guard say that it wasn't, that the men fought just as hard as the women, but that they disagreed on how to turn the war against the shadow around when they were losing. The guard said that the men tried to seal away the Dark One and his lieutenants, and that they succeeded, but that the Dark One struck back by making them go mad, and that's what caused the breaking of the world. That guard knew more about those times than even some Aes Sedai. "But that doesn't fit what the stories say," Egwene protested. "The legends speak of events that happened thousands of years ago," Moraine lectured. "Much of what they say has changed over time, in particular with the fear of male channelers who caused so much destruction during the breaking and sometimes afterwards." "So how do you know what is true then?" Egwene asked. "Written texts do not change," Moraine explained. "What about the dragon? He was the first to go mad, right?" "The higher you rise, the deeper you can fall," Moraine said. "The dragon was the leader of the 100 companions that sealed the Boar, the most powerful channeler to ever live. Dragonmount is a permanent reminder of the destruction he caused, visible from the White Tower in Tar Valon." "The stories say he will one day return," Egwene said. "Is that true? And will he cause more destruction then?" Moraine looked to Rand, who was walking next to her. The question was clear. How much should they reveal? He nodded slightly. "Yes, he will return," Moraine said. "Do you know when?" Rand asked. "I do not think it will take much longer," Moraine said. "I have spent a lot of time reading about the prophecies regarding his return, the Caryathan cycle, but with what I've seen recently, in particular this last week, I don't know if we can even trust that the prophecies are reliable." "Is that a bad thing?" Rand asked. "I think it's more likely to be a good thing," Moraine said. "We'll have to see." The conversation soon drifted to other topics, and Rand spent the day talking to several people, though he did not have time to relax in the way Matt did, practicing his juggling skills while sitting on horseback. As the sun lowered over the mountains of mist to the west, they crested a hill, and Berlon came into view. "Look at that!" Matt exclaimed from the front of the party. "A real city!" Rand was glad he was again at the rear of the group, together with Tam and Moraine, because he doubted he'd be able to act out such exuberance at what really wasn't more than a small town with a 20-feet-high wooden wall. Tom had no reason to keep his thoughts to himself. "City," he mocked, though he said nothing more. "Everyone!" Moraine called, and the people in front turned their horses to face her. When we are in Bearlon, we have to be more careful. Do not speak of Trollocs, the Dark One, or Aes Sedai. There may be people who are all too willing to assume the worst of us, or even dark friends. Lan and I also use different names. People know me as Lady Alice and Lan as Andra. Please remember that well. With that warning made, they continued their journey, and Moraine turned to Rand, speaking softly. Is there anything you remember happening the last time around? Well, there's Min, of course. I imagine her visions might have changed, but I don't know for sure. We'll have to see. The last time I also suffered from channeling sickness at the worst possible moment, right when I met some white cloaks, but that won't happen this time. There are white cloaks in the city? Yes, Rand said. Or at least there were last time around. We'll just have to try and avoid them. The White Cloaks, or more formally Children of the Light, were a fanatical organization that opposed the Shadow, and claimed that all Aes Sedai were dark friends. And of course, Rand knew their stated goals did not make them immune to having actual dark friends hiding among them. Their entrance to the town and the inn they were staying at, the Stag and Lion, just like last time, was uneventful, until Moraine asked whether Min was still there. I don't know what's wrong with her, Master Fitch, the innkeeper said. Ever since 4 days ago, she's been incredibly stressed. Refuses to tell anyone what's wrong, and I've seen her cry multiple times. Moraine turned to the group. Go and take your baths. To Fitch, she said. I'd like to speak to her. Rand followed her, which she allowed without comment, and Fitch led them to what seemed to be a private room. Min was sitting at the table, her head in her hands. One thing that had not changed, at least, was her boyish dress style. She had always hated dresses and skirts. You can leave us, Moraine told the innkeeper. On hearing the familiar voice, Min looked up. Moy. Lady Alice. Thank the light you're here. Though Rand's heart went out to the girl he had fallen in love with, he held back, letting Moiraine take the lead. Are you all right? Moraine asked. Min glanced at Rand. You don't need to hold back. Rand won't tell anyone anything. My viewings, Min said. A few days ago, they suddenly changed completely. That's never happened before. So many of the old images are gone, and other people have new ones now. And your images have changed completely. She turned to Rand. And you have a ton of them too. I suspected as much, Moraine said as she sat down opposite Min. You know why this happened? Min asked, hopeful. Rand sat down next to her. That would be my fault, I suppose. Min frowned. How? You know how you basically view pieces of the pattern with your viewings? Rand asked. How do you know that? Min asked. She turned to Moiraine accusingly. Did you tell him? I did not, Moraine said. I know about it, for the same reason that it's my fault they changed, Rand said. I changed the pattern itself. That sounds rather big-headed, Min noted. Rand couldn't help but smile at her familiar brusqueness. I'll explain, but perhaps you can first tell me what the images are that you see around me. A lot of things, Min said. A sword that isn't a sword, a banner with some kind of red and gold serpent with limbs, a strange symbol that looks like a flame of Tar Valor and a dragon's fang combined, a number of women, though I don't think I could recognize them even if I knew them, a darkness that shies back, and there's even more. The sword that is not a sword is Kalandor. Have you heard of it? She shook her head. It is found in the Stone of Tyr, the ancient fortress, and no one can touch it except for the Dragon Reborn. According to scholars, drawing Kalandor will be one of the clearest signs that whoever does it is the true Dragon Reborn, and not a false dragon like the one in Geldan. So, why do I see it around you? Min asked. I'll explain a little further. First, Rand said, if you'll humor me. The banner, I think, displays a dragon. The background is white, isn't it? How did you know? Min exclaimed. I didn't tell you that. I've seen it before, Rand said. And last, the strange symbol you mentioned is the ancient symbol for the Aes Sedai. Back before the breaking of the world, when men and women created marvels with the one power in unity. White, the female half, and black, the male half, each tear-shaped and together making a circle. Min frowned. I can't make sense of it. I am the Dragon Reborn, Rand said. That's why you're seeing Kalendor and the banner I will be using. The reason your visions changed is because I unwound the pattern by about 2 years and retained my memories from that time, and I'll be making different choices this time around. For example, one of the first things I intend to do is to cleanse the taint that makes male channelers go mad. I did that last time as well, but only after I'd already used Sedin for 1.5 years. That damage has been undone when I wound back time, and I'd rather not give it the chance to come back. I also suspect that is what the ancient Aes Sedai symbol stands for. That sounds, I would say, insane, but not insane in that way, Min said. Insane in the way that it's so ridiculous no one could make it up. And it does kind of explain why my visions changed when nothing could stop them from happening before. I know how it sounds, Rand said. I'm still coming to terms with it myself, but it has given me an amazing chance to anticipate events. For 2 years, I felt like I was always trying to catch up, but now I'm ahead. Did we know each other? Min asked. Yes, Rand said, dreading the next question. How well? She asked. Min, I want you to promise me something, namely that you will not make decisions because you feel you should. The previous pattern is gone, and no one, not you, not me, not anyone else, holds any obligations to it. Sure, Min said. Were we like lovers or something? Rand could deny it, or dance around the subject, but that felt unfair to both the past Min that had loved him and this younger Min that didn't know him yet. Yes, he said instead. He blushed. How did we end up together? Rand thought back, both to his own memories and what he had learned when turning back the wheel. How much she had done for him, always being there as his rock, yet he couldn't repeat that out loud, didn't want to influence her decisions for the future. So instead, he focused on what she had gone through. It was quite the journey from your part, and you disliked a lot of it because you were often sent this way or that by Aes Sedai without much choice. Until you ended up with me, that is. He turned, pensive. Both women in the room seemed to be waiting until he had ordered his thoughts and spoke again. I don't know whether it's possible to avoid getting you involved this time, if that's even what you want. Your viewings are incredibly useful, and it might put you in danger from dark friends, or even Forsaken. But I also don't want to force you to go somewhere you don't want to go. He drummed his fingers on the table. What do you want, Min? Stay here? Leave? I'd like to see a bit of the world, she said slowly. Moraine talked to me about my viewings when she was here last week, and I would like it if someone could make use of them too. I don't know, really. I've never been into girl stuff, and that makes it hard to find a place. I'm not really picturing myself as some housewife. How about this? Rand said, a plan forming. Right now, I don't really have anything to my name. I live on the road, and Moiraine pays for my expenses with Aes Sedai money. But once I announce myself as the Dragon Reborn, it won't take long before I have one, probably even several, places to live. You'll stay here for now, then once people know who I am, I'll come and get you, and you can live in Tear, or Camelin, or wherever you want, and you can help me by telling me what viewings you get from people. She nodded. I like that. And remember, Rand said, don't force yourself to try and love me or anything. I don't have any rights to you or anything just because of what the wheel wove the last time around. In fact, with how things are going right now, I wouldn't be surprised if I get another girlfriend. What if you get together with her, and then I come and fall in love with you again? I mean, I imagine the other me had a reason for liking you. Then we'll have to see. I actually had 2 other girlfriends as well, which you agreed to. Again, I'm not saying that you need to do anything a certain way, because that's how it happened last time. Yeah, Min agreed. She frowned. I'm used to me being the one that makes a conversation feel strange. Rand smiled. This is how it feels to be on the receiving end for a change. I remember the last time around you actually made me rather uncomfortable when we first talked. No, don't apologize. I was a naive farm boy afraid of my own shadow, not to mention I'd had a bad dream that made me even more jumpy. Moraine looked up sharply at those words. Perhaps we've been talking for long enough. Min, I'm sure you understand you cannot tell anyone about what you heard. Min nodded. I want to ask you to take a look at the other people who are traveling with us and tell me, and Rand, what images you see around them. If you talk to them, keep in mind that not all of them know Rand's secrets yet. I can do that, Min said. They said their goodbyes, and Rand followed Moiraine into a corridor where she stopped halfway through and turned to him. You said you had a bad dream? Yes, Rand said. On the first night here, Ba'al-Samon. That's Ishamael, remember, not the Dark One. Invaded my dream, and also Matt and Perrin's dreams. He didn't know which one of us was the Dragon Reborn, not for a while longer. I'm not sure if things will be different this time around, but I figure that my control over the dream might tip him off that I'm the one he's looking for. Keep me updated on what happens, Moraine said. Though I suppose you might know more about the world of dreams than I do. Ishamael tends to use dream shards, Rand said. They are somewhat similar to the world of dreams, but made separately by a channeler, usually a dreamer, which gives them more control. We'll see what happens tonight, and I'll tell you tomorrow, as well as whether Matt and Perrin had a similar dream. Last time we decided against telling you until we were in Camelin. Stubborn village boys, Moraine muttered. Gland laughed. After their chat with Min, Rand, and Moiraine both enjoyed a good bath, followed by dinner with their full party and a good night's sleep. Well, for most people it was a good night's sleep. Like last time, Rand, Matt, and Perrin were each visited by Ba'al-Samon in their dreams. As Rand had predicted, Ishamael was not stupid, even though he had gone mad from the passing of time, and quickly realized that Rand was the boy he was looking for. At that point, Rand saw no need to keep up any pretense in the first place. On the contrary, the quicker he could draw Ishamael into a confrontation, the quicker he could get rid of him. He was the leader of the Forsaken, though, to Rand's knowledge, not officially at this point, and the most powerful among them. And his freedom from the seals on the Dark One's prison made him a threat. Last time, when Rand had cleansed Sedin, he'd had the support of Aes Sedai, Wise Ones, the channelers of the Aiel, and Ashaman, members of the Black Tower that he had founded as a male counterpart to the White Tower of the Aes Sedai. So when the Forsaken had arrived in an attempt to stop Rand, they had defended him and fended off their attacks. This time, Rand would not have that support, as he was not willing to wait with the cleansing for long enough to gather it. But that meant he needed to act before the other Forsaken were free from their prisons, which would be no more than a few months from the present time, and he needed to take Ishamael out of the equation first. In the morning, Rand and Moraine once again met with Min, discussing the viewings she'd seen around their party, which meant that when Rand was finally ready to go out into the town, everyone else had already left. He decided to look for Perrin, Matt, Egwene, or Nynaeve. However, the first familiar face he encountered was someone else entirely, as he suddenly found himself eye to eye with Padan Fain. In an instant, Rand had seized Sedin, ignoring the appalling sensation of the taint, and bound and gagged the Dark Friend. He manipulated the weaves of air around Fain to make it look as if the former peddler was walking while he considered his options. The simplest would be to straight up kill the man. However, with the White Cloaks in the town, a death that could only be attributed to channeling would draw far too much attention. Though, gave him an idea. Rand slowly wove a mirror of mists around himself, gradually changing his appearance so he would not be recognized as he marched Padan Fain through the town. The man looked half mad, with the rags he was currently wearing, and if Rand remembered correctly, he wasn't very coherent right now. Soon enough, he noticed a patrol of the White Cloaks in the distance. Perfect. He marched Fain in their direction. Then, when they were close, he conjured a fireball next to the Dark Friend, as if he were the one conjuring it instead, and threw it at the White Cloaks, making sure to not aim at a lethal spot. They might be fanatics, but Rand would not kill unless in self-defense, or if he knew his target was a dark friend. As expected, the White Cloaks responded immediately, seeing Fane as a male channeler, in their eyes making him both insane and the dark friend, which wasn't even inaccurate in this case. Screaming condemnations, all three White Cloaks drew their swords, including the one whose left arm had gotten burned, and attacked Fane, who was released from his bonds by Rand. Rand had half expected them to go for the kill. However, their commander had enough restraint that they only bound Fane, though the man was bleeding from several spots where their swords had cut him. And with so many witnesses who believed Fane had been channeling, it was likely that they would receive permission from the governor of the town to execute him. Or perhaps the governor would order the city guard to oversee the execution. That was good enough for Rand. Fane had been a major problem the last time around, for two different reasons. The first was that the Dark One had given him the ability to track Rand, Mat, and Perrin. And the second was that Fane had been touched by the evil from Shadar Logoth, which through him had managed to escape, and indeed even let it survive the cleansing of Sedin, which had destroyed the ruined city as a byproduct. Well, that was unlikely to happen again. Rand had no intention of going near the city except for the cleansing. He still didn't feel like running the risk. After all, while there was a measure of free choice, the very existence of Taveren and their ability to alter people's destinies by simply being nearby proved that the pattern did work towards certain goals. However, with the commotion caused by Rand's actions, he decided to make his way back to the inn, as he figured that those who knew he was the Dragon Reborn might get worried if news got around that a male channeler had been arrested for attacking Children of the Light. No matter that Rand was powerful enough that he could blow anyone, both the town guard and the entire regiment of children camping nearby, to pieces without having to risk his skin. That evening, they enjoyed Tom's storytelling and the dances in the common room. However, when they got ready to go to bed, Rand first met up with Moiraine to teach her actual traveling, which required familiarity with the place of departure. Unlike last time, no Midral appeared, meaning there was no rushed departure in the middle of the night. However, once they did leave the next morning, Rand found himself worried that they might have lost the advantage they had gained by not being tracked in exchange for a calmer journey, something he shared with Moiraine and the others who knew his secret. At least it had given Lan the time to buy 2 more horses, so they were all on horseback for the journey east to Whitebridge. For 3 days, there was no sign of Trollocs, and Rand was almost beginning to believe that they would have a quiet journey to Camelin when a Trolloc horn sounded behind them, certainly no more than 10 miles away. They had just finished their break and had been about to continue their journey. Lan and Moiraine immediately had an unspoken conversation, after which the warder announced he would scout out their enemy while the rest of the group would travel on ahead. Rand fell back so he could speak to Moiraine without being overheard. In front of him rode Tam and Nynaeve, with everyone else further ahead. "How close are we to Shadar Logoth?" he asked. Moiraine looked surprised. "You want to go there?" "No," Rand replied. "In fact, I want to avoid going there, which is what we did last time." Mat took a dagger along, and not only did it almost kill him, it also freed the evil currently trapped inside the city's walls. Moiraine nodded. "No, Shadar Logoth, then. To answer your question, it is within range for us to reach by nightfall. Do you remember how many Trollocs there are?" "No," Rand said. "However, I do remember we fought One Fist, which we managed only because Lan killed the Fade, and then you delayed several more fists with some taxing weaves." "Then that means that if we cannot go to Shadar Logoth, even in the case of an emergency, we might need your channeling," Moiraine said. "I know," Rand replied. "If that is how things must be, then I'll do it." "The wheel weaves as the wheel wheels," Moiraine said, making Rand chuckle. "You know, I can hardly believe it took this long for you to say that." "I may have been too surprised by the weavings of the wheel myself recently," Moiraine noted. "Glad to be of service," Rand teased. Considering even Min's viewings changed, though, was it really a weaving of the wheel? Horns sounded again, closer this time. "An interesting philosophical discussion," Moiraine said, "that I don't think we have time for." Nynaeve fell back. "Can't we go faster? The horns are getting closer." And why are they letting us know they are here? Moraine asked. Perhaps so. We will hurry on without thinking of what might be ahead. Lan returned soon after, saying there were at least 3 fists behind them and that they would catch up in an hour. As Moraine wondered why they were being driven onward, horns sounded again in the west, though this time more horns answered in the east. There seemed to be a note of triumph to them. "What do we do now?" Nynaeve demanded. "There is a place where the Trollocs won't go," Lan said. "No," Rand replied. "It's too dangerous." "Then I don't think we can escape them," the warder noted. "As Moraine just told me, the wheel weaves as the wheel wheels." "You would reveal your abilities then?" Lan asked. "I'd rather do that than spend another night in Shadar Logoth. We will take a hilltop then, and see whether we can hold. If need be, how many fists can you hold off while surrounded?" "Dozens," Rand replied. "By yourself?" Moraine gasped. "Yes." Matt fell back. "What's going on?" he wanted to know. "We're going to make a stand," Lan said, pointing towards a nearby hill before calling out for everyone to follow him there. "A stand?" Matt asked. "We can't escape them." "No," Moraine said. "How many Trollocs are there?" Matt asked, fearful. "Not more than we can handle," Moraine replied, "though they may believe otherwise." "Stay on your horses," Lan ordered as they waited on the hill. Though there were patches of forest around them, the hill itself was exposed, giving them an overview of the coming battlefield. One of the advantages Trollocs have is their height. By sitting on horseback, you can negate that. With the lack of experience from some of you, that may be vital. Lan and Tam had been teaching Matt and Perrin, but there was only so much you could pick up in a week's worth of evening lessons, each after a day of riding. A first fist of Trollocs arrived and Matt raised his bow, but Lan told him to stand down when the Trollocs did not approach. "We wait until they are closer." "But they're just going to wait until the others arrive," Matt argued. "And if we attack now, we exhaust ourselves while giving up our greatest advantage, which is the high ground. Can we fight, however many fists there are?" Perrin asked, looking at Moiraine. "Yes," she replied. "With the 9 of us?" Tom asked, loading his pipe. "And only 1 Aes Sedai and 1 girl who learned about the One Power last week. We might as well say our goodbyes right now." "I have an engril," Moraine said, pulling the object out of her cloak. "It enhances how much of the One Power I can tap into." Tom scoffed, but did not reply. Matt, Perrin, and Egwene looked fearful. 6 more fists arrived, completely surrounding the hill. 700 Trollocs, led by 7 Mievdral. A horn sounded, 6 others replying immediately, and the Trollocs started pushing up the hill. "I can't do this," Moraine said calmly. "What?" Matt exclaimed as Rand seized Sidin. He wove earth, air, and fire, conjuring 6 10-feet-tall pillars of fire, no thicker than a man's forearm, then added another thread of air, exploding the blossoms of fire and wreaking destruction in a large area. Most of the Trollocs and Myrddraal assaulting the hill died immediately, but Rand did not pause, this time weaving earth and fire as his fingers danced, and each fingertip shot 10 arrows, so quick it seemed as if they were blinking, targeting Trollocs all around them. Wherever a Trolloc got hit, the arrow would burn a large hole, continuing onward to hit the next. Within seconds, all Shadowspawn lay dead, and Rand released Sedin again. "Blood and bloody ashes, what was that?" Matt exclaimed, the first to find his voice. Even Moiraine looked awed, to say nothing of the rest of them. Tom was shocked. Perrin looked like he had no clue what to think, and Egwene seemed to have realized what was going on, yet utterly confused as to how. "Moiraine," Rand said, taking charge, "perhaps you could reveal what brought you to the 2 rivers in the first place." She nodded, gathering herself and settling into that trademark serene Aes Sedai look. "That is a story that started 20 years ago, during the last days of the Aiel War, while the Battle of the Shining Walls took place outside Tar Valon. I wasn't accepted at the time, though I was close to obtaining the shawl and becoming a full Aes Sedai. I was attending to Tamra Ospenya, the Amerlin's seat at the time, the leader of the Aes Sedai. Her Keeper of the Chronicles Guitarra Moroso was also present and had the talent of foretelling. At the crack of dawn, hundreds of horns suddenly sounded. As we later learned, the Aiel had succeeded in their goal of killing King Laman for his sin of cutting down Avendor Aldera. However, that soon became a footnote, as Guitarra spoke the words I will never forget. He is born again. I feel him. The dragon takes his first breath on the slope of Dragon Mount. He is coming! She died immediately after giving this prophecy, Moraine said morosely. Tamra ordered me and the one other accepted present to speak of this to no one. And I know there are many tales, myths, and folklore about the Dragon Reborn and his coming, but the truth is this. He will stand against the shadow, at Tamon Gaidon, the last battle, and lead the light. In this duality, the prophecy foretells both our doom and our savior. In the next weeks, Tamra had a number of secret meetings with a few other Aes Sedai, and I was also raised to the position of Aes Sedai myself. Then, Tamra suddenly died, supposedly in her sleep. The other Aes Sedai she had meetings with died soon after, for one reason or another. By the time a year had passed, my friend and I were the only two Aes Sedai alive who knew of the prophecy and were not sworn to the dark. An Aes Sedai admitting to the existence of the Black Ajar, even indirectly, Tom interrupted. Now I've heard everything. It is hard to deny their existence if you have almost been murdered by a Black Sister, Moraine said testily before continuing her story. I dedicated myself to looking for the Dragon Reborn, searching all throughout the world. Recently, I found leads that pointed towards 2 rivers, one of the only places I had not visited yet. I knew the Dark One's servants were also looking for the dragon, and I feared I might not arrive in time. And that's where I'll take over, Rand said. The story I am about to tell you may have some familiarity to you at first, but it is not the same. Please bear with me. Moraine arrived in 2 rivers. We were attacked by Trollocs, and Matt, Perrin, Egwene and I left together with her and Lan, Tom joining us for our journey as well. In Baerlon, we were joined by Nynaeve, who had intended to take us back to Emon's field, but instead joined us. We got split up, found each other again, fought Shadowspawn like today, and so on. But eventually it became clear to Moiraine that I was the one she had been looking for. I tried to deny it, but as Moiraine likes to say, the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. I drew Kalandor. I conquered and ruled. I cleansed Sedin of the taint, played politics. But then, when I was using an extraordinary amount of the One Bower, more than anyone has ever drawn in the past, I unwound the wheel by accident. Suddenly, I found myself back in Emond's Field, the day before Beltane, but with my memories of everything that had been undone remaining. You might have noticed that I've changed, perhaps become more confident, more willing than you to trust an Aes Sedai. This is why. Tom sucked his pipe. That is the most insane story I have ever heard. And the strangest part is, after what I just saw, I have no choice but to believe you. That false dragon in Galedan, Logain, is powerful, but there is no way even he could reproduce this. He can, actually, Rand said. I've seen him do it. He just doesn't have the necessary education at this point. Well, that is very reassuring, Tom muttered around his pipe. Is that why you've been more distant? Perrin asked hesitantly. I thought it was because everything that happened that night, with you out there fighting the Trollocs. Yes, Rand said. I knew I had to tell you, Matt, and Egwene at some point, but I wasn't certain how to go about it. After all, we were raised with quite a few prejudices and stories about male channelers and such. Matt scoffed. You're still Rand, aren't you? Yes, that's all I need. Rand laughed. Thank you, Matt. I suppose I could use some reassurance. Is that why you told that story that was supposedly from a merchant's guard? Egwene asked. Yes, Rand replied. I heard what you and Moiraine were talking about, and I wanted to put your mind at rest. But, Egwene seemed very hesitant. Won't you, still go mad? Only so long as Sedin remains tainted, Rand said. Remember the things I just told you. Last time, I cleansed it and made it safe to use again. This time around, I plan to not only do so again, but much earlier, before midsummer for sure. A full year and a half earlier than last time. And when I unwound the pattern, what madness I did have seems to have disappeared, giving me a clean slate. I try to avoid using it whenever possible, and if Moiraine's power suffices, but she doesn't know the weaves required, I link with her and perform it instead. Aren't Sedin and Sedar separate? Egwene asked. How could you use Moiraine's power? Channelers can link with each other, combining their power. I have memories from the Age of Legends, including how to work with Sedar. I channel only a minuscule amount of Sedin, and therefore a minuscule amount of Taint, and use Sedar to accomplish my goals. Is that what you did just now? Matt asked. No, Rand said. Moiraine doesn't have the power to do this, even if she knew the weaves. This was all me. So, who already knew? Perrin asked. I mean, you obviously told Moiraine, but... Lan was told by Moiraine, and I also told my father and Nynaeve already, Rand said. In fact, the real reason Nynaeve has come with us is because I requested her help. How can she help? Egwene asked. Actually, why did Matt and Perrin have to come along if you already knew that the Trollocs were after you specifically? I knew the Trollocs were after me specifically, Rand said, but they didn't know who they were looking for. Ishamael probably knows by now, but it wouldn't be too much longer until he figured it out anyway. And besides, Matt and Perrin, just like you and Nynaeve, have their own parts to play in these coming years. How that has changed with what I've done, I don't know, though there are differences already. As for Nynaeve, I'll leave it to her whether she wants to reveal that. Everyone turned to the Wisdom, who hesitated before answering. Apparently, I'm a channeler too. Don't undersell yourself, Nynaeve, Rand said. Nynaeve is, right now, the strongest female channeler between the spine of the world and the Arith Ocean. Strong enough to match some of the Forsaken. She blushed at Rand's words. Tom, Rand said, I have a specific request for you. I will need people around me that can play the game of houses, and can play it well. I am but a lowly gleeman, Tom said. Rand snorted. So, you always say. Besides, he said, smirking, I'm sure you could write some great songs about the events that are going to happen in the near future. That is true, Tom said pensively. Court Bard to the Dragon Reborn does have a certain flair to it, I suppose. You'll have the title as soon as I have a court, Rand said. A court? Matt muttered. Rand laughed. No one is going to force you to stay at a court, Matt. In fact, I'd say you have better things to do than wearing fancy clothing and insulting people while... Actually, insulting people while making them think you're complimenting them sounds right up your alley, but that aside, I'm sure we'll find something you enjoy, or failing that, the pattern will. You sound like her, he said, gesturing to Moiraine. Well, she did spend quite a lot of time teaching me about the world, but perhaps we should find ourselves a place to camp for the night that doesn't smell of burned Trolloc. Lan led the way back to the road and then down to the east until they had made some distance from the slaughter. It couldn't really be called a battle, and dismounted for the night. Do you still want to travel to Caemlyn? Moiraine asked. Yes, Rand said. I definitely want to meet Elaine and Loyal. Loyal is an Ogier who'll be staying at the Queen's Blessing Inn around the time Loghain is paraded through Caemlyn, and he became a dear friend. And who is Elaine? Egwene asked. The daughter heir of Andor, Rand replied. The future queen. She's also a strong channeler, similar in strength to you. You'll be novices in the White Tower together. Wait, weren't we supposed to travel to Caemlyn and then Tavalon no matter what? Matt asked. Yes, Rand said. However, I do know how to travel, to make a gateway with the one power that allows people to move from one place to another, even on the other side of the world. So you're saying we could skip all this riding? Matt demanded. Not without tipping off Baalzamon that I know far more than I am supposed to. Traveling has been lost since the breaking of the world. I would prefer he underestimates me when we fight. But my other reasons for avoiding it have been invalidated to one degree or another. It's something to consider. After having dinner together, Egwene made her way over to Rand and sat down next to him. He gave her a smile by the light of the campfire. Rand had refused to continue going without fire with their pursuers dead, and him able to take care of any new threats anyway.
Did we get together?
Egwene asked haltingly, too soft for others to hear. No, Rand said. We grew apart, mostly because it took me a rather long time to accept that you were going to become an Aes Sedai. I hated the very thought of it at first. But you don't hate it anymore, right? Egwene asked, some uncertainty in her voice. No, I don't. And, in fact, I'm happy for you. You'll make a great Aes Sedai, Egwene. And I might even take the time to teach you a few things that Moiraine doesn't know during these coming days or weeks. But we still can't get together then, can we? Egwene asked, disappointment shining through her voice. Aes Sedai don't marry. We're at the turning of an age, Rand said. A lot of things are about to change. In the Age of Legends, it was normal for Aes Sedai to marry. Perhaps in the Fourth Age it will once again be normal. He shifted a little, so she could lean against him. Do you want us to get together? I don't know, Egwene said. I think so. But I don't know if you had someone else, perhaps. And I don't want to take that away from you, either. I had a rather unusual relationship, Rand said. You remember Min from Belon? The girl you and Moiraine talked to that first evening? That's the one. I couldn't choose between her Elaine and an Aiel woman named Avienda, and then they decided that I wasn't going to choose at all, and they'd just share me instead. Egwene gave a humorless chuckle. So I have to compete with not one, but 3 women, ones that I don't even know yet? We could just try things out a bit first, Rand proposed. See if we enjoy being together. I'm not going to seriously meet any of them for a while longer anyway, so we'll see what happens later on. She turned to face him with her large brown eyes.
I'd like that.
Rand put his hand on her head to hold her steady, then slowly closed the distance between them and gave her a light kiss on the lips. As he released her, moments later, she blushed bright scarlet. Good night, Egwene. The next morning, the possibility of traveling once again came up. No, Rand said, having thought about it more. Being on the road allows Perrin, Mat, and Egwene to train without being forced into dangerous situations. And there's actually another reason why we need to stay in the area. He turned to Lan and Moiraine. Do you remember Elias? They both nodded. He should be somewhere on the other side of the river from Shadar Logoth, Rand said. And we're going to need him. Lan, is it possible for you to cross the Arenal, find him, then meet us east of Whitebridge? I should be able to, Lan said. What do I tell him to convince him to come with me? Tell him that you have reason to assume you've found someone like him. Moraine's eyes widened. Now that is a surprise. We are full of surprises, Moiraine. What are you talking about? Mat asked. Something that I expect will happen soon, Rand said. Once it does, I think Moiraine will do a better job explaining it than I can. How would Lan find us again? Nynaeve asked. The Waterbond tells him Moraine's approximate location, Rand replied. I might as well leave right now then, Lan said. I'm sure you have everything in hand. Tam, don't forget to put the boys through their lessons. He readied his horse, then rode off to the north, straight through the hills, while the rest of the party went east along the road to Whitebridge. That day, Rand made sure to ride next to Mat and Perrin, as he felt he hadn't spent enough time with either of his best friends recently, his secret forcing them apart. Wasn't there something with a male channeler in Baerlon attacking the White Cloaks? Perrin asked. Were you involved there, Rand? He got executed, right? Yes, he did, Rand said. He wasn't a channeler, but he was a dark friend, and I figured framing him so that the White Cloaks would take care of him was more convenient than killing him, and perhaps drawing the attention of the White Cloaks to ourselves instead. The Dark One had given him the ability to find us anywhere, so he could become very inconvenient, and to make matters worse, he was touched by the evil of Shadar Logoth. "What is this Shadar Logoth?" Matt asked. "I've heard it mentioned several times. It's the remains of Aridhor," Rand said. Though they were originally valiant fighters against the Shadow in the Trolloc Wars, they became so paranoid that they trusted no one, and in fact formed an evil of their own, which has since then been trapped in the ruins of the city. At night, mists come out that kill and consume anyone they touch. And if you want the poetic version, you'd have to ask Moiraine. Speaking of, maybe I should ask her to tell the story of Manetheren, the last time emotions ran a little higher after the attack at home, and she told the story in order to calm people down. But this time, that wasn't needed. "What's that about?" Matt asked. Or rather, your ancestors," Rand said. "I don't have Two Rivers ancestors, of course." "Wait, what do you mean?" Perrin interrupted. Rand slapped his forehead. "I completely forgot that you didn't know that. My parents are Aiel, but my mother was dying when Tam came across her, and he decided to take me in as his own. I see him as my father, though, even if by blood he's not. Anyway, regarding Manetheren, it was a nation with its capital in the mountains near Two Rivers. They were known for having the bravest armies in the Trolloc Wars, but they were eventually defeated by an enormous Trolloc invasion. However, they then took all those Trollocs with them. Again, if you want to hear the poetic version, you'll have to ask Moiraine. I'm no storyteller. It is a story worth hearing, though." "You know, I'm glad we're finally talking again for real, Rand," Matt said. "You've been a bit distant since we left." Rand nodded. "I found it hard to talk to either of you, knowing I had changed and unable to explain why. In hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have worried so much and just told you immediately." "Well, no changes there," Matt laughed. "You've always been the one to worry too much. So what are you planning on doing first?" Perrin asked. "Well, as I mentioned already, I want to travel to Camelin," Rand said. "From Whitebridge onward, we'll travel through more populated areas, by the way, so we will actually be able to sleep in inns then. After that, I mean to fight Ba'arzamon. That's Ishamael, not the Dark One himself, no matter what he wants people to believe, and hopefully kill him. 2 more Forsaken are likely to be freed a little earlier than the rest, due to not being sealed away perfectly. If we can get rid of those 2, that would be perfect, because then no one is able to interrupt while I'm cleansing said inn." "I'm sorry," Matt spoke up. "You're saying the Forsaken are going to be freed?" "Yes," Rand said. "In all honesty, that probably sounds scarier than it is. They are just people who happen to be powerful channelers, and, as a rule of thumb, don't have too many morals. But many of them are ruled by their vices, which makes them predictable. And what makes them even more predictable is that I know nearly all the identities they took on, so I can start taking them out as soon as they appear, before they have a chance to establish themselves." "You can take them out?" Matt asked. "I am stronger than any of them, except Ishamael, who matches me in strength," Rand said. "You saw it yesterday." Matt shivered. "Please don't take too long with that cleansing business. It makes me uncomfortable to think about." "I wasn't planning on waiting," Rand said. "Turning back the wheel undid what the taint did to me, but I wasn't truly sane anymore, for all that I managed to keep somewhat of a lid on things." He grimaced as he thought back to how he had almost killed Tam before he realized what he had been about to do, just because Tam had been manipulated into visiting by someone else. "And what will you do after the cleansing?" Perrin asked. "I'll go to Tyr," Rand said. "That's where Kalendor is found, which scholars consider one of the clearest signs of the true Dragon Reborn returning, so it will give me a lot of legitimacy to have it. Then I'll be traveling to the White Tower to negotiate an alliance with the Amelin seat and the Aes Sedai. After that, I am not sure yet, but I'll likely be consolidating my power in Tyr, keeping an eye out for other Forsaken returning, and at some point, I'll probably travel to the Aiel Waste." "Why?" "Because the Aiel also have prophecies about me, and they were some of my greatest allies," Rand said. "Speaking of, I should probably correct a few misconceptions about them. There is little truth to the stories we heard as kids about the Aiel. They're a very honorable people, and their entire society is based around a system of honor called Ji'dor. It's hard to explain how it works. You just have to learn it. But it's not as if they expect strangers to adhere to it, so you don't need to worry. Also, they don't look much like the stories say. Most have blonde or red hair, light skin and blue, gray or green eyes, and they tend to be very tall. Kind of like me, my birth parents are Aiel after all. So, what about us in the meanwhile? Perrin asked. I mean, I want to help, but I feel like I don't know anything compared to you. I want to teach both of you various things, Rand said. For you, Perrin, it has to do with why I sent Lan away. Again, I'll let Moiraine explain things when it becomes relevant, though you don't need to be worried. I'm also hoping that you can become something of an ambassador for me, basically taking care of things that I don't have time for, yet I can't just send anyone to fix. For you, Matt, I intend to start covering battle tactics, and I recently came up with a way to do so. The last time around, you showed amazing aptitude as a general, and for all that I bet you're about to complain you don't want responsibility, you loved it. I don't like being told what to do, Matt grumbled. That's why I'm putting you in charge, Rand said. But you do need to learn enough first. And considering I don't have an army yet, I'll have to teach you in another way. At night, while sleeping, I will pull you into a so-called dream shard, and then I'll show you battles that I'm familiar with and discuss their tactics with you. Please tell me that's not like that dream back in Baerlon, Matt said with a shiver. Yes and no, Rand said. While it's the same trick, I'm not going to scare you or anything. In fact, you might even become better at controlling your dreams as a side effect, which would make it easier to ward off Ishamael. Not that I think he'll invade your dreams again. He knows I'm the one he's looking for, so he'll focus on me. I wouldn't mind if you teach me how to keep him out too, Perrin said. You will learn that as well when Lan returns, Rand said. In fact, I might start teaching both you and Egwene about the Teleran Riod then, as you'll both have the talent to go there. What's that? Perrin asked. It's the old Tun name for the world of dreams, Rand said, which, as the name implies, is a place some people can go when they dream. Most dreams aren't there, though, and most people that visit only do so extremely briefly. The world of dreams can be a very dangerous place, because if you get injured there, the injury carries over to the waking world. However, it can also be used to gather information, meet people, or, for dreamers, it's a place where they can receive visions about what the future may hold. The conversation started drifting away to lighter topics, and Rand smiled. It had been too long. In his memory, at least, since the three of them had been together. The last time might have been as long ago as the stone, just after he'd first taken up Kalandor. He wasn't sure. A very long time ago, at least. The day before they reached Whitebridge, Moiraine took Nynaeve apart for the first time to gauge her current channeling capabilities. Rand sat on the side, paying attention but not interfering for the moment. Usually, when a girl or a boy has the spark, the innate ability to start channeling, they will draw on the one power occasionally in a time of great need, Moiraine said. If what Rand has told me about you is correct, in your case it was usually because you were trying to heal someone. You might remember occasionally having a mysterious, brief illness where you're cold, feverish, and might not quite be able to think straight. It appeared suddenly, lasted for a few hours, and then disappeared just as quickly again. I do remember that, Nynaeve said in surprise. I was suddenly shaking, one moment cold, then burning. It was gone in a few hours. It happened a week after I'd watched over Egwene, when she had breakbone fever. Mistress Baran was the wisdom back then, and she was teaching me. I always thought she believed I'd given Egwene something without telling her. It's called channeling sickness, Moiraine said. The first time you channel, it happens about 10 days after you channeled. Every next time, it happens closer to when you channeled, until at one point it occurs nearly immediately. Then, it disappears. However, that's where the danger starts for an untrained channeler. Most do not learn to control their powers. In fact, most people don't even realize they are channeling. 3/4 of these women die. It's a horrible, painful death, with convulsions and screaming. It takes days, and once it has started, all the Aes Sedai in Tar Valon together won't be able to stop it. You, however, are a wilder, meaning you were lucky enough to learn how to safely channel the One power, albeit unconsciously. The issue is that you developed a block of some sort in doing so, a requirement that needs to be met before you can draw on Sedar. It can sometimes take months of effort to break a block. However, in the meanwhile, we can try to work around it, and if nothing else, you can at least learn how to see weaves. Moraine started going through a number of simple exercises, explaining that they were meant to help novices see threads and learn to recognize when a woman was channeling. "It doesn't work," Nynaeve complained. "I don't see anything." "Patience," Moraine said. "You need to be calm to embrace Sedar and channel its power." Nynaeve muttered angrily, but gave it another try and attempted to center herself again, continuing the exercise Moiraine was walking her through. She didn't comment on her struggles again, but from the tugging on her braid, it was clear she was still getting worked up from her failures. Eventually, Moraine pointed out her visible frustration and suggested that they go through some meditation exercises. "It's not working!" Nynaeve exclaimed. She spluttered. "You did it," Moraine said, completely surprised. Indeed, the familiar goosebumps appeared on Rand's skin. "Did what?" Nynaeve asked, irritated. "Embrace Sedar," Moraine said. "I did." The anger faded away, and now it's gone again, Moraine noted. "Toi, you weren't exactly calm." Rand stood up and moved closer to the pair. "It's Nynaeve's block," he said. "She needs to be angry to channel." That seemed to wind her up again, if the tugging on her braid was any indication, and that was quite possibly the most obvious tell for someone's mood that Rand had ever seen in any person. However, she held her tongue. "It is?" Moraine asked. "That's highly unusual. But we'll have to work with what the wheel provides, at least until we can break your block." "And how would that happen?" Nynaeve asked. "Usually, shock," Moraine said. "You need to channel without meeting the requirements of your block just the one time, and it'll be gone forever." "Do you know how I broke it last time?" she asked, turning to Rand. He grimaced. "You almost drowned after being attacked by a Forsaken. Not exactly a controlled environment, and a situation I hope you won't find yourself in this time." "Oh," Nynaeve said. A brief pause. "Do you know any other way to get through it? You remember the Age of Legends, don't you?" "If there is something, I don't know it," Rand admitted. "But while I was considered one of the most knowledgeable men alive back then, I still knew only a fraction of what there is to know. Perhaps one of the Forsaken might know something, but unless I'd managed to subvert one away from the shadow, that's not going to be of much use." "Is that possible?" Nynaeve asked, disbelieving. "Honestly, I've never really considered that," Rand said. "The previous time around, Lanfear pretty much forced Asmodean to teach me to use Sedin, and I got the idea that he kind of made peace with that at some point, until he vanished without a trace, presumably killed by another Forsaken." "Why would Lanfear do that?" Moraine asked. Rand was impressed by how unfazed she was at the mention of a Forsaken helping Rand out. "It's a complicated story, but the short of it is that she has always been somewhat obsessed with me, even back in the Age of Legends. This was one of her attempts to get on my good side. I suppose she might be the most likely Forsaken to turn away from the Dark One. She even offered to do that for me, in fact, though that offer was, of course, tainted with her desire for power." Rand fell silent as he pondered his relationship with her, both in the Age of Legends and in the current, Third Age. "Didn't you mention I killed her?" Moraine asked. "You did," Rand said. "When I slept with Avienda, she didn't exactly take the news well." "Oh, is that?" Nynaeve asked. "An Aiel Wise One apprentice," Rand said. "One of my girlfriends in the previous timeline." "One of?" Nynaeve demanded. Rand chuckled, holding his hands up defensively. "It was their idea, not mine. And the other you has already told me what you thought of it," he said somewhat teasingly. Nynaeve grumbled, but with no real heat. Rand was a little impressed with how much leeway she was giving him. Probably due to his more mature outlook, he figured. A few hours after they left Whitebridge, well rested after their first night in an inn in some time, Lan returned, Elias and a pack of wolves right behind him. Understandably, the rest of the party looked rather wary at the sight of the animals. Elias probably didn't inspire the Eamon's fielders with much confidence either, with his long grey hair and beard both tied together, and clothes made completely out of animal skins. His golden eyes, like those of a wolf, finished the picture. After some tense introductions, Elias honed in on Perrin. "You're the one, aren't you?" "What?" Perrin said. "I suppose it's time for an explanation," Rand said. "Moiraine, shall you, or should I?" Moiraine was probably better at explaining things in general, but Rand had more specific knowledge because he knew what Perrin had gone through before the time travel. "It's an old talent," Moiraine said, turning her horse to Elias. It and Lan's horse were the only ones completely unperturbed by the wolves. It dates to the First Age, the age before the Age of Legends, and it's called Wolf Brothers. Men and women who can speak to wolves live with them. As far as I'm aware, Elias was the first in thousands of years to manifest the talent. He was a warder, but some of my sisters thought his talent a sign of the Dark One's touch. Elias scoffed. Fools, the lot of them. It is hard to find a human who hates Trollocs and Myrddraal with the intensity a wolf does. "You can speak to them?" Matt asked. "Not like we're talking right now," Elias said. "Wolves can communicate with one another, or a wolf brother, through images and senses. Often, it's hard to put into words." "You said it was a talent," Egwene brought up. "I thought talents had to do with the One Power. They can be related to the One Power, but not always," Moiraine said. "Some talents, such as that of foretelling, only occur among channelers. Others, like the talent of dreaming, which you have, are more common among channelers, but occur in other people as well. And yet others, such as the Wolf Brother talent, have no association to the One Power at all." "Remember Min from Baerlon?" Rand added. "She also has a talent." "And I'm one of these, Wolf Brothers?" Perrin asked, looking back and forth between Rand and Moiraine. "Yes," Rand said. "It should be awakening now that the pattern is ready for it, and you're among the wolves of the pack that Elias runs with. I'm hoping he and the pack are willing to stay nearby for a while. No, not enter villages, I won't ask that, so that you can become familiar with your talent." Elias focused his attention on Rand. "So who are you, boy? You look like you're just another sheltered village boy like those other two and the girls, but you're showing more respect to the wolves than I'd expected from anyone." Because he had called them the pack that Elias runs with, rather than Elias's pack, Rand realized. "I'm afraid I have some secrets," Rand said. He trusted Elias, based on how much the man had done for Perrin. But there was a difference between trusting someone and telling them your greatest, most dangerous, and most valuable secret. "But you are right. I am more knowledgeable about Wolf Brothers than most people." "Perhaps we should start traveling again," Moiraine suggested. "We can continue speaking while on the road." "The wolves won't travel along the road," Elias pointed out. "That's fine," Rand said. "So long as they stay nearby, we can take a while occasionally for Perrin to get to know them." "Are you sure I can do that? Talk to them?" Perrin asked uncertainly. Rand couldn't help but chuckle. "As Moiraine said, it's a very old skill. Even in the Age of Legends, little was known about it. But I'm sure Elias can give a better idea of what'll happen in the coming days." "You'll start to recognize them, understand what they're thinking or implying even when body language can't explain the detail of your understanding," he said. "In a while, you'll start to get more detailed sensations, until eventually it practically becomes a language that you can understand and speak." "When is in a while?" Perrin asked. "For me, it was about a week of time spent with wolves," Elias said. "If you interact with them less, it might take longer. If you interact more, it might take shorter, but that doesn't seem likely considering you're staying with your friends here on the road." "Do you need to be able to see the wolves to communicate with them?" Rand asked, nudging the conversation along. "No," Elias said. I can still speak to the pack even though they're a while away. And, Perrin hesitated, your eyes, does that have to do with this as well? Yes, Elias said. They turned golden when I became a wolf brother. Ooh. Don't worry, it doesn't affect you in any other way. After briefly traveling in silence, Elias turned to Rand. Moraine mentioned the talent of dreaming, he said. Do you know if that has anything to do with the wolf dream? It does, Rand said. Both dreamers and wolf brothers can interact with the world of dreams. Don't go there, Elias warned Perrin. It's a dangerous place. Only without guidance, Rand argued. Egwene also has the talent of dreaming, and I intend to teach both her and Perrin. You are familiar with the wolf dream? Elias asked. Does that mean you are one of these dreamers too? Perhaps an Aes Sedai would call me one, Rand said, though I am not particularly skilled. I know enough to teach Egwene and Perrin, but they will likely surpass my skill. Elias grunted, but let the topic lie. That evening, when falling asleep, Rand performed the meditative exercises that Lews Therin had learned in the Age of Legends to enter the world of dreams. As he had alluded to in the conversation with Elias, he didn't truly have the talent of dreaming. However, what the Aes Sedai of this age did not know was that pretty much every strong channeler had some skill, just like with traveling and a few other abilities, and only those who were exceptional at it were actually considered to have the talent. Of course, Egwene was not only one of those, but in addition to that, she was significantly stronger than Moiraine, who was herself one of the strongest current Aes Sedai. After Rand found himself in the world of dreams, or Tel'aran Riyod, as it was called in the old tongue, he reached out in that space in between dreams, a sea of pinpricks of light. Every single pinprick was another person who was currently asleep and dreaming. Just regular dreams. Though Rand could theoretically visit any dream if he wanted, there was often no way to tell what pinprick belonged to who, except if he knew the person. Using that strange sixth sense, he floated through the void and grabbed first Egwene, then Perrin, and pulled them both into the world of dreams, to the main street of the village whose inn they were populating this night. Is this the world of dreams? Egwene asked. She yelped. My clothes. Indeed, her clothes were constantly changing, flickering between various kinds of regular Two Rivers clothing every few seconds. The same happened for Perrin. That's something you'll have to get used to, at least for a bit, Rand said. His clothes weren't changing at all. The world of dreams displays our world as you can see, but how well it does so depends on how permanent something is. The houses here are unchanging, but look at the inn's door, for example. Indeed, just then the door suddenly flickered open, and a second later it was closed again. The more something changes in the real world, the more it changes here. You wear different clothes every day, so it varies what Tel'aran Riyod represents. But your clothes don't change, Egwene said. That's because I have learned to control the dream, Rand said. He concentrated, and suddenly he was wearing a Tyren-style noble outfit. I can change it when I want to, though. That looks expensive, Egwene said, stepping closer to inspect it. It is, Rand said with a chuckle. I'll be wearing a lot of outfits like these in the coming years. But to stay on topic, this is the single most important lesson for both of you. This is a dream. He made a wide gesture. Everything here can be changed according to your wish, if you learn how to control it. Thought beats everything. An experienced dreamer without a lick of channeling ability would be able to match me, or perhaps even beat me in a fair fight, no matter how much of the one power I used. Where are all the people from the village? Egwene asked. Wouldn't they be asleep too? People do not usually enter Tel'aran Riyod while sleeping, Rand explained. Most dreams are simply within someone's own mind. And even if people touch onto this world, they usually do so only briefly, like a flicker, or staying maybe a second or two. This is a good thing too, because there are some dangers associated with this world. For example, if you get injured here, you'll wake up with that same injury. It could be small, like a pinprick, or big, like a broken leg. And if you die here, you won't wake up." "Is that why Elias warned against going here?" Perrin asked. "I think so," Rand said. "He warned you the previous time around as well, but you ended up visiting quite regularly, and often with good reason." "You know the wolf hopper?" Perrin thought. "I remember Elias naming him, and I'm reminded of one wolf specifically, but I don't know if it's actually him." "It likely is," Rand said, "though you probably shouldn't take my word for it. The last time around, he died somewhere around this time." "It probably won't happen this time around, so don't worry. And you regularly met him here in the world of dreams." Egwene frowned. If he was dead, then why was he here? "Because wolves remain here after they die and are eventually reborn," Rand said. "And living wolves can appear here too. I'm sure Perrin will meet a few of them before long." "Do you think I'll meet anyone?" Egwene asked. "Perhaps," Rand said. "There are currently no dreamers among the Aes Sedai, but the Aiel Wise Ones do have dreamers among them. In fact, the last time around you learned most of your dreaming skills from them. It's possible for us to come across them, as the Aiel are currently sending some people to look for, well, me. But enough of that. You don't rest as well as you should when dreaming, so we only have an hour or two, and then we should go back to normal sleeping, which means we'd better get started." Not quite every night had the group stay in an inn. In order to ensure Perrin and Mat, just the two of them now, could continue learning how to defend themselves, they occasionally stopped early, setting up camp away from the view of the road, which was well traveled on the east side of Whitebridge. There was, in fact, something of a teacher overload. Rand had been a blade master even back in the Age of Legends, when it had been a sport rather than a technique for battle, and in this life had received a lot of training from Lan. The other two teachers, Lan and Tam, were each distinguished blade masters in their own right. Of course, there was also the need to keep up their skills. Tam hadn't practiced the sword in almost 2 decades, and Rand had needed to deal with the loss of his left hand for the last month or two before everything came to a crescendo on Dragonmount, which had locked him out of many of the more advanced forms. But if one man, Lan, this evening, could teach both Mat and Perrin at once, that left the other two free to have a practice duel against each other. Despite his age, Tam was still very good, Rand had to admit as he drove his father back. They both had quick strikes, trusting each other to block the blade or dodge the strike in most situations. If either of them were to mess up, only Moraine was available for healing, as that was a particular talent that Rand was notably poor at, despite his overall strength. When Rand was a teenager, Tam had taught him the meditative technique of the flame and the void. Rand would focus on an imagined flame, and would feed every thought, every emotion to it, entering a state of calm where there was only the dance with the blade. Ironically, that was also where Sedin was to be found, but Rand stayed away from it, instead simply moving with the flow, recognizing which sword form he should take and which form his father would fall into before it happened. Tam was no doubt doing the same, and Rand knew Lan also used the technique. Therefore, Rand knew ahead of time when he had Tam outmaneuvered and stopped his blade inches from his father's shoulder. 6, 3, Rand said. "Well fought," Tam complimented. "Break?" "Yeah," Rand agreed, sitting down next to the campfire and grabbing a flask of water for himself, throwing another to his father, who sat down next to him. Rand sighed as he drank and left the void. "What are you thinking, son?" "It's hard to resist the pull of Sedin sometimes," Rand said. "I told you I find it in the void, right?" Tam nodded. "It's addictive. Once you channel even once, it's the same with Sedin and Sedar, you'll always want more. That's also why if someone is gentled or stilled or just burned out, they tend to commit suicide within a year or two. Once you've known it, once you've experienced how all your senses get clearer, how you can hear what you couldn't hear before, see the detail you always missed, you can't go without it anymore. But you're trying to avoid it because of the taint." "I am," Rand confirmed. "It's just going to be another 3 weeks maybe, and then the taint is gone, and I can safely take it in. I won't have to resist if I want to clean myself in seconds or grab an object without physically moving." A comfortable silence fell for a few seconds. "At least," Rand said, "the sickness is gone." I'm not sure why this kept happening even after I'd cleansed the taint last time, but over the last months, whenever I'd grab Sadine, in those first seconds, I felt some kind of illness. Nausea, discomfort. 1 or 2 times I almost vomited. That doesn't sound good, Tam sympathized. Anything else? How was your general condition? The taint affects the mind, doesn't it? It does, Rand said. Neither my mind nor body were in very good condition. I had 2 overlapping wounds in my left side that wouldn't heal, one from Baalzamon and the other from Shadar Lagoth's evil, and both hurt at pretty much all times. I lost my left hand protecting Min from an attack by Semihaj, and both my hands had a scar from the heron from my blade being burned into them. Rand held up his blade, showing the heron on the hilt. It was a sign of ancient swords, forged with the one power to always remain sharp, and an exceptional quality. Though imitations of course existed, this blade was a true, power-wrought blade. As for my mind, Rand continued, the taint is insidious. It's not some kind of raving madness. At least, not unless it perhaps overtakes you completely, or losing control of your actions or anything. Rather, everything you do sounds and feels logical, and at times I think even the people around me did not see how it was affecting my judgment. One thing that I kept struggling with was that I forced myself not to feel and not to care, because I believed that to be the only way. Without the taint, I'm sure I would have been better at remembering how you'd raised me, and another. As you know, I now have all of Luz Theron's knowledge and memories, but of course that wasn't always the case. I see now that I am him, and he is me, but at first that knowledge manifested as a voice in my head. Rand gave a humorless chuckle. Talk about classic signs of insanity. Of course, the difference was that with this voice actually came knowledge that I didn't have, that no one had. Over time, the voice slowly became more and more reasonable, perhaps because I got worse and worse. Now, it's gone completely. Perhaps because I've accepted that Randall, Thor, and Luz Theron are not, and will never be, 2 different people. I think part of me realized that back on Dragonmount before I unwound the pattern, but it was only after I found myself back in 2 rivers that I really accepted it. Was that also fueled by the insanity? Tam asked, and Rand had to admire the determination and support with which he was willing to talk about this to the man he considered a son. And Rand was very glad for it. It was, he said, thinking back to the events preceding that day. This was tough to talk about, in particular to Tam. After all, the man had played a significant role in it. He sighed, looking for words. If you don't want to talk about it, Tam proposed. No, Rand said. It's probably good that I share this with you. I was in a very bad state. I'd pretty much closed myself off from the world, not allowing myself to feel. In hindsight, exactly what the Dark One wanted. There was this Aes Sedai, Cadsuan. She's pretty much a living legend among Aes Sedai. After Moraine's death, she'd found me and more or less bullied herself into a position as my advisor, but often she would simply annoy me without offering much valuable input. After one event, I had banished her, but that didn't stop her from trying to influence me. I'd been in Arad Doman trying to free the country from Grendal's destructive influences, but it was a complete failure, and I'd abandoned it and returned to Tyr. Then, she went and got you from where you were at the time, in an attempt to use you against me. He hesitated, finding himself holding back tears. Tam shuffled closer, putting his hand on Rand's shoulder. I almost killed you, Rand confessed, when I realized she'd manipulated you into coming. Tam put his arm around him, comforting him while he searched for his next words. I only barely stopped myself, Rand said, and I think that's the moment where I realized the madness had almost taken me. That's what Luz Theron is most famous for in this day and age, isn't it? The Kinslayer, they call him. He grimaced. He had those memories too. The flash of sanity Ishamael had given him that had driven him to suicide, a process during which he'd formed the gigantic Dragon Mount, a volcano visible from Tar Valon. Tam somehow understood what Rand needed, and didn't interrupt. Instead, I fled. I went to Ebu Dar, which had been conquered by the Shan Shan, an empire from across the Arith Ocean established by Artur Hawkwing's armies. I meant to destroy them that day. I had the access key to the Shodan Kal with me, the most powerful amplifier of the one power ever created. I could have destroyed the entire palace in the blink of an eye. Almost did it, but I couldn't ignore what I saw around me. That the people were happier under the rule of a conqueror from across the ocean than those in Arad Doman had been under mine. I drew the one power and felt the sickness I mentioned stronger than before. That time, I actually collapsed. And when I got my bearings, I saw how the people around me were concerned for me, were looking to help me. And I couldn't destroy them. So I fled once again, fighting my own thoughts and beliefs. Eventually, I made my way to the top of Dragon Mount, the very place where I'd once committed suicide after killing my family. I think, as I channeled more and more Seddon through the Shodan Kal, part of me started to understand. All the questions I asked myself, everything I was struggling with. Why we live again and again. What our purpose is in life. Why the wheel keeps turning over and never stops. But I couldn't allow it in. And that's when I turned the one power, the unbelievable amounts of it that I was channeling, against the pattern itself, against the wheel it normally drives. Rand gave a humorless chuckle. In a way, the Dark One had won in that very moment. It is his goal, after all, to break the wheel and end it all. But that's not what happened. I don't know if it might be because part of me had found the answer. I feel like I remember Luz Therin's voice screaming it at me through the storm, though I wasn't willing to hear. Or if the Creator had accounted for this, had made the wheel such that even a Sangreal as powerful as the Shodan Kal couldn't break it. Perhaps he had even accounted for these very events. Perhaps he had designed it such that if I, or any of my incarnations over the many turnings of the wheel, would reach this point, we wouldn't destroy the wheel, but rather throw ourselves back in time, and even learn the answer in the process. Because I understand it now. We live again, our new lives, but even these 2 years that I get to repeat, to do better, to learn from our mistakes, and to do right by those who have been wronged. He smiled weakly. I will make sure that this time, the people under my rule won't suffer. I will make them prosper, even with the last battle on the horizon. And once that day arrives, we will be ready. Rand's voice had gone hoarse, and he realized he had been crying, though he had been too involved in the story, almost lost in the past, to notice it. Tam pulled him into an embrace. Thanks for listening, Father. Always, Tam replied. I can see it, you know. And all that knowledge you have, all the experience. You are still very much the awkward boy that I've raised for 20 years. Rand smiled. I think that might be the biggest difference between this age and the last. This time, I was raised better. I think it's time to teach you how to use balefire, Rand told Moiraine one evening. They just had dinner in a private room in the inn, and the two of them and Tam were still sitting in that room, while the rest of the group had moved to the inn's common room. Isn't that far too dangerous? Moiraine asked. It could destroy the entire building. Well, I wasn't planning on teaching you here, Rand said with a laugh. We'll skim to a forest nearby, and I can teach you there. Do you think I need to know it? Moiraine asked. It's forbidden for a reason. Last time around, you dug up the weave yourself and learned how to cast it just from whatever old text you'd found, Rand said. If you don't want to be completely helpless against a Forsaken, you're going to need to know it. That's why you learned it that time, in fact. We'll have to figure out a way to get out and back in without anyone thinking we've been doing anything untoward, Moiraine said. Rand smirked. So no entering your room together and leaving from there. No, Moiraine said. She was wearing her emotionless Aes Sedai mask, but that was enough of a tell in itself for Rand. Rand, don't tease an Aes Sedai. Also enough for Tam, apparently. It might be best if we just leave from here. At least if you're willing to keep the room occupied by yourself for the better part of an hour, Father. I'm sure I can convince at least one of the others to join me here, he said, moving to the door. Then we'll be off, Rand said. Moiraine, the honor is yours. Oh, and Tam, make sure no one enters the back of the room. If we were to return at the wrong moment, well, a gateway can cut through anything, including a person. Moiraine embraced the power and wove a gateway to the black void of skimming. Unlike previously, she and Rand both entered, standing on the stone platform that stretched a few yards in each direction. The gateway closed behind them, leaving them alone, having only some alien light without a source to see by as the platform moved through the surrounding darkness.
This is strange,
Moiraine said as she looked around. Skimming takes some getting used to, Rand agreed. But it is very convenient that you do not need to know your location of departure. As they were only traveling a short distance, the platform soon stopped moving, and a new gateway opened, indeed, to an empty forest in the night. Moiraine had chosen her location well. They stepped off the platform and let it disappear behind them, and seconds later Moiraine linked them up, then gave control to Rand. Before anything else, he created a few lights. Using Sadar, of course, so they had something to see by and spot predators. I know a weave very much like that, Moiraine said. Oh? I discovered it by myself after I'd learned I could channel, but before I went to the White Tower. I used it to illuminate the hallways in the palace while I walked. She frowned. I'm assuming you know my family history. Moiraine Damodred, from the Caerhirnine noble house of Damodred, Rand said. The niece of King Laman, who died in the Aiel War. And if I remember correctly, you're also Elaine's aunt. I am, Moiraine said. Not that I know her well. Taringael, Moraine's half-brother, had married into the royal line of Andor. Twice, in fact. The first time to Tigraine, the then daughter heir, who ran away and became an Aiel, eventually giving birth to none other than Rand, and the second time to the current Queen Morgase, mother of Elaine. And to make the web even more complicated, Rand strongly suspected that Tom Merrilin was behind Taringael's death. Back on topic, Moiraine said. Balefire. Do you know why it's dangerous? Rand asked. It burns the threads of the pattern itself, Moiraine said, and it burns them back into the past. If too many threads are burned away, the pattern comes undone, just like a piece of cloth that has threads torn out. Indeed, Rand said, confirming her knowledge. There were some strange events happening, back during the War of the Shadow before we figured that out. A strong shot of balefire can in fact undo several hours of events. When I attacked Camelin, Ravin killed Matt and several others almost immediately after we arrived. After a back-and-forth fight, I killed him with balefire, and they were back alive. Why did you use balefire? Moiraine asked. Wouldn't you be stronger than him anyway? Or at least equally strong? I could beat him if we fought now, Rand said. However, there is a second reason to use balefire, specifically when fighting Forsaken. If someone tied to the Dark One as closely as a Forsaken is killed, he can hold onto their soul. If he then has a suitable human body, he can put their soul into that body, returning them to life. But if the Forsaken dies to balefire, their thread is burned back, so it's as if they died at an earlier point, and that leaves the Dark One unable to bring them back. So it's the only way to get rid of them for good, Moiraine summarized. Yes, Rand said. Though I suppose Asmodean stopped being an issue once I cut him off from the Dark One, and Lanfear bullied him into becoming my teacher. I told you about that, didn't I? You did, Moiraine said. Well, anyway, the weave. I probably don't need to remind you, but only use it for Forsaken. I would even recommend against using it simply to bring someone back who died, even if they themselves suffer no consequences from it, just because of the destructive effect it has on the pattern. Rand drew in Moiraine's Sadar and wove all 5 elements into a complicated pattern, then shot a tiny beam of white-hot light that hit a tree branch, which briefly glowed up and then disappeared from existence. He gave control to Moiraine and had her practice the weave herself, and they went back and forth several times. Like before with skimming and traveling, it took Moiraine several times to copy the weave, but it wasn't a crazy long time. A strange, yet fundamental characteristic of channeling was that the stronger a channeler was, the quicker they learned. Someone as weak as Queen Morgase, who could only barely channel in the first place, had trouble just learning to reliably channel the source, and needed months of practice to be able to weave a thread of air that could move a feather. Usually, people who were that weak in the one power did not even bother. On the other extreme, a channeler as strong as Rand could usually copy and use a weave after seeing it once. Moiraine, while not extremely strong by Age of Legends standards, was one of the strongest current Aes Sedai, and it had shown in how she became an Aes Sedai in only 6 years of training, whereas a weaker channeler might need as many as 15. Nynaeve would probably make it that far in the coming 2 years. She had pretty much been ready when Rand traveled back in time, and she had spent a lot of the time in between not actually practicing. Once Rand was confident in Moiraine's ability to not only weave balefire, but also control how much power she put into it, they skimmed back to the inn. The first time back in an inn, in Whitebridge, had seen the Emmons Fielders enthusiastic to entertain themselves in the common room to Tom's storytelling and music. A Gleeman visiting an inn was always a big event, but when having the opportunity almost every single day, even Matt eventually got tired of it. It was a good thing, too, because Rand had started giving him battle training in a dream shard, and going to bed on time made it that much easier to balance it with a good night's sleep. Matt shuddered the moment he arrived in Rand's dream shard, which showed a temperate landscape and, right next to them, a watchtower. "It still feels weird," Matt said. "I'm just, having a normal dream. That I won't remember the next day, and then I'm suddenly here. And I just feel that I will remember this when I've woken up." "You get used to it eventually," Rand said, "though it's easier if you make the choice yourself, rather than being pulled into it." Matt shivered. "At least this isn't creepy like that dream in Baerlon. I'm glad I didn't get any more of those." "He knows I'm the one," Rand said, "so he stopped bothering you." "So where are we?" Matt asked. "Close to Caerhien," Rand said. "A year and a few months in the future from now. Let's get up in the watchtower." Matt followed him as they climbed the ladders. "This is the closest I was able to recreate the battle we fought," Rand said. "Caerhien is to the west, and we used this tower to give me a vantage point for channeling, and for our generals to command. On both sides, the main force is made up of Aiel, as we were chasing Couladin while he was trying to invade Caerhien, which itself was embroiled in civil war. What's notable is that you weren't a commander of any form at the time, but ended up taking charge of some troops, and you ended up aiding the battle greatly. That's also what we're going to be discussing as events play out." "Do you even know how to take breaks?" Matt sniped. Juan chuckled. "Not an hour ago, you were sitting in the common room drinking terrible beer and listening to Tom reciting a story you've heard at least 5 times in the last month." He drew Matt's attention back to the battlefield, discussing events and explaining why commanders, on both sides, made the decisions they did and what effects they had. "Why is it so important that you teach me this?" Matt asked as the battle was winding down. Rand had sped up parts of it so they could cover it in a single session. "When it comes to commanding an army," Rand said, creating chairs for him and Matt to sit in, "there are many skills one can learn to improve. To save lives on one's own side and incur losses for the opponents. During the War of the Shadow, where I was in command, I learned everything that was known at the time. When I led armies in this era, such as on the day we watched here, or in Ilion, or against the Shang-Chan that conquered Ebu Dar, I learned more things from my generals. Some I also know from the Age of Legends, others are new. Military tactics is one area of knowledge that is actually more refined than it was in the Age of Legends. However, it's not everything. Even back in the Age of Legends, I was not the best commander. Demandred was, and it was his anger that I was given the position of ultimate command over the armies of the light that drove him to the shadow in the first place. I can even tell you what my biggest problem is. I think too much. I try to find ways to spare as many lives as possible, only to realize that I'm too hesitant with my troops, and then I send them in at the wrong time. I could probably wage most wars, mind you, and while I cannot match the 5 great generals of our time, I can get close to them. Give me a better army, and I'd win. But even they cannot match Demandred, and I have no doubt that he will be waiting on the other side of the battlefield come Tamon Gaidong." And what does that all have to do with me? Matt asked. Simple, Rand said. You do have that battle sense which I lack. You understand the flow of battle in a way I simply cannot grasp. Based on what I know from you before the time travel, it's similar to your knack for gambling. You intuitively know when to double down and when to pull out. Despite himself, Matt pulled himself out of his chair and once again looked over the battlefield, examining it. I could barely follow your explanation, he said, while the battle was going on. How am I ever going to come up with this myself? How did I become so good at this in so little time? You did have a form of help, Rand said. It almost cost you your life, so I'm not letting you do the same thing again, at least not without some careful words of warning. But you obtained memories of hundreds of battles fought during this age, most of them during the Free Years, after the Trolloc Wars, but before Artur Hawkwing's empire. That allowed you to turn into the general we saw here pretty much overnight, but it didn't give you your battle sense. That is all yours. There's no way I'll be ready in 2 years, Matt said, frowning. I believe in you, Rand said, and you'll be getting even better tutors as soon as I can manage. One of the great generals themselves, I hope, or perhaps even more than one. Who are they? Matt asked. Gareth Bryan is currently the Captain General of the Queen's Guard in Andor, Rand said. I hope that Queen Morghese can be an ally, which would give us access to his knowledge. Davram Basharir is the uncle of the current Queen of Saldea, and through a series of events his daughter got involved with us. I don't know if that will happen again, though. Egomar Jagad is the Lord of Fal Dara, and we might meet him even before the cleansing, as Fal Dara is the closest city to the Blight when we go there for the Eye of the World. We're going to the Blight? Matt exclaimed. We don't have much choice, Rand said. The Eye of the World is a well of pure, untainted Cyrodiil, making it both highly desirable for me and an absolute necessity if I wish to fight any Forsaken before the cleansing, which I will need to do. Anyway, the fourth great general is Rodel Iturralde, a Domani general. Arad Doman was thrown into chaos by Grendal, and while I will try to stop that from happening, I'm not sure if I can. If it is thrown into chaos, then I will likely have to step in myself, and it is quite likely that he will become a major player in events that way. The last general is Pedron Nial, the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. As far as White Cloaks go, he is actually a reasonable man, but he is also very old already, and died without me ever meeting him. A brief silence descended upon them. Maybe we can leave it at this, actually, Rand said. Get ourselves some real sleep as well. They wished each other good night, and Rand pushed Matt out of the dream shard before destroying it and letting himself fall into a normal sleep. The whisperings of the wolves were becoming more vague as they approached Camelin. Perrin had spent 2 weeks getting acquainted with them, with Elias, with the wolves specifically, and his talent in general. But neither Elias nor the pack liked large concentrations of people. Sometimes, Perrin had found himself suddenly afraid of his new skill, afraid of the realization that he could talk with the creatures that so often featured as villains in the tales he had grown up with. However, he had the pack, Ilias, Moraine's knowledge and Rand's friendship, all to set him at ease when that happened. A hesitant Rand had actually told him, after he'd asked, that his discovery of the talent had been rather less smooth in Rand's old timeline. Apparently, their group had gotten split up, and it was just Perrin and Egwene who had stumbled across Ilias. And while Perrin had come to appreciate the gruff man, he could easily imagine himself being unsettled by him if they were surrounded by wolves and Perrin had no one to calm him. His eyes were also starting to turn golden, just like Elias's eyes, and that was certainly something he'd have to get used to. For some reason, Rand had been a little evasive on the topic of his eyes, except that Perrin didn't have to worry about it. But more importantly, Perrin had found that his senses were improving. Sight, hearing, and most notably, smell. Often, he could smell who was coming up behind him, and not just because he'd learned to tell apart the different horses, but also because he could recognize the smells of individual people under that. It was altogether a strange experience, though he had already come to understand that he had to reevaluate many things he'd taken for granted. Not just what the Dragon Reborn was like, and that it was possible for male channelers to be safe again, but also his personal situation. That wolves weren't mindless beasts, but rather intelligent creatures, third only to humans and Ogier. That he was going to be meeting an Ogier in the first place. That the shadow was preparing for the last battle. However, the light had the advantage, and so much more. Enough that he could barely keep up. Every single last thought was banished from his mind moments later as Camelin, it had to be Camelin, came into view. A 50-foot-tall grey wall, interspersed with watchtowers, stretched as far north and south as the eye could see. Behind it, thousands upon thousands of rooftops were visible. Inns, homes, manors, warehouses, more than any man could count. The city extended as far as the eye could see, and beyond even that, and was built upon a large hill. That also allowed Perrin to spot the white walls of the inner city Tom had mentioned in his tales, cordoning off the old city that had been built by Ogier thousands of years ago after the breaking of the world. It was there, though Perrin didn't know which building. That the royal palace was located, where Queen Morgase ruled Andor, the nation that Two Rivers was nominally a part of, though its power reached no further than Whitebridge in the present day. Perrin hadn't even known he had a queen until he'd been told. The city was absolutely astonishing. He'd thought Baerlon was big, even felt annoyed when Tom scoffed at their reaction to seeing the town, but now he understood why. This city, it could swallow Baerlon whole, and you wouldn't even notice. Every last part of it was breathtaking. "Don't get so caught up in gawking that you forget what we've told you," Tom said, probably mostly aimed at Perrin, Matt, and Egwene. Indeed, Matt was eagerly whispering about the city, but Perrin now let his thoughts go over what they'd told him. Camelin was cramped right now, with the recently captured false dragon Loghain soon being paraded through it, and with spring still not having come, the mood was bad. Many people were unhappy with Queen Morgase, and Whitecloaks were around once again, stirring up the foul mood further while spreading fears about Darkfriends and Aes Sedai. Most people didn't like Aes Sedai at the best of times, and the Whitecloaks considered all of them. Anyone who could touch the One Power, in fact, Darkfriends, and called Aes Sedai witches. That meant that many found it controversial that Queen Morgase had an Aes Sedai advisor, Elaidadu, Avrini Aroyhan of the Red Ajar. When Egwene had asked whether they would meet her, the answer had been a clear no. Moraine had given them a brief explanation of Aes Sedai politics. She herself was part of the Blue Ajar, one of 7 Ajars that made up the structure of the Aes Sedai, and they were generally involved with justice. The Red Ajar, on the other hand, had as goal to find and gentle male channelers before they went insane, meaning they were strongly involved in Loghain's capture. More importantly, however, the Red and Blue Ajar had been on bad terms for a very long time, and apparently the mutual dislike between Moraine and Elaida had already started when the former was still an accepted. Someone learning to become an Aes Sedai. To that, Rand had further added that Elaida had become a major political opponent, deposing of the current Amelin seat and becoming the leader of the Aes Sedai, and in the process had become a power-hungry tyrant. Now knowing all that, Perrin understood very well why they didn't want to meet with her. In fact, Moraine had gone incognito, hiding her ring, which signified she was an Aes Sedai, and going by the name of Lady Alice once more. Tom had done the same, hiding his cloak. He'd been sparse with information, only revealing that the Queen's Guard wouldn't appreciate seeing him in Camelin. As far as Perrin could judge, Rand knew the reason for this, but he kept his mouth shut. And then there was the red and the white that Perrin could see everywhere now that they entered the city. Everyone who wore a weapon, and there were a lot of people like that, had it covered in a piece of cloth, either red or white. Many were also wearing armbands or even cockades in those colors. Rand explained that red signified support of the Queen, while white signified criticism of her, and in particular the Aes Sedai. The white was far more common than the red. However, that didn't stop Rand from taking a moment to buy himself red cloth, which he bound around his sword, as well as a red armband. "The last time I'd bought the red because it was cheaper," he explained when they were on the move again. "But I do believe Morgase was a good queen, and Elaine will be as well." He frowned. Is a good queen, I suppose. A few minutes later, they arrived at an inn called the Queen's Blessing, which was run by Basil Gill, who was apparently an old friend of Tom. He was certainly rather surprised that Tom brought no fewer than 7 people with him, but recovered quickly and showed Moraine the utmost respect when she revealed she was an Aes Sedai. Their horses were brought to the stable, and Master Gill showed them their rooms, and then Rand mentioned he was going to the library to meet Loyal, the Ogier he'd mentioned before. "Can we meet him too?" Matt asked eagerly. "Of course," Rand said. "I'll warn you, though, he'll talk your ears off." Perrin, just as interested as Matt, followed them together with Egwene. The others decided to not overwhelm the Ogier, and Nynaeve spent a few words lecturing them on not gawking. That didn't stop Perrin's instincts from screaming, "Trolloc!" When he entered the library, however, Loyal. It had to be Loyal, Perrin reasoned. Was almost 10 feet tall, with a nose so wide it was almost more like a snout, long eyebrows that hung down like tails, large eyes and ears that peeked through wild hair. Rand, unfazed, introduced himself and then his friends. As they started to talk, Perrin quickly realized that despite his fearsome appearance, Loyal was a very calm, mild-mannered individual who had the habit of giving everything a lot of thought before responding and would often go on long tangents when explaining something himself. Soon enough, the Emmons fielders got over their initial reactions and started firing question after question about Ogier, their history, the mystical steadings that Ogier called home, and more. Perrin was surprised to learn that the Ogier reputation of being builders was one that existed only among humans. Ogier loved nature and growth first and foremost, and their beautiful masonry was but a secondary interest resulting from it. It was that love for all things living, Loyal explained, that prompted the Ogier to build the cities as they did, with flowing structures that attempted to imitate nature, working with what was available rather than tearing everything down to build something neat and orderly. Perrin couldn't believe his ears when Loyal mentioned that he was considered hasty for an Ogier, or that he was 90 years old when he acted like he was of similar age to Perrin and his friends. And as it turned out, from an Ogier perspective, he really was only barely an adult. "And what about you, then?" Loyal eventually asked, turning to Rand. "You seem to know much more than your friends, despite how you said you grew up together with them." "That's quite the story," Rand said with a chuckle. "But I do want to share it with you." I hope I won't bore you as much as Elder Harmon, who you like to complain about." Loyal chuckled. I doubt any human could ever bore me like that." It was a few days after meeting Loyal and telling him about Rand's history that he made his way through Camelin. The decision to inform Lial had been an easy one. The previous time around, it was with Loyal that Rand had, for the first time, felt safe and secure enough to tell him about everything that had happened. The Trollocs and Dart friends they'd encountered, the mists of Shadar Logoth, everything that had happened, much of which Rand had actually managed to avoid this time around. In fact, it had been Loyal who had realized Rand was a Tavaren and had then explained the concept to him. Usually, the pattern simply spun. Its web, letting events unfold, and while it would often nudge things in one particular direction, if someone made a certain choice, the pattern would just weave around it. But sometimes, the pattern would get further and further away from where it should be. In those situations, to correct things, it would spin a taverne, a single thread that was bound to destiny more tightly than others, that would frequently get pushed one way or another in a major way, and affected all the threads around it like a whirlpool in the pattern. A person could be a tavern for as short as a few weeks, or as long as decades. They could affect just the local area, or the entire world. Rand was certainly the strongest Taveran since Artur Hawkwing, possibly since Luz Therin Telamon, his previous life. The events that had allowed Loyal to realize what Rand was had only been the very beginning. Near the streets that Loghain, the false dragon, would be paraded through, the crowds were thick, with the white dominant, while those wearing red clumped up in small groups, no women or children among them. Away from those streets, Camelin was empty, and Rand could easily make his way to the inner city, where the curved roads that embraced the slopes of Camelin's Hill still reminded everyone of the Ogier who had built them. The buildings had been created such that many places offered good views over the rest of the city, or even out to the rural land surrounding it, but most of those were already occupied, usually by people wearing white who wanted to catch a glimpse of Loghain. Those weren't what Rand was looking for anyway. He made his way up the hill, away from the crowd still, until he found himself on a road that only had buildings on one side. On the other, it had a steep slope that in another year would be full of flowers, but was now covered in brown foliage. He climbed the slope and reached the several feet high grey wall at the top. It had been constructed from unwarped stone, fitted together from its natural curves. Obviously Ogier made, even if Rand's past self had not recognized that. The unworked nature gave him several handles, and he had decent experience climbing from his youth in 2 rivers, so he didn't have a lot of trouble getting to the top, where he could sit down on the narrow wall and would have a good view of Loghain's parade. Not that that was what he was here for, of course, but last time it had been. This was the wall of the palace grounds, and Rand knew that over in that tree, hidden by the leaves, Elaine was sitting to catch a glimpse of Loghain herself, something her mother hadn't allowed. This time, Rand had spotted her anyway. His awareness of his surroundings was much better than it had been. Behind her, her brother Gawain was also sitting, and was now carefully watching Rand, who acted like he was completely oblivious to their presence. Rand found himself enjoying the game as he continued to gaze away from the pair of young royals, towards the streets where Loghain would be paraded soon. He imagined how Gawain's wariness was slowly disappearing as Rand gave no interest to the palace. Not that it was terribly obvious that this was the palace even from here. All the grandiosity was at the front. The only major tell was that inside these walls, the grass was green and flowers were blooming, courtesy of Elida's weaves. After some 5 minutes, Rand casually turned towards the tree. "It's taking a while, isn't it?" For a few seconds, both Gawain and Elaine were stunned into silence, and Rand took the opportunity to take a better look at both. Elaine displayed the contrast that he had come to love about her. She was clothed in blue, a deeper hue for her cloak and a lighter one for her dress. Both were made out of high-quality materials, and she wore jewelry reminiscent of any princess that adorned her red gold curls. And on those clothes, Rand smiled inwardly. There were multiple dirty spots from her tree climbing, as well as several bits of bark. Gawain, meanwhile, he looked like a boy to Rand, rather than the man he'd seen glimpses of in the pattern when going back in time. He was dressed in very fancy red, white, and gold clothes, the colors and designs of Andor and its royal family, another thing Rand hadn't known last time around. Most likely, Rand figured, Elaine had more or less dragged him along. Elaine was the first to find her voice. "We've been waiting longer than you have been." Gawain seemed to wrestle with himself for a moment, and Rand could only guess why. But when he spoke up, it wasn't a difficult question. Apparently, he'd decided not to say what he'd been thinking about. "You knew we were here?" he asked. Yes. Rand saw no reason to deny that. "Why did you ignore us?" Gawain asked. Rand shrugged. "People who want to be seen don't climb in trees. You're here for the dragon too?" "The false dragon," Elaine corrected immediately. Rand hummed in agreement. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. "Have you ever wondered whether he believes it? That he's the Dragon Reborn? Or was he just trying to grab power?" "He's mad," Gawain said. The boy seemed to have decided that Rand was not an immediate danger. All men who can channel go mad. Even if he believes it, that doesn't mean anything. "Do you think a madman can lead an army and win battles?" Rand asked frankly. "They don't go mad immediately, do they? Why would any sane man call himself the Dragon Reborn?" Elaine questioned. "Because he might honestly believe that he is," Rand said. "Rumor has it that he defeated the Aes Sedai in battle at first. He'd have to be really strong for that, wouldn't he?" Elaine gave Rand a questioning look. "Do you believe he's the Dragon Reborn?" She didn't seem hesitant, as one might expect. While the simple assumption might be that the sheltered princess simply couldn't judge potential danger, such as from a follower of the captured false dragon, Rand knew that wouldn't be true for Elaine. Rather, he suspected that she both didn't believe he was a threat, and that she'd be able to get away before he'd be able to reach her. And of course, he was wearing the red. Although, aside from all that, She also had a serious, reckless streak, born for impulsiveness rather than obliviousness. He resisted answering her immediately, instead glancing down the street where Loghain would eventually appear. Getting on the right topic of conversation had been simple. Now it was time to sow the seeds that pointed Elaine's thoughts in the right direction. "The true Dragon Reborn," Rand eventually said, rather than denouncing Loghain outright, "doesn't have to announce himself. Others will do it for him. That's what I believe." "But how would they know?" Elaine asked. "If he doesn't announce himself, they'll recognize him," Rand responded immediately with confidence. "Perhaps not straight away, but over time. Through his deeds, his words, his appearance. It's not hard to tell apart a noble from a commoner, even if they were to wear the same clothes, just from their bearing." "Do you?" Corwin started, only to be silenced by Elaine. Rand suspected that Gawain wanted to ask him if he knew who they were, while Elaine was enjoying a conversation with someone who treated her as just another person, too much to let it be interrupted, and possibly ruined by sudden reverence or embarrassment. The daughter. Eyre studied Rand for a few seconds, opening and closing her mouth as she considered multiple questions. "Where are you from?" She eventually settled on. "Two Rivers," Rand said. Over on the other side, the first trumpeters rounded the corner of the road, announcing the parade and momentarily distracting the three of them. "Are you really?" Elaine asked, though she kept her eyes on the road. "You don't look like you're from there." "I grew up there," Rand said, "but the man I call father is not my father by blood. He found me in the arms of my dying mother right after my birth, someplace outside Two Rivers, and took me in as his own." The parade distracted them once more, and after the musicians, the troops of Andor came, their armor red with white lions, the many soldiers all cleaned up, with their weapons and armor polished to gleam for the parade. "Do you think they looked like that on the battlefield?" Rand suggested. Elaine snorted in an unladylike manner. "Not likely." They watched in silence for a few more seconds. Then Elaine spoke up with another question. "What's your name?" "What's your name?" "Rand al'Thor." From the corner of his eye, Rand could see she cocked her head as she studied him. "You're strange. Thank you." Before the conversation could continue, the cart containing Loghain's cage turned the corner, and all three youths redirected their attention once more. Rand still remembered the man clearly from last time. He was standing straight up in his cage, his hair brushing against the wood at the top, surrounded by 4 Aes Sedai who had their full attention on the invisible shield that kept him from touching the One Power. Despite that, Loghain Ablar did not look like a caged animal or a defeated adversary. He looked like a noble, a victor coming home from the battlefield to a parade held in his honor. Wherever he looked, people fell silent. Then he looked up to where Rand was sitting, and after a moment he laughed. "Why is he laughing?" "Ew," Elaine asked. Rand knew precisely what the reason was. After all, he'd heard it from Loghain's own mouth. That was the moment where he realized that he is not the Dragon Reborn. The armies of many other nations that had helped fight Loghain followed in the parade, but after the man himself, none of the trio had any attention for them. Rand kept watching as he patiently waited for Elaine to ask her next question. Wasn't he looking in our direction? He was. A pause. "Who are you?" Elaine asked. "Didn't I tell you already?" Rand replied with a subtle tease. "Ugh! Rand al'Thor of Two Rivers. And you are not anyone special?" Elaine asked, her tone making clear she wouldn't believe him if he answered in the negative. "Everyone is special to someone," Rand responded, no longer hiding his amusement. "I'm sure my father would say, I'm the most special person in the world." Elaine gave him an incredibly dubious look, although he could see her thoughts whirring behind it. After a few seconds, she seemingly came to a decision and bluntly asked the next question. "Are you the Dragon Reborn?" Gawain's eyes went wide, but then turned calculating as he looked back and forth between them. How could I possibly give a meaningful answer to that question? Rand parried with a grin. He was having a great time, and Elaine was one of very few people he knew well enough that he dared take a risk of this magnitude. And Gawain wouldn't go against her lead, not as he was right now. Didn't I just argue that the Dragon Reborn needs not announce himself? Any answer but no would be hypocritical, whether or not I were to believe it true. Elaine now looked at him as if he were a particularly intriguing puzzle. Calendar, she stated suddenly. What about it? Rand asked innocently. Possession of Calendar is viewed as perhaps the clearest proof that someone is the real Dragon Reborn. That's why Loghain was moving his armies to the southeast, to Tyr. Do you have it? Rand reached through the repulsive taint to see Saidin. He'd allow himself this luxury for once, and opened a small gateway to Tyr, into the heart of the stone. Gawain gasped, but Rand paid him no attention. There, right in front of the gateway, in the center of the fortress that had not fallen in 3,000 years and would not fall until the people of the dragon came, or so prophecy said, hung Calendar, suspended in the air as if held up by invisible ropes. The sword looked like glass or crystal, though Rand knew it was as sharp as the best blades, and stronger as well. In addition, it was a Sa'angral, an incredibly powerful amplifier of the One Power, this particular one crafted for use with Saidin. To Rand's knowledge, it was third in potential only to the Choedan Kal that had sent him back into the past, and a Sa'angral that he wasn't even sure survived the breaking. It hung in arm's reach for Rand, but in between him and the sword he could see weaves of Sedin interspersed with holes. In those holes, he knew, were weaves of Sedar. Together, the two formed a ward that would stop anyone but the Dragon Reborn from touching the sword. Now, the question was whether Elaine could see the Sedar weaves. She was a channeler, and a strong one, but her training hadn't started yet. However, she did live with an Aes Sedai, even if they did not get along well, so Rand wasn't going to risk it. He reached through the gateway, but stopped just before the ward. What do you think? Can I grab it? So you're a channeler then, Elaine observed. To her credit, she hadn't shied back, perhaps because she'd already implicitly voiced the suspicion when she asked whether he was the Dragon Reborn. Similarly, Gawain had put his hand on his sword, but hadn't drawn it, nor had he said anything. If you mean to inform an Aes Sedai, I'm afraid I'll have to leave, Rand said, although he didn't quite believe she would. Elaine considered his words. I suppose the real Dragon Reborn shouldn't be gentled, she decided. Show that you can touch it. Rand chuckled. Even assuming I could, I wouldn't do it just to impress a girl. Even if that girl is a princess. Elaine looked shocked, and Rand casually closed the gateway and released Sedin while she processed that he'd known who she was all along. However, before she recovered, they heard footsteps, and Rand looked down to see Galad, the young man, who, being the child of Taringale and Tigraine, was a half-brother to all three of Rand, Gawain, and Elaine, not that he knew it in Rand's case, seemed to be searching, but stilled when he saw Rand sitting on the wall, then drew his blade. Who are you? He demanded. Dave! Rand waited, expecting Elaine to speak up for him, which she did. He is a loyal subject of our mother, and under my protection. Rand was impressed how regal she managed to sound while sitting in a tree. There you are, Galad said, sounding only marginally relieved as he turned to her. Stay away from him, Elaine. And you should get down here. Princesses should not be climbing trees. Elaine rolled her eyes where Galad couldn't see it, but climbed down, followed by Gawain. Galad turned his attention to Rand, who was still sitting on the wall unlike last time, when Elaine announcing herself had surprised him so badly that he'd fallen into the palace gardens. You will get down here and hand over your sword. Rand obeyed and started climbing down, while Elaine objected. He is here as my guest, Galad. You cannot arrest him. He is armed and hardly looks trustworthy. I cannot claim control over your actions, Elaine, but... Indeed you cannot, Elaine interrupted him. You may leave. Rand dropped down on his feet and turned around right in time to see Elaine had drawn herself up to her full height, looking as regal as she could with her stained outfit. Galad, clearly realizing he wouldn't be able to change Elaine's mind, turned and left to get back up. As soon as he was around the corner, Elaine turned to Rand. I want to interrogate you. About everything. But there is no time. You should leave before Galad comes back with the guards. He always does the right thing, Gorin explained, even when he should not. And the guards won't start searching the city if I'm gone, Rand countered. Mo! Elaine paused. You could hide, she eventually decided. I'm afraid my appearance isn't the best at blending in, Rand said. You're tall. Rand chuckled and sent her a grin. I know it might not be obvious at first, Elaine huffed, annoyed at having lost control over the conversation. So, who are you really? She asked. You know who I am, who we are, don't you? Yes. Why did you not show me the proper respect then? Would you rather I had? Rand countered. Mo! Elaine hesitated. Besides, Rand smirked, you were sitting in a tree. Hardly respectful, wouldn't you say? If you know the customs, you should follow them, Gorin said. If the lady demands it, Rand replied. I won't, Elaine said after a moment. It's been a long time since I've been able to talk to someone new. But that brings us back to the question you didn't answer. I still don't really know who you are. Rand Althor, Rand said once more with a smirk. Oh, farm boy from the Two Rivers. Who can channel, and may or may not be the Dragon Reborn, Elaine said. Perhaps, Rand evaded. If that's true, I'm sure you'll hear more of me in the future. So why did you really climb that wall? To see Loghain, of course, he grinned. I don't believe that, Elaine said. You're easily tall enough to look over a crowd, and you don't seem shy. Rand's enjoyment was interrupted when he heard boots in the distance. Elaine let out an impressive curse under her breath, but Rand calmly turned in the direction of the sound, raising his hands as soon as soldiers turned the corner. Elaine moved in front of Rand, protecting him with her body, almost immediately followed by Gawain. Rand didn't remember any hesitation from him last time around, but figured he could easily have missed it. Or perhaps their different meeting and Rand's channeling had simply left him slightly more worried about the wall climber and possible intruder. The interaction between Elaine and the officer, Talonvor, went similar to last time. Talonvor wanted to take Rand to a cell, but Elaine put her foot down and demanded they be brought to her mother, the Queen, even stating that if he didn't do that, he'd have to take all three of them to a cell. Unlike last time, Rand didn't need Gawain's whispers to understand what was going on. Queen Morghese was viewing Loghain, and even if not, she wouldn't appreciate Talonvor bringing not just Rand, but also Elaine and Gawain to her, as if under guard. Of course, then a messenger relayed the command from Morghese that they should all be brought to her immediately. Elaine was clearly worried about the prospect, but when she and Gawain locked step on either side of Rand, it did allow them to converse softly. Will you be all right? Elaine asked. I don't believe you mean harm. Don't worry, Rand replied. Elida Sedai might be there, she said. She's of the Red Ajah. I know, Rand said. Just don't say anything you shouldn't. Would she be able to sense anything? She asked, worried. No, Rand replied, making sure to lower his voice even further. Men can roughly sense women, but women cannot sense men in any way. The unsaid words being that both the men and women he was referring to were channelers. They had entered the palace and were traversing hallways that were intimately familiar to Rand. He'd spent several months ruling from here after Morghese's disappearance. Could you sense me? Elaine whispered. No, Rand said. You'd have to channel for that. And as Elaine hadn't had lessons yet, he doubted she was able to reliably embrace the source at this point. They entered one of the smaller, though still ornate, audience chambers. Rand smoothly went through the customs for the situation, kneeling and standing at the right times. Throughout it, he looked around the room, noting Gareth Brine, the Captain General and one of the 5 great captains. Though his hair was graying, he still looked strong and immovable as a rock, and was clothed in the red of the Queen's guards. On the other side of the Queen sat Elaida, calmly knitting and seemingly not paying attention to anything around her. She had dark brown hair, but other than that, it was impossible to tell anything about her age, Like all Aes Sedai, she had the well-known ageless face. Rand knew, however, that she was closing in on 50 years old, meaning she was still young for a channeler. Despite that, he believed that she was respected among the Red Ajah, quite possibly because of her relative strength in the One Power. And last, sitting on her throne, was Queen Morghese. She too was still young, though in a different sense. She had no extended lifespan like the Aes Sedai did, but there were few women who had 2 adult children, yet were still only in their early 40s. Morghese was one of them, and she had so far retained her beauty, albeit more mature than Elaine's. She was, of course, wearing the rose crown of Andor, and a long red stole depicting the Lion of Andor hung over her shoulders. She was also, to Rand's surprise, though he should maybe have expected it, wearing a ring that depicted the great serpent eating its own tail, the sign of the Aes Sedai. Then again, no matter how weak, she was technically a channeler, and had received some training in the White Tower. Any woman who had done so could wear that ring. After they had paid their respects and Morghese had told them to rise, Elaine was the first to speak, but her mother interrupted her immediately. Rand waited silently while the princess was chastised for going out to sneak a look at Logain. Finally, Morghese turned her attention to Rand, though she still spoke to her daughter. Now there is the problem of this young man, and how and why he came here, and why you claim guest right for him to Galad. May I speak, mother? Morghese nodded. I claimed guest right because I do not believe him a danger, Elaine said, choosing her words carefully. An innocent man should not be sent to a cell for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, not even for a few days. Then what do you believe him to be? Morghese asked. A loyal subject, Elaine said. Mother, you often say I must know our people, but whenever I actually meet them, there are a dozen attendants nearby. How can I get to know commoners if I can never speak to them by myself? A loyal subject, Morghese said doubtfully, although someone not familiar with the ways and customs of nobility might underestimate just how doubtful she was of that assertion. What is your name, and where are you from? Rand Thor, and I am from 2 Rivers, my queen. That caused several raised eyebrows. A loyal subject, Morghese repeated, stressing those words slightly. From the 2 Rivers. Your Majesty, if I may speak. You may. I know that most of the people from 2 Rivers are not even aware that the area is a part of the nation of Andor. However, my father has taught me more about the world than that. The people of 2 Rivers, Elida spoke up, are dark of hair and eye, and seldom have such height. They do, Rand said, unfazed. I was not born in 2 Rivers, my father, who is not my father by blood, but has cared for me all my life, found me when I was a newborn, in the arms of a dying mother. He took me in and raised me when he went back to his farm. Elida had stood up from her stool and walked closer, inspecting him. You are not a commoner, she said. You may wear the clothes of one, but you hold yourself as a noble, I would almost say, a king. Their eyes met, and Rand held her gaze, not yielding. She slowly reached out, then removed the cloth hiding Rand's sword. Nor does a commoner from the 2 Rivers have a heron-marked blade. The reaction throughout the entire hall was significant, and the guards were clearly prepared to draw their weapons if needed. The only ones who seemed unperturbed were Goyen and Elaine. But then, Rand had already shown them bigger surprises. My father won it during the Aiel War, Rand said truthfully, and he has trained me with it. We are currently staying in the city, and when I wanted to see the false dragon, he did not want me to be unarmed. Aes Sedai might be famous and notorious for their ability to lie while speaking the truth, a skill they had honed for centuries after the introduction of the oath that left them unable to speak a lie. But Rand had picked up some skills in the area himself. When dealing with nobles, or Aes Sedai for that matter, it was very valuable to never lie, even if only to avoid spinning a web one could not find a way out of. Rand had technically never stated that he and his father were traveling alone. What are you saying, Elida? Morghese asked. The Dark One stirs in Sheol Ghul. The shadow lies across the pattern, and the future is balanced on the point of a pin. This one is important. As she stopped speaking, Rand's mind was cast back to the first time he had been here. She had spoken those exact words, except that time she had finished by saying, "This one is dangerous." "Is this one of your foretellings, Elaida?" Morghaz asked sharply. "Speak clearly." Foretellings, Rand knew, came unexpectedly and would present differently between different people, and even the same person could get foretellings in different manners. Suddenly, he wondered whether he had made a mistake. Previously, Elaida's foretelling had almost landed him in a dungeon, and this time it was far less likely that Morghaz would believe him naive and rule that he could go free based on that. "This I foretell," Elaida said, "and I swear under the light that I can speak it no clearer. The shadow has yet to darken to its blackest, and I cannot see if the light will come after. But this man will be the eye of the storm, an isle of calm in a sea of destruction. He holds himself like a ruler, and indeed he shall lead. He shall conquer, and he shall protect. And the throne of Andor and the court of Caemlyn will be shielded by his noble blood." Rand was unable to keep the shock off his face, albeit not for the reason others would assume. The first words had been similar to the foretelling, he remembered, but it had then departed into a completely different direction, towards praise and hope, rather than condemnation and despair. Elaida herself seemed just as shocked by her words as Rand was, but even then it took mere seconds before she schooled her face into the emotionless Aes Sedai look. Most of the other people in the room were equally stunned, though Elaine and Gawain looked at Rand in awe. He hoped they'd be able to stay silent, because even with this unexpected foretelling, he doubted Elaida would react well to the revelation that he was a channeler. Regaining her composure, the Aes Sedai walked back over to Morghaz and started whispering in the Queen's ear. After a few seconds of back and forth, Morghaz spoke loud and clear. "Everyone except the Captain General, Gawain, Elaine, and Elaine's guest, leave. And no word of this to anyone." The guards complied with the Queen's order, while Elaida remained even though Morghaz had not named her. Aes Sedai always did consider them above the authority of even monarchs, Rand mused. Although he had to admit that in this case she had a good reason to stay, and Morghaz had probably meant for her to do so. Of course, there was absolutely no way this foretelling would remain secret, no matter how loyal the Queen's guards were. However, that wasn't very important to Rand, as he'd be traveling to the Blight, then to Shadar Logoth for the cleansing of Saidin, and then to Terin One Go, and he should arrive at all locations before the rumors would. Secrecy was no longer necessary after today. "Rand al'Thor," Morghaz said once everyone had departed. "That is what you said your name was, is it not?" "It is, my queen," Rand responded. "I have many questions I wish to ask you myself, but I will allow Elaida to question you first. Perhaps she can unearth more of what her foretelling refers to, and the role you will play in it." Elaida nodded, as if that were an expected courtesy. "You said that the man you call father found you as a newborn, and my foretelling said you had noble blood. What is your true heritage?" Rand's first impulse was to refuse to answer, or claim he did not know, or even apply some misdirection and tell her that his father hadn't known. However, as he considered the question more, as well as Elaida's foretelling, he realized that they would likely trust him more if they knew it, even if he was loath to provide Elaida anything that might benefit her. "My father by blood is Janduan of the Taodad Aiel," Rand spoke. He'd decided to give the background first, as he suspected that this way his audience would be more amenable to what he would eventually reveal. Although he was the clan chief of the Taodad, that position is not hereditary, so one cannot speak of nobility there. "My mother was Shail, a maiden of the spear, also of the Tawadad Aiel." He paused there, glancing at Elaida. "Woman who is dedicated." The Aes Sedai translated the name from the old tongue. "I presume that is not the name she was given at birth." "No, it is not," Rand confirmed. "She was a highly unusual maiden, as she was not born an Aiel. Rather, she was already an adult when she joined the clan. And she came from the lands west of the spine of the world," Elaida clarified. She does. In fact, her decision to join the Aiel was prompted by the foretelling of another Aes Sedai. I find that unlikely, Elida stated. I am not aware of any sister alive other than me who possesses any talent of foretelling. Guitarra Moroso, Rand said. Elida paused. You either know more about Aes Sedai than almost any man alive to forge a story so extraordinary without any impossibilities, or you are speaking the truth. Morghese gasped, drawing everyone's attention. Why Queen? Rand asked, although he suspected Morghese had realized where he was heading. Guitarra Moroso was an advisor of Queen Mordrellin, Morghese said, whose daughter Tigraine disappeared in 972 NE. Wait, does that mean you're Galad's brother? Elaine exclaimed, turning to Rand. Goyim seemed equally flabbergasted at the idea. Unfortunately, Rand smirked, making Elaine giggle. This is not the time for levity, Morghese reprimanded. You say you really are Tigraine's son, then? She turned her severe gaze to Rand. I am, my queen. Please believe me when I say I have no intention to cause unrest, whether among the nobility or the people. I support you, and will support Lady Elaine if anything were to leave you incapable of continuing your rule. Even aside from anything else, I do not have any surviving blood relations other than Galad, including from my bloodfather's side, while from my adopted family I have only my father, as my mother died when I was a child. I find it difficult to believe that you were raised in Two Rivers, Morghese observed. Rand chastised himself. Of course, a boy from Two Rivers wouldn't grasp those political implications. I have had an unusual life, and I doubt it will become any less unusual in the coming years, Rand said carefully. An Aes Sedai I have recently traveled with, as well as an Ogier I met, believe that I am a Ta'veren. That statement was met with a long silence, ending when the Captain General spoke up for the first time in the conversation. I do not believe I am familiar with the term, although it is clearly from the old tongue, Brian said. Surprisingly, Elida was not the one to explain the term, as she seemed lost in thought. A Ta'veren is someone who is a focal point in the pattern, Morghese explained. Their destiny is tightly bound, and they walk unusual paths, often affecting the people around them in strange ways. Again, silence reigned for several seconds, until Elida spoke up. Long ago, when I was but an accepted, I had a foretelling, one that has guided me my entire life to this point. It was frustratingly vague, as foretellings often are, but it revealed that the royal line of Andor would be the key to defeating the Dark One in the last battle. This foretelling is what motivated my decision to become an advisor to Queen Morghese. Rand considered that. If I may ask, Elida Sedai, who was Queen of Andor when you had this foretelling? Queen Mordrellin, she answered. Who was of the Mantia line, not the Trakand line that Queen Morghese is from, Rand realized. Indeed, Elida said. I thought I had initially misinterpreted the foretelling, and that it referred to the ruling house of Andor as the Mantia line was believed extinct. I am now wondering whether I was mistaken. This conversation had ended up going into a completely different direction from anything Rand had and could have expected. He had not known anything about this older foretelling by Elida, but perhaps it, and the resulting difference in attitude compared to the Elida he remembered, opened up new options. The wheel wove as it wanted, he thought to himself, and not as he, or anyone else, wanted or expected. How am I supposed to respond to this? Morghese asked Elida. What you are revealing is not very reassuring. Your Majesty, Rand spoke. Elida Sedai's foretelling earlier today said I would shield the throne of Andor and the court of Caemlyn. Although I do not know what is meant by this, I wish to assure you that I have every intention to live up to those words. I know that you are a good and just queen, and I have no wish nor desire to rule Andor in any way. And if I am to play a role in the last battle, as Elida Sedai seems to believe, I have no doubt that I will be too busy with everything the pattern will put on my path in the first place. You appear unfazed to hear the last battle is coming, Morghese said. Without waiting for a response, she turned back to Elida. Do you believe it is close? If this man is indeed the key my foretelling spoke of, she responded, it may be closer than I thought. It is, Rand said. I spoke of an Aes Sedai I have been traveling with. Thanks to her knowledge, I was already aware of the coming of Tamon Gaidon, and that I would likely have a role to play in it. You seem to have made peace with that, Morghese observed. I have, my queen. Silence reigned for a few seconds before Morghese spoke again. If anything, I only have more questions than I did when Elida gave her foretelling. However, this meeting, already unusual to begin with, merely grows longer and longer. Rand al'Thor, considering the foretelling and these questions, I wish to invite you to stay at the palace for the foreseeable future. I am honored, Your Majesty, Rand said, genuinely not having expected the offer, but I fear I cannot accept, as I need to prepare for what I know is to come. I am certain, however, that I will be able to visit in the future. In particular, considering the Aes Sedai I am traveling with has recently learned the weave for traveling. That is, the method of instant transportation which the Aes Sedai in the Age of Legends used. Rand counted it as a personal victory that Elida, once more, looked visibly shocked and even disbelieving. That is incredible, if it is true. I would like to invite you to meet with her and me soon, Rand said, having recognized several opportunities to smooth certain issues out thanks to Elida's cooperative attitude. Preferably as early as tomorrow. I will soon have to accompany Loghain's prisoner transport to Tar Valon, Elida said. Which could be done by gateway, Rand pointed out. We could drastically reduce your travel time. Elida nodded. Then I would come visit tomorrow. Where are you and your Aes Sedai staying? The Queen's blessing, Rand responded. Thank you, Elida Sedai. He turned to Morghese again. My queen, knowing I can visit at almost any time, do I have your permission to leave? I am sure that with the help of Elida Sedai, the Aes Sedai accompanying me, or perhaps even another that is taught the weave of traveling, you will be able to summon me with little difficulty. Not that there was likely to be much summoning once Rand had claimed Kalandor. It would instead be a request for diplomatic talks or something along those lines. But this was the language that befitted the current situation. You have my permission, Morghese said. Do not make me regret the decisions I have made today, Rand al'Thor, son of Tigraine. I won't, my queen, Rand responded, after which he bowed. This time as befitting a high-ranking noble instead of a commoner. Elaine, Goin, you may accompany your guest to the gates. Rand walked along with the two, and it wasn't long before Elaine noticed. You know your way around the palace. I am a man of many talents, Rand responded. She snorted. And surprises. I do seem to make a habit of leaving an impression. I can't imagine why. Please do remain silent to Galad, at least for the moment, Rand said. I imagine he'll want to get to know me once he learns of our relation, but I'm going to be incredibly busy in the near future. You really are the Dragon Reborn, aren't you? Elaine said. And that portal you created, is that traveling too? It is, Rand admitted. And thank you. And you, Gawain, for not revealing that. I do not think Elida would have reacted favorably. It is better for her to learn this a few weeks into the future, once I've had time to prepare. Do you think you will be able to make an actual difference in such a short time span? Elaine asked. Rand smirked. I will be removing the taint from Sedin soon. Both Elaine and Gawain gasped. And I think I have a way to prove success to Elida. That's impossible, Elaine exclaimed. Isn't? Rand countered. Mo! Has anyone ever tried? Well, I mean, if it were possible, wouldn't they have done it in the Age of Legends, right when it happened? Society was falling apart during the War of the Shadow, Rand said, suddenly feeling morose. And what parts remained broke down when the 100 companions went insane, the very moment they sealed the bore and locked the Dark One away. They did not have a gradual descent into madness like the men you've heard of in modern times. They just went crazy immediately and were causing large-scale destruction before anyone even knew what had happened. But consider this. We know that the wheel spins 7 ages, which repeat time after time again, although an age is long forgotten by the time it returns. This means Sedin must have been tainted before, in a previous turning of the wheel when the second age became the third age, and sometime between that previous third age and the age of legends, the taint was removed. That sounds like it makes sense, Elaine said slowly. They left the palace and entered the courtyard. Why did you even reveal so much to us? Elaine questioned. We never even met before. I mean, I'm not going to tell anyone what you told us, but still. Rand smiled mysteriously. Or tried to, at least. That is one secret I'm not going to tell you. Or at least not yet. But it was nice meeting you, Elaine. And you too, Goyen. I enjoyed it too, Elaine said. Today certainly became more interesting than I'd thought, and that's with Loghain's parade on the agenda. Her smile turned mischievous. And you are quite handsome too. Rand had somewhat expected the comment, which mirrored what she'd told him was a goodbye last time, but he certainly had not expected her to lean forward and kiss him on the cheek. Either he'd made a better impression, or she was less restrained with there not being any soldiers nearby. Still, he managed to recover in time to grab Elaine's hand. Yet I pale in comparison to your beauty, my lady. He leaned down and placed a kiss on her hand, then let go, pleased to note her blush. The same meditative exercises that he used to channel were the only reason he did not show a blush himself. Goyen laughed. It got you good, sis. After a moment he added, This is making me think of the common story of the noble knight and the lady he is courting. Rand grinned. Those ladies tend to be proper and dainty and all those things. I fear your sister may not wish to be associated with such vile behavior. Elaine, too, laughed. And you are far too important to be a knight. I hope to see you again soon, Rand. Likewise, Elaine, Rand responded. And I wish you a good time at the White Tower. With that, he turned and left, wondering how long it would take Elaine to realize she'd never told him that she would accompany Elida to Tar Valon and become a novice. You've been gone for longer than I expected, Moraine said. Longer than I expected too, Rand admitted. Today has been full of surprises. Speaking of which, we need to prepare. He led the way to the library, Moraine following behind him. For what? She asked. Rand didn't answer until he'd closed the door behind her and they were assured of privacy. Only Loyal was here. We will be welcoming Elida tomorrow. Moraine froze, staring at him in shock. Loyal was the first to recover. I'm sorry, Rand, he said in his slow, rumbling voice. I believe I must have heard you wrong. Weren't we trying not to draw her attention? Moraine asked. Hey, I know you said you might run into her while you went off on your somewhat reckless plan to meet the daughter heir, but none of that included inviting her over. Even outside of what you told me about her activities in the ill future, I would prefer to see her as little as possible. She had a foretelling, Rand said, but a completely different one from the first time around. It left her with a rather more positive opinion of me, and Queen Morghese decided to turn the interrogation, I suppose, into something of a private meeting to question me about certain things. Considering the wording of the foretelling and the way the Queen and Elida seemed to be regarding me, I decided to first reveal my heritage, and then that I am Davern. This prompted Elida to reveal a foretelling she had in the past, that she now believes she has misinterpreted for a long time. What it comes down to is that she considers me the key to defeating the Dark One in the last battle, although she does not know that I am the Dragon Reborn, or indeed a channeler at all. I'm seeing a few ways in which we could make use of this. If I still had any doubts about your Tavervan nature, they are gone now, Moraine said, sitting down. Rand took a chair that allowed for easy eye contact. I'll do you one better, Rand smirked. Loghain very visibly reacted when he saw me, as he has the talent to see Tavernan. So, what did you come up with? Moraine asked. Hey, my primary concern with cleansing set in, apart from making sure we won't be interrupted, was that many Aes Sedai would likely not believe it worked. With Elida's cooperation, even if she does not know the actual plan, we can make sure a large group of trustworthy Aes Sedai will back up the claim. On top of that, if Elida herself were to be supportive of me, which seems to be how she's already leaning, it gives me a way in with the Red Ajah. Of course, I also have a way in with the Blue Ajah through you and the Amelin, and the combination will hopefully reduce tensions between the two Ajahs, which might drag the other Ajahs along. A more unified White Tower, in particular one on good terms with me, would be a major advantage. You are putting a lot of faith in a woman who showed herself untrustworthy in your old timeline, Maureen said. One that I myself am not particularly inclined to trust either. If there is one thing the previous timeline shows, it is that Elida cannot be trusted with power, Rand said. Which is why I am willing to go to great lengths to ensure she does not get it. But while she was always known as harsh and abrasive, she was not a power-crazed lunatic during her time as Queen Morghase's advisor. When you also consider that the Black Ajah was elbow-deep into her administration, and indeed into the act of deposing Siwan itself, as well as the major differences in her attitude to me, which will likely extend to you and Siwan to a degree. Due to the different foretelling she had today and her past foretelling, I believe it is unlikely for her to walk that same path. I am skeptical, but then I do not see how you wish to secure Elida's cooperation in the first place. Rand smiled. Then, let me explain. Elida was in a pensive mood, although others might call it impatience or even more abrasive than usual, as she strode through the city towards the inn named the Queen's Blessing. The abundance of white cloth and the occasional screamed insults certainly did not help in that regard. She was unsure whether to be hopeful or suspicious after the rather unusual meeting with the man who called himself Rand ul'Thor yesterday. About the only thing she was sure of was that the man was Tavern, as he had claimed. He had seemed too knowledgeable and too calm, as if he had not believed himself to be in any possible danger at any one time. Sure of himself, yet always respecting Morgase and Elida's positions. At the same time, Elida doubted he had extended that to the unruly daughter-heir, which she believed might have been part of why Elaine was so willing to defend him in the first place, as if he had known exactly how to approach her. And that was before taking into account the words that had unexpectedly left Elida's own mouth. With the false dragon Loghain on her mind, and prophecies about the Shadow and Tarmon Gaidon on her tongue, it was a small jump for Elida to wonder whether Rand ul'Thor might be a false dragon or, light forbid, the true Dragon Reborn. But even though he might be an enigma, he was also unquestionably sane. And more importantly, there was no way the Dragon Reborn could plausibly be the Eye of the Storm and an Isle of Calm in a sea of destruction. No. The Dragon Reborn was, or rather would be, the storm and the destruction. By that reasoning, ul'Thor might even be the one who protected those around him from the chaos the Dragon Reborn brought, if he really was going to appear soon. And of course, this was yet further supported by the last part of her foretelling, that he would protect and shield the kingdom of Andor, arguably the most powerful nation in the world. And then there was the separate issue that was Loghain Ablar, the captured false dragon, who, after always having insisted that he was the true dragon, had suddenly changed his mind yesterday and now said he was indeed a false dragon. Elida had wondered whether this had any connection to ul'Thor, but apart from his Ta'veren nature, she could not see how, and thus she had concluded that it was likely Loghain's own madness that had made him change his mind. She arrived at her destination, and the moment she stepped through the door, all conversation went quiet. Her eyes roamed over the patrons before landing on ul'Thor. The man was sharing a table with 4 other youths, 2 boys and 2 girls, the latter 2 being exceptionally strong channelers, immediately drawing Elida's attention. In fact, she was reasonably certain the younger of the 2 was as strong in the one power as Elaine, and the other was even stronger. Had they been hidden in 2 rivers? Based on their somewhat unusual style of dress, and what ul'Thor had told her and Morghase, that seemed the obvious guess. Speaking of, the red-haired man seemed just as much at ease between those 4, presumably his friends, as he had yesterday at the royal court. Then, Elida's attention moved to the next table over, and her face soured. There, accompanied by a man who, despite his graying hair, was clearly still in the prime of his life, probably Althor's adoptive father, sat Moiraine and her warder. The Blue Aes Sedai returned her gaze, and although she seemed to return the sentiment, she hid it better. Presumably, she'd known ahead of time that Elida was coming. Elida glanced back at Althor, wondering whether he'd known about the animosity between the Red and Blue Ajars, and her and Moiraine in particular. It was hard to believe he was not aware of at least the former. As she approached the tables, he was the first to stand. Elida Sedai, thank you for coming to see us. Master Gil has assured us we can use his private dining room for conversation. Shall we move there? Elida nodded minutely. You neglected to tell me that the Aes Sedai you were traveling with is Moiraine. Will that be an issue, considering the magnitude of the topics we will be discussing? Althor responded unfazed. Elida was tempted to say yes, however, he made an annoyingly good point. If this man was the key to defeating the Dark One in the last battle, it would not do to anger him over her dislike of Moiraine. People tended to be much easier to steer in the right direction if they liked you. So instead, she answered in the negative and followed him to the private room, Moiraine behind her. Moraine's warder remained outside, presumably to make sure no one would listen in on them. I know you do not have the best history with each other, but I am glad that you are willing to have this conversation nonetheless, Althor said, unexpectedly taking charge. So he had known about their adverse relationship. It was possible that Moiraine had only informed him after he had spoken with Elida, but she deemed that unlikely. Althor said that you somehow learned the weave for traveling, Elida said skeptically. I did, Moiraine responded, apparently taking over despite first impressions, although I fear I cannot currently reveal how. We would be able to bring you the false dragon and the rest of your traveling party to within about a day's travel from Tar Valon. Any closer than that is problematic for various reasons. And what do you want in return? Elida asked. That was regular Aes Sedai politics, after all. And the Blue Ajar in particular. I will also be sending a letter ahead to the Amelin seat, Moiraine said, and Elida's eyes narrowed slightly. Unlike what seemed to be all other Aes Sedai, Elida had not forgotten that Moiraine Damodred and Siuan Sanche had been practically inseparable before they were raised to the shawl. She did not buy for a second that the two had not kept up their friendship, and possibly more than that, after becoming Aes Sedai, no matter what they tried to make the world believe. In the meanwhile, Moiraine continued speaking. In this letter, I am suggesting that the Amelin seat leads a rather unusual experiment. She will ask you to participate, and our request of you is that you not only accept, but actively support her in this endeavor. What is this experiment? Elida asked skeptically. It concerns the false dragon Loghain, Moiraine said. I have heard about and personally encountered several signs that Tarmon Gaidon is near, and your foretellings only add to this. I believe that it would be highly valuable for the White Tower to have a better understanding of the taint on Sedin than we currently do. All we know right now is that its insanity takes hold slowly over the course of years, although there are signs that the speed at which it propagates depends on the frequency with which a man channels, and the amount they channel at once. For the suggested experiment, the goal is simply to briefly form a circle that includes the false dragon where? Never, Elida said decisively. How will you ensure the true Dragon Reborn remains sane until Tarmon Gaidon if you do not know anything about the taint? Rand parried immediately. We keep him shielded until that day comes, Elida responded. And never train him? Rand asked. How will you convince him not to turn on you? Where will he gain the skills to fight the armies of the Dark One? Who will fight the Forsaken? Elida Sedai, the first Forsaken, are breaking away from the seals on the Dark One's prison as we speak. I have encountered one of them in my dreams. You and Moiraine cannot stand up to them. Egwene and Nynaeve are untrained and barely have sufficient power to delay them. How many channelers do you know that can match the commanders of the Dark One's army from the Age of Legends? How will you stop Grandal from worming her way into the minds of rulers? How will you protect kings and lords from Samael's blade? How will you avoid Messiah stirring strife in the White Tower, when even your most powerful allies are but annoying pests to them? If he goes insane, he will cause a destruction worse than all 13 Forsaken together. So study the taint, Rand responded. Learn what it does, how it acts, so that you can ensure that the Dragon Reborn will not suffer. Its maddening influence. If that were possible, the Aes Sedai of old would have done so. The breaking of the world followed immediately on the War of the Shadow, Moraine argued. Their world was torn apart before they had the ability to study the taint, and they knew even less about it to start with than we do now. This is the favor I ask in exchange for lending you my ear in the future, Rand said, to support the Amelin seat in this one experiment. Elida knew with absolute certainty that the two were keeping something important from her, and if she had not known better, she would have said that the man before her was the Dragon Reborn himself. No. Most likely he would be a counter to the Dragon Reborn, perhaps even the one through which the Dragon Reborn could be kept under control. However, if this was the favor Ulthor wanted to ask, she could honor that. He could have requested far worse. What is the experiment? To link to the false dragon and pass leadership of the link to all sisters, each holding on long enough to ensure they can recognize the taint, and no longer. Then, one more experiment several days later, similar but not identical to the first. And in exchange, Randall Thor will take me on as an advisor if I request it, Elida said. It would have been a far riskier deal had her own foretelling not revealed that he would become a leader. That is acceptable to me, Rand said. To me as well, Moraine said. Then we are agreed. I will support the Amelin seat in this experiment and participate myself. No matter how much it disgusted her that she would have to channel any amount of that tainted Sedin, the deal was worth it. Even discounting the minute chance they might actually learn something useful from this ridiculous experiment. When will you be ready to leave for Tar Valon? Moraine asked. Later this afternoon. Then I will be by to provide the gateway. We will ourselves leave soon after, but once I am less strapped for time, I will seek the opportunity to spread knowledge of the required weave. Elida nodded. I will be on my way. Mother? I have succeeded in my endeavors, but in doing so, I have encountered many surprises even beyond what I was prepared for, some of which Elida Sedai will be able to tell you about once she arrives, which should be sooner than you expect. Many things that I want to share with you are too important to leave to a letter, and I will aim to visit the White Tower as soon as possible. Hopefully no more than a week from when you read this. There is one thing that is of immediate and utmost concern. I will ask that you trust me in this request, no matter what it takes. When the false dragon arrives, do not carry out his sentencing and punishment immediately. Rather, find 2 Aes Sedai of every Ajar, preferably respected individuals. Together with these 14 sisters, form a circle with the false dragon, and pass along leadership of the circle to every sister, until they are all confident in their ability to recognize the taint on Sedin. I have reliable information that with a man present, you and all 14 sisters can join in the circle at the same time. In addition, it is not even possible for the false dragon to lead the circle so long as 13 or more Aes Sedai are in it, and no other men are. Then, several days later, gather the same Aes Sedai and repeat this experiment. You will know when will be the right time for this. To secure the false dragon's assistance, promise him a delay of punishment by a week or 2. Last, please invite Elida to this experiment. She has promised to support you in this, and is aware of the nature of the first experiment. I like her as little as ever, but I have reason to believe she will not cause trouble in the near future. Signed, Moraine de Modred. Suan Sanchez stared at the letter. What had that bloody woman been doing this time? He sighed. She really, really wanted to tear the letter to pieces, burn it, and declare Moraine's ridiculous request total nonsense. But damn it, she trusted the woman. And from the way she had written the letter, she knew damn well that a stunt on this level would cost Xuan significant political capital in the tower, and that she was convinced it was worth it. And how had she secured the cooperation of that red pain in the arse? Why do we have to leave now? Matt grumbled. Because we don't have much time, Rand responded as he prepared his horse. I had to ensure everything lines up. as a cooperative and unified White Tower will save us an incredible number of headaches down the line. But now, the first Forsaken are about to escape, and we must head them off at the eye of the world. We're bloody insane, Matt muttered. They're Forsaken. Why exactly are we not running to Ilion yet? Would you rather face Samael instead? At least that's where he went last time. Bloody hell. Darabon, then. That's as far as you can get from Shi'enar, right? Mokedian, Rand said. Bilal, blood and ashes. I should just stay here. Gravin. Matt stared at his longtime friend. Are you bloody kidding me? We've also got Lanfear chasing me around, Ishmael running around the place believing he's the Dark One, Graendal in Arad Doman, Semihaj joining up with invaders from across the sea, Messiana infiltrating the Aes Sedai. What do you prefer? A simple life, Matt grunted. Rand laughed. So much for our grand adventure. Come on, Matt, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. We know what we're up against, we know what we can do, and our enemy is completely in the dark and working off of a multitude of incorrect assumptions. We're ticking every single box for a successful battle. You're lacking in soldier morale, Matt argued. Rand laughed. So you have been paying attention. Luckily, the soldiers that are lacking in morale are not supposed to even enter the battle. Everyone ready? Moraine called. Way! They were still in the stables, Tom Merrilin having rejoined them. There was enough bad blood between him and both Elida and Morghese that they'd decided it was best if he didn't show his face during the Aes Sedai's visit. In addition, Loal had also decided to travel with them, expressing interest in seeing the influence of a Tavervan up close. No calls to wait came, so after making certain no one else was present, Moraine wove a gateway that led to a forested area where snow still dotted the landscape. Rand was the first one to step through into the chilly wind, leading his horse with him. It's cold here, Matt muttered after he stepped out of the gateway, already rubbing his arms. Enjoy it while it lasts, Rand said. The blight is like an oven, and not a dry one. It's not like I want to go there. If you want me to deal with the taint before I start to go insane, yes you do. Now stop moping. You're not going to be in any danger. Worst case, I need to channel for a bit, and Agenor and Balthamel are both not entirely there anymore. Plus, we have the element of surprise. What about Ishmael? Rand kept his grin off his face. No matter his attitude, Matt did pay attention. He'll focus entirely on me. If he's even physically there in the first place. Enough dawdling, Moraine said. Let's go. Why can't we go straight to the eye? Perrin asked. Because it moves, Moraine said. It's always located in a different position and appears based on need. Not quite true, Rand corrected, although it does give off that impression. The weaves protecting the eye play with the perceptions of those nearby, confusing them and leading them across strange paths to make it appear as if the location of the eye shifts. This protects it against the forces of the shadow that surround it on all sides, but also confuses previous visitors like me and Moraine enough that we cannot simply make a gateway there. With the knowledge I have now, I could overcome these protections, but that is not enough to work off of an older memory. Will you be able to lead us straight there, then? Moraine asked. I should be able to, Rand responded. I expect this is also what allowed Agenor and Balthamel to find it, despite having no need to be there. Is that why you felt comfortable spending the night in Faldara? Moraine asked. Yes, Rand replied. And we've also won a full day because we didn't use the ways. Faldara, Mumat asked. The northernmost fortified town in Shi'enar, Rand replied. We will be meeting with Lord Agelmar there. One of the great generals, Matt said. Indeed, although we will not be talking about any of that yet. For the next hour, their small but ever-growing party made its way through the frigid land where spring had not yet arrived, although, Rand realized, that was a common factor across the entire Westlands, perhaps even the entire world. Still, it was even more apparent here. Then, they crested one last hill, and Faldara came into view. It had been built for purpose in its entirety, with imposing grey walls and towers dominating the view. And outside those walls, a large stretch of land it had. All its trees and other vegetation removed, making it impossible to sneak up to the fortifications without being detected. Inside the walls, Rand knew, there was a law that no one was allowed to hide their face for any reason, as this would leave Myrddraal unable to hide. Similarly, at night, every street would be lit, preventing Myrddraal from slipping into or out of shadows. An ability even Rand, with all his knowledge, could not figure out. The best theory was that it was, in some twisted way, associated with the One Power. This itself depended on another theory. When Agenor had created the Trollocs, he had used humans for his experiments and combined them with animals through a mixture of genetic manipulation and the One Power. The Myrddraal themselves had been an unexpected result, occasionally being born to Trollocs, but one theory regarding their origin was that Myrddraal were those individuals that, if they had been human, would have been channelers. As they approached the gates, Lan told them all to take off their facial coverings and explained the reason for this. Shortly after, the first shouts came. Daishan, Daishan. Last time, Rand had been confused. This time, he kept half an eye on Lan, although the warder didn't betray any emotion. Will the golden crane fly again? One soldier asked, but Lan gave a non-committal answer. The warder was incredibly well respected in the borderlands, and not without reason. Not only was he one of the best blade masters in the entire Westlands, with unparalleled knowledge of the Blight, he was also the uncrowned king of Malkia, which had been betrayed and fallen to the Blight when Lan was still in diapers. Until he had become Moraine's warder, Lan had always considered it his destiny to fight the Blight until his death, and part of him still did. However, he always sought to do so alone, without leading other men to their deaths. And the Golden Crane, of course, was the symbol of Malkia. Loyal, too, was recognized, although merely as an Ogier. He was surprised for a moment, before smiling widely and returning the greetings. Fal Dara was crowded beyond belief, certainly as busy as Cayman had been, but the mood was subdued. Rand remembered why. Masses of Trollocs had been gathering at Tarwin's Gap, the pass between Malkia and the Blasted Lands, a natural choke point. Tomorrow, the armies of Shienar would ride to stand against the Shadow, and they were riding out to die, based on what the scouts had been reporting. It was why Lan's appearance was so anticipated. People were expecting him to ride with them. Perhaps they were even expecting a miracle from a man who was an icon of the everlasting war with the Blight. They arrived at the fortress in the center of the city, to more shouts for Lan and the Golden Crane. Here, it was as busy as it had been in the entire city, but there was a purpose to it. Smiths, Fletchers, everyone was busy preparing as much for the coming battle as they could. Despite that, a grizzled man in armor immediately approached them when they arrived at the stables. Ingtar. The last time around, the man had given his life for Rand, seeking to make amends for his actions as a dark friend. A cause he was currently still dedicated to, if Rand remembered correctly. It was the events surrounding their visit to Fal Dara, and the months after that had given the man hope the light might still win. And knowing that, Rand saw no reason to condemn him now. Ingtar would almost certainly have the same change of heart this time around, making him a more reliable ally than many of the non-dark friends Rand had dealt with over the years. Lan asked Ingtar about the situation, receiving a rather optimistic report that even Rand's friends probably saw through immediately. The man guided them to Lord Egelmar's study and said his goodbyes, returning to his duties. Egelmar rose and exchanged greetings with the group, while a few servants brought refreshments and some cloths to wipe away dust. He led them to a sitting room adjacent to his study, where everyone took a seat. "A long journey from Tar Valon," Egelmar said. "You must be tired." "Our journey was both shorter and longer than that," Moraine replied. "We ask to stay here for one night of rest and fresh supplies, if you can spare them." Egelmar frowned, clearly having hoped Moraine would aid the fight at Tarwin's Gap, and Lan too. He voiced that thought, pointing out that Moraine would be an army by herself, and if Lan flew the Golden Crane, an army would follow him. "All is not yet lost," Rand interrupted. "We must travel into the Blight now, but the Shadow may find itself surprised, thinking it has the advantage when it does not." "Confident words," Egelmar said. "Who may you be, young man?" Rand Ulthor from Two Rivers. I fear there is little more I can say right now, although I am sure we will meet again soon. You all are? Agelmar asked, his eyes passing over their group. Those I do not know, that is. All but Tom, Rand responded, indicating the gleeman. I would have sooner thought you were an Aiel, Agelmar admitted. And you hold yourself different from your friends too. I am not from the Two Rivers by blood, Rand nodded. I fear I cannot divulge too much else, although I can say that Moiraine Sedai knows my secrets. Agelmar glanced at the Aes Sedai, who nodded. Then that is enough for me. Moiraine Sedai, do you need aid in your incursion into the Blight? No, Moiraine answered. The more men we have, the easier we would be to spot, and they could not contribute to our cause. I have confidence that we can achieve our goals. Then that is more than I can say regarding Tarwin's Gap, Agelmar admitted. I wish you all the best of luck. Perhaps you could table with us tonight. We would be honored, Moiraine responded. They left as soon as the sun rose above the horizon. Unlike last time, Agelmar had not insisted on sending Ingtar along with an honor guard, probably due to the confidence in Rand and Moiraine's words. He had seemed very curious about Rand's importance within the group, in a world where those who dealt with channeling and other such matters were always women, but at the same time he had been unwilling to question Moiraine too thoroughly, and Rand was, for now, equally tight-lipped. Once Seddon was cleansed, he could afford to be more loose about his identity as the Dragon Reborn. Besides which, he would have Kalendor to prove who he was. I suppose you've never been to the Blight before? Rand commented to his father as they rode. I haven't, he replied, and I will admit that I am not looking forward to it. It isn't a nice place, Rand said, obviously, but it's the only way we can ensure we can set the important events to our hand. I hope I won't have to channel before we get there. That's a possibility? Clam asked. We managed last time, but we did have to fight, Rand said. And we were saved by the call of a worm in the distance, from which we were then in turn saved by the eye appearing before the passes, instead of after them. Although I should be able to lead us there more quickly in the first place, this time around. You mentioned that 2 of the Forsaken were there, didn't you? Tam asked, and Rand had to commend the lack of wavering in his voice. Wouldn't that be thrown off because we are a day earlier this time? It might be, but I doubt it, Rand said. It's possible that our presence there helped draw them in, and there's also our Ta'veren nature. What will we do if they do not appear? We'll stay at the Eye, Rand decided after only a moment of thought, and wait for them. Tam nodded, and they continued riding in silence. It was shortly after that they reached the boundary of the Blight, marked by a series of towers, each on top of a hill. They were built to allow a small force to hold out against an overwhelming force for as long as possible, and contained both mirrors which could signal using the sun, as well as bonfires that could be lit. A small border post next to the road, still proclaiming this was where Shienar bordered Malkia, was the only other marker. A shiver went through Rand as they passed it, like the air was colder here. But that was all that showed they were now in the Blight. Is this it? Matt asked. It doesn't look any different. But not here, it doesn't, Lan said. And please remember not to touch anything, Moiraine warned. Even flowers or leaves can be deadly here. There's a little thing called a stick that likes to hide where the leaves are thickest, looking like its name, waiting for something to touch it. When something does, it bites, but not poison. The juice begins to digest the stick's prey for it. The only thing that can save you is to cut off the arm or leg that was bitten. But a stick won't bite unless you touch it. Other things in the Blight will. There seemed to be little change from moment to moment as they rode through the forests, but the temperature of the air increased steadily, as Rand, who was watching for it, noticed quickly. It feels wrong, Nynaeve commented after Egwene pointed it out. Indeed, they began to take off layer after layer of clothing while traveling, until they were nothing but summer clothes in a land where spring had so far refused to come. The sun had by now swollen to a red ball, and the air had grown as damp as it was hot, making it difficult to sweat off the heat, For others, that was, both Rand and Moiraine had fallen back on the ancient trick that allowed them to ignore uncomfortable weather, as had been passed down the Aes Sedai from all the way back in the Age of Legends, where Rand had originally picked it up. Indeed, despite the dry ground, it felt as if they were traveling through a swamp. Rand was also the first to spot the way in which the blight twisted the plant growth. Here and there, plants would have leaves, unlike their counterparts in Shi'Enar. But those leaves contained sickly yellow colors and black flecks of disease. Matt expressed his disgust when he noticed himself. Perrin, on the other hand, was surprisingly unmoved, a trait that originated from his wolf brother nature. Wolf brothers, like all wolves, hated the shadow with a passion, and little satisfied them more than to fight it. Sometimes, at least for wolves, even at the cost of their own lives. "This is the blight?" he asked. "Just the fringe," Lan replied grimly. Indeed, the further they rode, the worse the corruption became. Trees had more and more leaves, but they were twisted, yellow, black, and red. Bloated, overripe fruit in sickly colors hung from the trees, and even leaves took on that appearance from time to time. Rot seemed to be everywhere, and the stench of decay was fighting the taste of spoiled meat with every breath. Matt was affected the worst, leaning out of his saddle to empty his stomach, then repeating that several times in the next hours despite having nothing left to lose. Egwene and Nynaeve only did marginally better. The others, including Tom, were more able to keep themselves under control, including, once again, Perrin. He and Loyal seemed more concerned with the affront to nature that the blight was than its sickening effects on all of them. "I'll be glad when we're out of here," Matt muttered at some point. "We won't have to journey back after we've been to the Eye," Rand said. "We can simply travel across the continent by gateway to get our affairs in order. This time next week, we'll be in Tyr, where it might be almost as hot and damp as here, but at least an apple tree is unlikely to bite your hand off. The longer we are away from home, the more I start thinking it's the best place to be." Rand laughed. "The unknown is always a draw, but we were quite lucky with where we were born, or, in my case, with where the person who found me lived." In the evening, they camped on a bare hill, the same spot Rand remembered from last time around, with the ruins of the 7 towers of Malkia's fallen capital visible in the distance, and nearby the string of lakes that were deceptively normal until the surface was disturbed and a gigantic mass of tentacles appeared. At least such displays helped scare Matt into not doing anything stupid. And tomorrow would be the big day. They would have to kill 3 Forsaken that day, or Rand might not be able to cleanse Sedin for weeks or even months longer, although perhaps the White Tower could help out if that came to pass. Siwan Sanchez strode forward in all her regal Amelin seatness to welcome the rather early arrival of Elaida, the daughter heir of Andor, the false dragon, the Aes Sedai guards of that false dragon, and of course everyone else accompanying them. Daughter. She was in the courtyard of the White Tower, and sisters were streaming in, all of them no doubt curious how they could be here already. "Mother," Elaida responded coolly. "You are several weeks early," Siwan noted. Implausibly early, in fact. Although she refused to reveal how, Moiraine Sedai has rediscovered the weave for traveling and brought us almost all the way here. Siwan almost lost her composure at that revelation. She would have loved to respond with some ridiculous fishing-themed saying to throw out, but it seemed as if she was too shocked to make one up on the spot, as she usually did. No one would dare call her out on it after all. "That is unbelievable," she settled on eventually. "Did she teach you?" "No," Elaida said sourly, although she said she was willing to share the knowledge once she has more time. "I will speak to her about it soon," Siwan said. She was going to have words with Moiraine. And if she could travel, then why was she and the Dragon Reborn not here already? She turned to the Aes Sedai who were watching over Logain. "Take the false dragon to the dungeons. Keep him shielded. You know what to do. We will not quite perform his gentling immediately, but soon." That surprised the sisters, although Elaida clearly knew already, but no one went against a direct order from the Amelin seat. Confident they would do as she told them, Siwan turned back to Elaida. "Daughter, you will join me in my office to discuss certain matters." "Yes, Mother." Elida clearly did not like it, but also recognized that they would have to talk through what was about to happen. Together, the two, enemies, at least politically, walked through the halls of the White Tower all the way to the top. Xuan invited the Red Sister in, and they sat down, Xuan at her desk to remind the woman of her authority. "You spoke with Moiraine, then?" "I did. The letter that she sent me indicated that she was traveling with others. What do you know about them?" Elida clearly wasn't eager to tell Xuan any more than she had to, but Xuan wanted to have as much information as possible with her incredibly annoying friend throwing everything off course. "I did not speak to most of them," Elida said. "There were 5 youths from 2 rivers, 3 boys and 2 girls. The girls are powerful channelers, at least on par with Elaine. There was also an older man, the father of one of the boys." "But you did speak to some of them?" Xuan asked. "I spoke to one," Elida said. "His name was Rand Althor, and while he was raised in 2 rivers, he clearly had foreign blood, possibly even Aiel. It was his father, or perhaps adopted father, who was with them. Aiel, the Dragon Reborn, was born at the end of the Aiel War. This had to be him. What did you speak with him about?" Xuan asked. "He ended up being questioned by the Queen after some unlikely events transpired," Elida said, taking the time to pick her words carefully, likely holding back significant information. "Certain matters raised piqued my interest, leading to a second conversation with him and Moiraine Sedai. It was in this second conversation that I promised my support for the experiment she suggested. I assume you have received her letter about it?" "I have," Xuan confirmed. "What was your impression of this man, Rand Althor?" "He seems to be a natural leader," Elida said, "although he does not currently lead anyone. He is confident and far more knowledgeable than I would expect from someone raised in 2 rivers. I also suspect that he may be Taverhan." That particular nugget of information did not surprise Xuan at all. The rest, however, she would have to meet him herself, as there was certainly more at play than Elida seemed willing to reveal. Part of Xuan wanted to try to squeeze it out of the Red Sister, however it wasn't worth antagonizing her just ahead of the experiment that Moiraine insisted on. An experiment that, by Xuan's estimate, neither she nor Elida were enthusiastic about, but at the same time she was surprised that anyone had managed to convince Elida to participate. That was yet another sign that Rand Althor, as it had most likely been him who convinced her, was the Dragon Reborn, and indeed a Taverhan. "Let's discuss this experiment now," Xuan said, "and which sisters we will ask to participate in it." This was likely going to be another long conversation. Xuan saw no reason to delay matters. It would only give the hall more opportunity to obstruct her, so she scheduled the test for the very next day after Loghain's arrival. After she and Elida had picked the participants, based on how unlikely it was for them to raise a major stink about it, they had spoken to each of them individually and, with a lot of wrangling, gotten them on board and even squeezed out promises to not reveal what they were going to do to anyone until afterwards. So, on the afternoon of the next day, Xuan and 12 sisters, Elida included, made their way down to the dungeons. The false dragon's guards had been informed too, and provided the last 2 sisters to participate in the circle. Before they met Loghain, Xuan stopped the group in the hallway, out of hearing range. "I expect that all of you are hesitant to participate in this experiment," she said, to murmured assent from everyone, except the Browns. Varen seemed distracted, as so often, while the other Brown representative appeared to be excited. "I am not particularly eager myself," Xuan continued, "but it was pointed out by the sister who proposed the experiment that knowing more about the taint could be the difference between a sane Dragon Reborn and one that destroys the world. With recent events and reports from the borderlands, while we can all hope that Tarman Gaidon is still far away, it is still best to be prepared. In addition," Elida added, "I have reason to believe we may be closer than most of us think, based on things said at the Andoran court." She and Xuan had agreed that Elida would show her support for this experiment in order to smooth over possible political tensions, as they were themselves political opponents. A show of unity would emphasize that they both believed this to be important. However, Eliada had refused to elaborate what exactly had been said, and if Xuan's eyes and ears had caught something, the information had not yet made it to Tarvalon. "I think we should have done this long ago," Varen said absently. "But it is good to remedy past mistakes." "Quite," Xuan agreed. "We've already discussed many of the doubts some of you have when you were asked to participate in the first place, so we will simply go and see whether we can learn anything useful." She led the way into the dungeons, joining the two sisters who were still waiting outside Logain's cell. They had remained in a circle with the two that were joining the experiment. "Logain habla," Xuan spoke, standing in front of the bars. "Xuan Sanche de Amelin Seat," he responded. Despite being dirty, despite no doubt being tired, Logan did not appear a broken or humbled man. He stood proud and met Xuan's gaze in a way few could, despite the bars between him and freedom. "We wish to perform a minor experiment, which would require several of us to link with you in a circle. Are you aware what a circle is?" Logain laughed. "I am not some commoner, Amelin. Yes, I know what a circle is. What surprises me is that Aes Sedai would willingly link with a man." "You will not be able to control the circle," Xuan said severely, although Logain seemed unfazed about that. Perhaps he had been referring to the taint, not a risk, imagined or otherwise, of him taking over. "Are you willing to lend your abilities in this matter?" She tried to keep her voice neutral, but some disgust tinged it nonetheless. "Why would I?" Logain asked, seeming amused. "What's in it for me?" "What do you consider a fair exchange?" Xuan asked, genuinely curious what he would answer. "Release? The false dragon dead?" Xuan raised an eyebrow impassively. Logain chuckled. "So, not quite a free pass to ask for whatever I want." He hummed as he considered his actual offer. "Delay my gentling by 2 months, so that I may live that much longer. And a nicer place to stay than this cell. So long as you keep me shielded, I am no escape risk, and attempting physical violence would merely get me killed immediately." 2 weeks, Xuan countered. "So little?" Logan asked, again daring. Xuan thought. "Oh! And after you have been gentled, you shall be free to go, rather than being forced to remain at the White Tower, on the condition you do not name yourself the Dragon Reborn again." Logain laughed, more loudly this time. "That will be no problem, for I now know that I never was the Dragon Reborn." Xuan linked with the 12 sisters that weren't holding Logain's shield, and wove a weave to cut Logain's head clean off, keeping it just before completion. "If you draw upon the one power yourself, I will assume that you intend to kill us, and respond in kind," she said. "I will not need long. Consider yourself warned." "I have no death wish, Amelin," Logain responded fearlessly. "Not yet, at least." "Drop his shield," Xuan instructed. The sisters did so, and she had to admit to herself that she was surprised that Logain made no move to attack. She couldn't know for certain whether he drew upon Sedin, but she did not think so. "In order to join a circle, you must almost touch the one power, but not quite," she explained. "I will do the rest." Logain nodded. "Nodded! I am ready." Xuan reached out, and suddenly a violent torrent coursed through her. Immediately, she brought the volume down as much as she could, although she gasped nonetheless. It was impossible to control, as if she was being washed away by it. "You must seize it," Logain said. "Force it to do your bidding." Xuan's upbringing had left her too practical to ignore the words of the expert, no matter how ridiculous it sounded, and indeed, after a few seconds, she managed to take control of the trickle of Sedin, while simultaneously surrendering herself to the Sidar from herself and the 12 other sisters. "It feels so strange," Xuan noted. "And you are impressively strong," she said, looking again at the false dragon. He was far ahead of any Aes Sedai Xuan had ever met in power. No wonder they had needed so many sisters to contain him. Logain merely smirked at the compliment. Meanwhile, Xuan added the last 2 sisters to the circle, something that was now possible. She spent a heartbeat marveling at that. In fact, 15 sisters combining their power, something that had not happened in thousands of years. "Do you feel the taint, Mother?" Vedin asked. "Do!" Xuan had to admit to herself that she needed a moment to find it in Sedin's raging torrent. When she did, however, "It is unmistakable," she said. "It feels disgusting and unnatural, like I have only experienced when I traveled to the Blight. A film of wrongness over something that otherwise feels as pure as Cedar does." She turned to Elida. "Daughter, I will pass the circle to you first. Once you are confident you can recognize the taint, move it along until we have all felt it." They did so, and every single Aes Sedai first showed surprise at Sedin's wild flow, even with Logain's contribution to the circle squeezed as it was, and then disgust at the taint. Finally, the lead of the circle returned to Siwan's hands. She wove the deadly weave again, ready to kill Logain at the first sign of hostilities, and spoke up. "I will release the guards from this circle. They will reform their previous circle and hold a shield ready. Logain, once more, if you show any hostile behavior, I will assume you are intending to kill us." Siwan released the 2 sisters, waited until the shield was ready, and then released Logain. Shielded him. They successfully did so, and Siwan let out a deep breath as she released her circle fully. "What now?" one of the blue sisters asked. "One!" of the blue sisters asked. "Now, we wait for several days," Xuan said. "The information I received was somewhat cryptic, but will hopefully make sense soon. And I will grant even this is valuable knowledge." "I'm not sure what good it's going to do," a white said. "Neither am I," Xuan thought to herself. But she trusted Moiraine. "We will reconvene with this group when I say so," she said, concluding the meeting, and everyone went their own way. As Xuan left the cells, she couldn't help but spare one last glance back to Logain. His power had been immense. Would someone like him be able to square up against the Forsaken, or were there yet more powerful? And before such concerns became relevant, she would first have to arrange a better living space for him. Rest was uneasy, as was to be expected in the Blight. Even at night, in what should have been early spring and far to the north, most members of their party were bathed in sweat, and even Rand and Moiraine did not sleep properly. The following morning, they left early, deeper again into the Blight. By now, Rand could recognize the wisps of the weaves that hid the eye, allowing him to follow the trail. He called Moiraine and Lan to him. "We'll have to go off the path if we want the quickest route to the eye," he said. The pair communicated with merely a glance. "If you can bail us out if needed, yes," Lan said. Rand nodded. "Then that's what we'll do." Rand's previous visit to the Eye had seen a very short travel path compared to the standard. However, it was not the shortest possible. While several times he feared that the Blight was about to turn omnicidal, like it did the moment something disturbed it, such as a tree grabbing an animal to snack on, as had happened last time, they reached the Eye without any actual disturbances. "A remarkably quiet journey," Lan noted as they suddenly crossed the line to a verdant oasis of life. And actual life, not the twisted version of the Blight. The Eye was surrounded by a marvelous garden of flowers, lush trees, welcoming undergrowth, and a thick, soft layer of grass that accommodated even bare feet. A paradise, like the gardens of the Age of Legends, tended to by the Nym and the Ogier. Which made sense, as the Green Man was the last surviving Nym tasked to guard the Eye. The giant being appeared through the trees just then. He was far larger than even Loyal, and made of green vines and leaves. His hair was grass flowing to his shoulders. His eyes were hazelnut brown. Vibrant green leaves made up his tunic and bark his boots. He was in tune with the life around him in a way no human or even Ogier could ever match, as plants grew the way he wanted, and butterflies flitted around him and landed on top of him. The only thing marring the perfection was a long scar running across his cheek and temple, where his vines were brown and withered. It was the technology that had birthed beings like the Nim which Agenor had corrupted to create the Trollocs and other shadow spawn, in the same way the Dark One tainted everything and everyone he touched. But now was not the time to think about that. Where'd have come? The Green Man spoke, his voice a deep rumble. It has been a very long time since anyone found their way straight here, not because of their need, but because they knew the way. His eyes found Loyal. And welcome to you too, little brother. I have not met enough of your kind in recent times. Loyal scrambled from his horse and bowed. Wow! You honor me, Tree Brother. The Green Man smiled and put his arm around the Ogier's shoulders. Hey! There is no honoring, little brother. We will sing tree songs together. His eyes roamed more of the party. And a wolf brother too. Do the old times truly walk again? They do, Rand said, being next to draw the being's attention. You must be a child of the dragon. Grand chuckled. In a way, but I am the dragon too. The Green Man blinked in surprise. So it has come again. I have feared this day. We are prepared, Rand said. You are certainly not what I expected from the return of the dragon, the Green Man said. I imagine you will wish to see the eye? Yes, please, Rand said. Follow me then. The Green Man led the way through the verdant garden and brought them to a hillside with an arched opening carved from the stone. The arch itself was white, and its keystone was a circle, halved by a sinuous line, with one side being rough and the other smooth, displaying the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. I will not go in with you, the Green Man said, breaking the silence that had fallen upon them. It makes me uneasy to become too close. Rand nodded. Thank you for guarding this place all these years. Even now, I feel the might of the shadow pressing down. You best not dawdle, dragon. I hope I may see you again. He inclined his head and retreated into the forest. Let's go, Rand said, leading the way through the arch and into a hallway that sloped gently downwards. It was wide, more than large enough to accommodate even Loyal, and entirely smooth, a relic from a different age. A soft, ambient light illuminated everything, despite its source being unclear. They walked for a while until finally Moraine spoke up. There it is. The corridor opened into a vast, domed space illuminated by glowing crystals dotting the ceiling. Below, an oval pool filled the cavern, leaving but a 5-feet walkway around it. What is that? Matt asked uneasily as he glanced over the liquid. It doesn't look like any water I ever saw. Before Rand could respond, he kicked a loose stone over the edge. It slid down into the pool without so much as a ripple on the surface, and then began to swell, growing larger and blurrier until it was transparent, and then no longer visible at all. Sidene, Rand said. This is pure, liquid set in, like can only be made by men and women working together. And it's why we are here, remember? This Sidene, all of it, he gestured to indicate the whole cavern, is untainted. This is the reserve I will need to use to fight the Forsaken without allowing the taint to get any more of a hold on me than necessary. And hidden below it are 2 important items, the banner of the dragon, which will be my flag, and the horn of Valere. Several people drew in a shocked breath at the revelation of the latter. The horn of Valere, Matt whispered reverently. To summon the heroes of old, to battle the forces of the shadow. Do remember what the prophecy of the horn says, Rand cautioned. Let whosoever sounds me think not of glory, but only of salvation. They stood in silence, gazing over the pool. And now? Egwene asked. Now we wait, Rand said. As we talked about earlier, I expect Agenor and Balthamael to show up either today or tomorrow, but more likely today, perhaps even within an hour. After we've dealt with them, I will seek out Ishamael, and then I must intervene at Tarwin's Gap. Why is that? Moraine asked. Oh. The last time around, Shianar was dead lost at the Gap, Rand explained. I somehow found myself traveling there and destroying the Trolloc army while barely in control of what I was doing. It was a strange experience, which I still do not quite understand. Rand turned around and led the way back to the surface, the others following behind him. As he walked, Rand drew a trickle of sedine out of the eye, so little that he could hardly even see the cord that led back to it, a visual representation only visible to those who could use sedine, much like the glowing aura female channelers could see, around women who were at that moment channeling. He would warn Moiraine to be ready herself if it wasn't for the goosebumps that had appeared on his arms cluing him in that she was already channeling. The rest of their party seemed to be on guard, all of them, even Lan, sticking slightly behind Rand and the trained Aes Sedai. When they arrived back in the garden, they looked around carefully. Rand could not sense anyone channeling sedine, but that did not mean much. Not only was it possible the Forsaken hadn't seized it yet, it was also possible to use a weave to hide that you were holding it, or even that you had the ability to channel at all, both of which Rand had already placed on himself. "I don't think they're here yet," Rand eventually said. Even without looking behind him, he could feel everyone relax minutely. "We'll have lunch then," Moiraine decided, although she did not release the source, and neither did Rand. The trickle he was using to keep his connection to the eye intact was so minor that it wouldn't matter. "They're unlikely to use violence immediately," Rand reminded everyone of what he'd explained them before. "They know that channelers in this age are far weaker than in the Age of Legends and believe themselves untouchable. Hubris is one thing all of the Dark One's lieutenants share." The Green Man joined them several minutes in, although he did not eat himself. The life he tended to gave him what he needed, he explained. He spoke of life and growing, easing the mood among them, and the Emon's fielders in particular as they ate. Rand had already finished his own lunch when the garden suddenly quieted. The Green Man stopped speaking immediately, and everyone rose at once, looking around to spot the threat. From between the trees, 2 men appeared. Although they both wore a dark cloak with a cowl up to hide their faces, Rand remembered what they looked like. They were old, impossibly so, as they had been sealed close enough to the boar to suffer from the passing of time. Skin drawn tight over bones, merely a few wisps of white hair, sunken eyes, and Balthamel might be even worse. He had hidden his face, and it had not been exposed last time around. "We have found you," Agenor rasped, his voice like bones gnashing against one another. Rand did not waste time, suddenly drawing vastly more sedin from the eye and forming the weave of balefire. Agenor hadn't even had time to seize sedine before the white-hot beam connected, and his shocked face looked haunted for a moment as his face, his clothes, his everything momentarily inverted in color before he faded away. Balthamel just barely ducked away from Rand's second beam, seizing sedine himself. He began a weave of his own, and Rand started cutting his threads. Then, a thinner beam of balefire shot through the air from the side, and Balthamel met the same fate as his companion. Rand nodded to Moiraine in thanks and took stock of the situation. Last time, Baalzamon had not appeared until slightly later, but he wasn't even sure what had happened exactly. The world of dreams might have been involved. "I didn't think the Forsaken would die that easily," Matt said, although his voice was a bit higher than normal. "And the others probably won't," Rand said. "For all intents and purposes, I just showed my hand. Stay here. I will seek out Baalzamon. He has no interest in any of you right now, so the danger should be gone." "Be careful," Moiraine said. "I will," Rand promised, before weaving a gateway to the top of the hill on the side of which the eye was found. The other side was a cliff, the same that had cut off Rand's flight from Agenor the last time around, and had marked the edge of the Green Man's garden. That time, he had been looking merely to get away, not even realizing when Agenor burned himself out in an attempt to draw more and more from the eye, and it had put him at Tarwin's Gap. From there, he had ended up fighting Baalzamon, almost certainly in the world of dreams. He looked out over the cliff, a dark vista of the mountains of doom ahead of him, jagged and unyielding black peaks that were too corrupted to host even the twisted imitation of life that the Blight did. It seemed likely to Rand that Ishamael had noticed his use of balefire, and that might draw him out. He traveled to a barren peak ahead of him, a flank of the true Mountains of Doom, and waited, looking around. In the next few minutes, Rand wondered if he had to travel all the way to Sheol Ghul to get Ishamael to come out. He did believe himself to be the Dark One, after all. He wasn't sure if he liked to take that much risk. While the seals were severely weakened, they did still hold back some of the Dark One's influence, and fighting at Sheol Ghul might damage them further. Thankfully, Baalzamon appeared a few dozen yards away, traveling with the true power, a method that could only transport oneself and seemed to distort reality. He looked as he had in Rand's dreams. Unlike Agenor and Balthamel, his appearance was that of a normal, good-looking man at first glance. He wore expensive, dark clothes and a blood-red cloak, and was tall, with dark hair. With Luz Theron's memories, he was easily recognizable as Elan Morin Tedronai, philosopher and longtime friend of Luz Theron, until he turned to the Shadow, one of very few to have done so in complete alignment with the Dark One's true goal, to break the wheel and end all existence. However, hot flames burned where his eyes should be, and whenever he opened his mouth, flames burned there too. That was a side effect of the true power, and perhaps so was his insanity, although Rand was not quite sure whether his centuries bound by the seals, yet aware of the passing of time, had played a larger hand in that. Luz Therin Telamon. Ba'alzamon spoke once he had approached. Ba'alzamon, Rand responded evenly. Or should I say, Elan Morin Tedronai. Surprise flickered over his face, and Rand immediately attacked, forming balefire. However, Ba'alzamon was ready, and he dodged to the side. Even as he did so, he wove lightning, and Rand responded by a conduit that diverted the strike. Rand wove fire and air, shooting arrows towards Ba'alzamon like he had done to the Trolloc forces a month ago, and Ba'alzamon traveled a short distance away, attacking from behind Rand with a complex web of fire, earth, and spirit that sought to explode the ground. Rand shielded himself with earth, and while molten rock blasted into the air around him on all sides, a beam of fire shot from his hands, moving where he guided it. Ba'alzamon threw himself to the ground, only barely dodging, and Rand stopped his attack to weave lightning. Ba'alzamon brought up a hand, and a shield diverted the strike. But more. Arrows of fire shot forth from Rand's fingers. Against this, too, the shield held, but Ba'alzamon was on the back foot with no time to stand up or travel away. Rand wove air and earth, and a rock 2 yards across released itself from the hillside, swept through the air as it gained speed, and impacted the ground where Ba'alzamon had been only a moment before. Rand twisted immediately, and a ball of fire shot out of his hands, accelerated by air, and it exploded into Ba'alzamon's new position before he had time to react. The flames disappeared after only a moment, although some hardy, corrupted weeds were still smoldering, and revealed a charred husk of a body, barely more than blackened bone and some bits of stinking, burned flesh. Rand approached and inspected the remains, although there was little need. Ishamael would be back, as Rand hadn't had time to weave the complicated web of balefire, but this would buy time, enough time. Rand wove a gateway, and was glad to find that the weave took, leaving a location required familiarity with it, and his previous arrival through a gateway combined with the intense fight while he was there appeared to have been sufficient. He stepped through, finding himself in a rather similar location to where he was. Here, too, the mountains of doom rose high, but in front of him there was a broad pass. There, 200 yards away, stood a mass of Trollocs, thousands or perhaps more than 10,000 in number, their forces flowing up onto the slopes of the mountains. Hundreds of Fades accompanied them, and Dragkar swept through the skies on their large, leathery wings. Behind Rand stood the forces of Shi'anar, dwarfed by their opponents, yet determined to defend mankind against the Shadow. The battle, no doubt, had been just about to begin. Rand formed a flaming sword in his hand, like he had done so many times before he'd received formal training in the One Power, when it was one of the few weaves he knew how to perform, and raised it high above him. Both sides noticed him at around the same time and watched in confusion. Then Rand channeled, and Trollocs died. Waves of fire shot out of his sword, rolling across the blasted land as they grew and widened. He stomped his foot, and the earth itself moved, waves traveling towards the Dark One's army and growing in size to consume them. Blossoms of fire exploded between the Trollocs, and a lightning strike fell. A Dragkar. A second followed moments after, and then they shot down from the sky in a rhythm faster than one could count, their harsh claps melting together. The Murderer pointed to Rand, ordered their troops to strike him down, only to be set on fire, consumed by earth, or electrocuted by lightning. And Saidin, pure, clean Saidin, coursed through Rand for the first time in more than a month as he wove beautiful destruction against the forces of the Dark One. The light would know victory on this day. thousands of shadow spawn were vanquished in mere minutes, and when the flow from the eye started to weaken, Rand ended his onslaught. He turned around, facing the Shianaran army that had been watching in astonishment, raised his sword in a salute, and traveled back to the Green Man's garden. Several people sighed in relief when Rand returned, and his father wrapped him into a fierce hug. "Did everything work out?" Moraine asked anxiously. "It did," Rand responded. "Although I was unable to get Ishmael with balefire, so he will return. We'll have time for that, though. The Dark One's resurrection clearly isn't instant." "So now we'll go cleanse Sedin," Moraine said, as if she couldn't believe those words. "We will," Rand agreed. He turned to the Green Man. "How about you? Do you wish to stay here, or would you rather leave? Perhaps you could live the rest of your days with the Ogier, tending to a garden that does not need to fight the Blight every day, teaching them your songs and what you remember from the Age of Legends." The Green Man inclined his head to acknowledge Rand. "I will consider it." "I will consider it. Could you perhaps return here soon, so that I do not need to make my decision now?" "Of course," Rand said. "Your time. You have earned whichever path you choose from here." He turned back to Moiraine. "Before we leave, we must go down into the Eye and collect what it hid." "Right," she said. "I had forgotten about that." "I think we all did," Tam said. "This has been a rather exciting day." Together, they made their way down into the chamber, descending in the empty cavity that had contained the Sedin, at the bottom of which they found a chest containing the artifacts Rand had mentioned, as well as— "What are these?" Thum asked. "Between everything else that happened at the Eye, I had forgotten all about that," Rand said. "Those are the pieces of a seal on the Dark One's prison. As far as I am aware, all 6 other seals should still be intact right now, although weakened like this one." Moraine, unsuccessfully, tried to snap a piece into 2. "Don't bother trying that," Rand said. "While they grew weaker later on, these pieces still have the qualities of Quendila. I remember Lan lost a good dagger attempting to scratch one. It is moments like this that make me wonder why I was stupid enough to demand to come with you," Egwene remarked. Rand hugged her gently. "Ooh, because you didn't want to be left out while we went and saw the world. And besides, do you not enjoy your lessons with Moiraine? And do you not want to learn better control of your gift?" She smiled up at him. "Ah, yeah, I do." He grinned. "And also, you're too darn stubborn to not leave your mark on the world." She punched his chest in mock offense. "Anyway," Rand said, letting go of her, "it's time to get a move on." He led the way back up to the surface and looked up at the sun. "We'll have to continue into the night if we start now," he told Moiraine. "But I'm thinking that might not be a reason to delay." She nodded. "You're right. The earlier this is done, the better." "Link with me, please," Rand said. Moraine did so, then handed him control. Like they were used to doing by now, Rand minimized the flow of Sedin and used Moiraine's Sedar to weave a gateway to a hilltop overlooking Shadar Logoth, the same place where he had performed the cleansing last time around. Everyone went through the gateway, and once Rand closed it, he immediately opened a new one. Back in Faldara, Lan had bought a tent, which was stored together with some other commodities that belonged to him, even though he had no interest in them. This gateway led there, allowing them to grab the tent unseen without having to carry it into the Blight. Once they'd done that, Lan and the other men started setting up the tent, while Rand created yet another gateway, this one to Ruidian. He and Moraine stepped through. "This is amazing," she said, looking around in wonder. Around them, the only city the Isle had ever known was laid out, grand despite its abandonment and the permanent cloud cover above muting the light. However, they weren't here for sightseeing, and Rand's attention was immediately on the many ter'angreal that were scattered across the large plaza. He led the way through them, and Moraine's wonder focused on them too. "They're all ter'angreal?" "Yes," Rand said. "Once I've established things in Tyr, I intend to return here, probably with a few browns, to start cataloging all of this. There's a lot that may be of use." And over there in the distance, you can see a Vendosora. Moiraine looked that way. In the previous timeline, Matt managed to get himself hanged on its branches. You're kidding me. I am not, Rand said. I had to perform first aid on him to get him to breathe again. He made a deal with the Eowyn without knowing the first thing about them. He's lucky they didn't kill him outright. Matt would win a game of dice against the Dark One. A dozen yards over, he spotted the access key to Rangrel's, and he made his way towards them. You're serious, are you not? I am, Rand said, picking up the female figurine and handing it to Moiraine before picking up the male figurine himself. I don't have any idea where he gets it from, but he can genuinely rely on dice to roll badly when he wants to lose and roll well when he wants to win. Perhaps the pattern just likes him. Or perhaps not, considering he ends up in situations that get him hanged in the first place. He created a new gateway back to Shadar Logoth, and they again step through. All right, we're ready to begin, Rand said. The men stopped where they were busy setting up the tent to listen. To recap, Moiraine and I will be busy together during the cleansing. While we're doing that, all you have to do is watch. It'll take quite a few hours, likely well into the night. Once we're done, we'll fall unconscious and remain so for a few days. That's why we've got the tent, of course. I'm sure you can all find ways to occupy yourselves. When Moiraine and I have recovered, we will travel to Tyr and go from there. He sat down on the grass, Moiraine opposite him, and they placed the ter'angreals in between them. Rand drew Cedar first, reaching out to the ter'angreal through Moiraine, who he was still in a circle with. He drew more and wove a conduit, connecting the male half of the source directly to Shadar Logoth in the distance. It defied the mind, having simultaneously no length and an infinite length. Only his knowledge from the Age of Legends even allowed Rand to indirectly grasp what he was doing, and he marveled at the fact that he'd even been able to come up with this and pull it off without that knowledge. Still, this time he understood far better what he was doing, and he started drawing Sedin through the conduit. It could not possibly mix with the Cedar, being as inherently opposite as it was, and instead the Cedar squeezed the flow of Sedin to speed it up faster and faster. The Sedin reached Shadar Logoth before it reached Rand, and there, in that city of man-made evil, of evil that hated the shadow as much as it hated mankind, the taint remained behind. Although at first it was merely a minuscule shift in Sedin that even hinted at this happening. Now, stripped of the taint, clean, safe to use, it flowed through Rand, and he let it flow back into the source without further use. By his best theory, based on the most sophisticated philosophy from the Age of Legends, the total amount of Sedin and Cedar was finite, but whenever it was used, it would return to the source, ready to be used again, making it infinite in practical use. To cleanse Sedin, then, required Rand to channel all Sedin in existence, continuously stripping the taint away from it without letting it infect his mind. This was the use of the Shoidan Kal. Even though they had not envisioned it when they originally made the Sa'angreals and their access keys, Rand suspected the pattern had. A blaze of Saidar being channeled drew Shuan's attention. "Hey!" She looked up from the paperwork she had been fighting towards the southwest. Even as she did so, it grew stronger. It wasn't at the White Tower, or even Tar Valon. No, it was much, much farther away. The fact that Shuan could even feel it, hundreds of leagues distant, showed just how completely insane the amount that was being channeled was. You will know when will be the right time for this. Shuan found herself walking to the window in shock. Moiraine, what bloody insanity were you up to? She looked out over Tar Valon, Dragonmount visible to her right, but no matter how far she looked, whatever was happening was far too distant to see from here, even with a vantage point this high. In fact, she walked over to a map of the Westlands that was hung on a wall. The channeling came roughly from the direction of the two rivers, and if Moiraine could travel, then she and the Dragon Reborn could be anywhere, including his home. Shuan contemplated her rather limited knowledge of what was going on, although it was still better than any other Aes Sedai except for possibly Elida, but likely not even her, could manage before coming to the decision to go to the hall. No doubt, a session would have been called by the time she arrived there, even though no one would have any idea of what was happening. She collected Lean, her keeper of the chronicles, and hurried down the tower. Indeed, when she was halfway there, a breathless novice almost barreled into them and told her that a formal meeting was being called by the Red Sitters. And while Siwan would normally be eager to whine, at least to herself, about the Red Aja trying to obstruct her every move, she could acknowledge that in this case, they probably just wanted to know what that blasted channeling was. And if they hadn't called the meeting, another trio would have done so within a minute or two. They quickly arrived at the hall of the tower, that vaunted nexus of Aes Sedai politics and power, where the people in charge of the most powerful institute in the world convened. To bicker like children, if you asked Siwan what she thought of the hall. Lean went in first, calling the traditional announcement of the Amelin seat's arrival, and Siwan hurried to her spot as soon as she could, seeing that 18 of the 21 sitters had already arrived before her. "What's going on?" Janya Frende of the Brown Aja demanded immediately. "Has the sitting already been opened?" Xuan asked, as 2 missing sitters walked in. "Not yet," Lelaine Akashi, the eldest sitter, said. "Teslin, if you would." Teslin, a red and the youngest sister present, opened the sitting, briefly interrupted when Dosine, of the Yellow Aja, arrived last. With that second bit of ceremony over, all eyes went to Xuan. "What's happening?" "What's happening?" Pevara asked. Despite Xuan's earlier internal grumblings, she had to admit that Pevara was one of the more tolerable Red Sisters. "I don't know," Xuan said simply. "Does this have something to do with your experiment yesterday?" Velina of the White Aja asked. News had spread quickly, and many Aes Sedai were disapproving. In fact, just this morning, Xuan had spent several hours defending it in the hall, with the final conclusion being that she'd better not pull something like this again. Elida's involvement might well be the biggest surprise to everyone. She was quite influential in the Red Aja thanks to her strength in the One Power, and had probably helped alleviate any harsher consequences. "As far as I am aware, linking with a man in Tar Valon does not cause a woman on the other side of the continent to channel impossible amounts of Cedar," Siwan said dryly. "I can assure you that I am as curious as you are what is going on there." Of course, it wasn't that simple. Dozens of Aes Sedai filled the viewing areas surrounding the hall as Siwan and the other sitters talked in circles, with the initial questioning of Siwan eventually turning into an overly elaborate conversation that boiled down to no one has the slightest clue what's going on. After 2 full hours, with that impossible channeling still going on out there, possibly in 2 rivers, possibly not, the sitting finally closed, leaving everyone as clueless as they had been. Tomorrow, Siwan would call together the group from yesterday and perform the experiment again. She was rather curious what could possibly have changed. Amis, wise. One of the Tawadat Aiel opened her eyes in the world of dreams. Soon, she was joined by 3 other dreamers, Bear, Melaine, and Shana. "I hope you could clarify what's happening," Bear said. The elderly woman had lost none of her strength of personality with age. "A little, but not much," Amis replied. "As I'm sure you've already heard, we have felt extremely strong channeling to the west, across the spine of the world." Bear nodded, and Melaine corroborated Amis's claim. "I suspect this is related to the changes we have seen in our dreams for the last month," Amis continued. "I believe the time for our seekers is already running out." "We just sent them," Melaine exclaimed. "Hey!" "We did," Shana said. "But if unprecedented things are indeed happening, the dreams have never been as unreliable as they were this past month." "But only if their visions crossed that one day," Bear pointed out. Indeed, visions from before that day had become unreliable, but visions from after that day seemed as accurate, which meant plausible, but not certain, as they had always been. "And perhaps that is why we must hurry," Amy said. "We thought we should start preparing to search for he who comes with the dawn, and suddenly our dreams are pressing us to seek him immediately, like we had been dallying for a year." "The Seekers will only just have crossed the Dragon Wall at all," Melaine said. "I had a dream 3 nights ago," Shana said, "of he who comes with the dawn, inviting the Seekers into his seat of power, the Stone of Tyr. Only I was there as one of them. He offered us shade and water, as an Aiel would, and he spoke to me and Ruach." "What did he say?" "What did he say?" Melanie asked. "He asked us to embrace our new purpose, Shauna recounted. To leave behind our forsaken oaths from the age of legends and join him, so we may spit in Sightblinder's eye on the last day. All four remained silent as they digested the vision. Dreams were often not literal and could mean something very different from their obvious interpretation. Even when they were, they might not come to pass at all. The dream could be literal, in this case, a direct precognition of what would happen in a few weeks, although without Shauna there. Shauna's presence, then, was symbolic of he who comes with the dawn, extending this request, this offer, to all clan chiefs and wise ones, and through them, all Aiel. It could also be metaphorical. Many wise ones across centuries had feared that the breaking of the Aiel, which the prophecy of Ruidians spoke of, was that the past of the Aiel as oathbreakers became public knowledge and would drive them to despair. Perhaps the invitation of he who comes with the dawn, then, was simply the practical reality. That those Aiel who did not fall to despair would adopt this new purpose. Perhaps it was different from that, even, and they would swear a new oath. Perhaps he would reforge the Aiel by force. And, of course, perhaps none of this would come to pass at all. It did not seem like a warning of something to avoid, but even that could never be quite ruled out. There is only one conclusion I dare draw from that, Bear said. The Seekers will be late to the stone, even if they go there immediately. I agree, Shauna said. I've wondered about this dream since I had it, and I would have shared it earlier if we had met before tonight. However, by itself it did not seem quite worth calling for an early meeting. Various groups of wise ones would meet with some regularity to discuss the Seekers and, where they could, steer them by appearing in their dreams. The four of them were supposed to have this meeting 2 days from now, but with all channelers feeling immense amounts of the one power being used to the west, they had all understood that it was necessary to speak to each other immediately. The dreams changed a month ago, Amy said, and I think this is just the next step. I agree, Melaine said, nodding. We'll send them to the stone. After we speak to the other wise ones, Shauna cautioned. Of course, Melaine said. Then let's go speak to them, Armis said, concluding this meeting. High Lord Turak settled down in the ship's cabin as his highest officers and High Lady Suroth joined him, together with a few Suldam and the Damane they had chained. Orwin, please explain what the Damane have been reporting. There is extremely strong channeling going on to the east, the Sultan explained. All Damane I have spoken to report the same. They say it is hundreds, perhaps even thousands of leagues away, and the amount is comparable to what all Damane together would be able to manage. Turak suspected that everyone here was already aware of this information. They all had at least one Suldam in their entourage. However, it was always good to ensure there could be no confusion about what was being discussed in important meetings. Could it be an extremely strong Damane? Suroth asked. Impossible, Esonde said. Even the strongest Damane in all of Shanchan would only be able to channel a fraction of this power. We also need to consider the possibility that there may be Marath Damane, Turak said. We do not know what we will find when we arrive. They may have forgotten their oaths. Esonde shook her head. Despicable as they may be, Marath Damane are no stronger than Damane. Captain General Kennar, what are your first thoughts regarding the military side of a potential invasion? Turak asked. We must be on guard for the possibility of having to fight opponents with access to the one power like our own do, High Lord, Kennar replied. Do we need to reconsider our plan to gain a foothold in a remote area and gather information first? If there is unity across the Arith Ocean, whether it be Hawkwing's empire or a new one, a foothold may provide time to gather a force to oppose us, High Lord. With only the forces of the High Lean at our disposal and Damane on both sides, this could drive us back into the sea. And if there is no unity, then we are almost certainly able to match any one nation we find, even if their armies include channelers. Only an alliance would risk our success. Turak glanced at Suroth, trying to divine her thoughts. She was the only one who was close to an equal. Turak was a member of the royal family, 12th in line to the throne, as shown in the way he kept his head fully shaved. But Suroth was herself of the high blood. shown in how she shaved everything except for a small band in the middle, where her dark hair grew long. She did not speak up, however, so Turak asked the next question. If we do not establish a small foothold first, how do we know whether we need to conquer in the first place? An excessive show of force might lead to misunderstandings. We could commandeer a smaller ship or two, interrogate the sailors, and, if needed, use such a ship to get scouts to land unnoticed, Kenna said. Once they return, we can make an informed decision. However, it may please the High Lord and High Lady to already make plans for every possibility. If we are not welcomed, we should push hard, Suros said. Leave them no time to organize a resistance, whether they are unified or not. It is at the very least worth considering, Turak said. Your thoughts, Captain General? Turak's suspicion that Kenna would have his doubts were immediately confirmed. High Lord, in order to mount an effective push like that, we would need more troops than the Hylian has. Would we need those immediately? Turak asked. Kenna considered the question. No. The Hylian forces are sufficient to establish a presence. However, more forces would have to arrive quicker than the time it takes for a messenger to sail across the Arith Ocean, forces to prepare in the homeland, and those forces to sail back east. Turak nodded, meaning we would have to mobilize those forces before we land. Yes, High Lord. We now have confirmation that Artur Hawking's lands are where we believe them to be, Siroth said. What if we mobilize additional forces that can back us up once we have arrived? Turak considered that, as did Kenna. Captain General, what would you do if it turns out that Hawkwing's descendants still rule his lands? We could send a messenger back and have the fleet turn around, he said with a hint of uncertainty. However, it would be a costly endeavor. But we do now know that they have powerful channeling capabilities, Suroth said. Would that not justify sending more forces beyond what the Hylian was granted? It would, Turak said. We will take the safe path. A messenger ship will return to the homeland to report how events unfolded and request more troops. High Lady Suroth, I propose we both offer to personally reimburse 25% of the financial costs incurred by the reinforcements if it turns out they are not needed to reduce the risk the Empress, may she live forever, takes by preparing them and sending them out. That is a risk that seems worth taking, she said. Ensure that the messenger is clear that we only take these financial costs if they are sent back to the homeland. Of course, Turak agreed. The Empress, may she live forever, decided on the Hylian, and its financial risks personally. If Artur's lands are hostile and we need to invade, the Empire also stands to gain more, as it will assume direct governance. With that, the meeting was concluded, and Turak sent everyone back to their own ships while he started carrying out the decisions they made. Night had fallen over Shadar Logoth and its surroundings, yet still Rand and Moraine were channeling, doing whatever it was that had formed a large black dome inside the cursed city. Egwene was bundled up in warm clothes, even though it wasn't quite as cold as previous nights had been. Nynaeve had listened to the wind and told them spring was finally coming, which Tom said was because they had beaten the shadow at the eye. But Leman had also told them of Arid Ho and its downfall, until it became the twisted, empty husk that was the Shadar Logoth that lay in front of them. Now, it was partially consumed by the half-sphere, and all of them were watching it. No one wanted to sleep while a miracle of a magnitude that had not been seen since the Age of Legends was happening in front of their eyes. Despite that, conversation had fallen quiet some time ago, and Egwene and Matt had both found themselves nodding off a few times. No matter how much Matt denied it, something about the dome suddenly caught Egwene's attention, beyond the way she'd been staring at, and beyond it. As she watched, a flame started to writhe up from the smooth surface of the dome, as black as the dome itself. Another one formed, and a third, and more joined them, until the entire thing burned pitch black. Then it collapsed in on itself, vanishing into a point and taking the Forsaken City along with it. 6 heartbeats later, a thundering noise made itself known, and a strong wind began blowing towards the city, making Egwene hold on to the loose shawl she had bound around her head for warmth. Was that it? She asked as she realized the channeling from right behind her had stopped. She turned and saw that both Rand and Moiraine had slumped over. Nynaeve was already on them, checking their health, and Egwene joined her at Rand's side. "Moiraine is fine," Lan said. "However, she is incredibly tired." "Rand is as well," Nynaeve said. "I can only assume that they succeeded. Mat, Perrin, get over here. Help Lan and Tam to carry them into the tent. We'll have to wait for them to recover before we can go anywhere." Egwene walked along as the men, carried him inside, watching his peaceful face. He had changed tremendously, with those 2 years of the future weighing on him, and centuries of knowledge from a forgone age. And yet, he was still the same good-hearted boy she'd crushed on in Eamon's Field. If anything, it showed even more clearly now that he had lost his awkwardness. She grabbed the blanket and put it over him before crawling under it herself, hugging herself against the tall redhead. Part of her worried about how much she had to learn in order to balance Rand as a wife or girlfriend or whatever the future would make them should. But she was never one to shy back from a challenge, and she was determined not to disappoint him. Siuan led her previous group of sisters to Loghain's new quarters, where 4 other sisters were standing guard. None of these were part of the 14 that had linked with him a few days ago. "Mother?" Bavara queried. "Da!" Siuan and Elida had agreed on her because she was one of the Reds least likely to cause issues about the experiment, on top of being one of the more influential Reds. "Regulus, what will the exact experiment be today? You did say we would have a second experiment, but I don't see the use in just repeating the same thing. We've all felt the taint." "We have," Siuan agreed. "Dai!" The letter I received was somewhat mysterious, but I trust the sister who sent it. "We will repeat the experiment in the same way as the first time, and I will be just as disappointed as you if we don't learn anything valuable." Although everyone kept their Aes Sedai mask up, Siuan had no trouble picking up on the annoyance of several sisters who clearly thought this was a waste of time. Siuan wasn't sure if she didn't agree, although Moiraine had obviously known something big would happen, and this seemed related to it, which was why she carried on with it anyway. "You can enter with us," she told the guards. The Amelin seat was above things such as knocking, so Siuan simply marched ahead into Loghain's quarters. The false dragon was sitting at a table, reading, although he looked up when they entered. "There you are again." "Here we are again," Siuan said. "We wish to repeat the experiment from earlier." "Just the same thing again?" he asked. "No! Didn't do much beyond passing the leadership of the circle around, did you?" Cried a mouthy, false dragon. As if this experiment wasn't silly enough yet. The worst thing was, they couldn't even do much about Loghain mouthing off. Unless they wanted to resort to torture or corporal punishment, he was already going to face the harshest sentencing he could possibly receive. He simply had nothing to lose by being abrasive towards his captors. "Yes, just the same as the first," Siuan said, trying not to let her frustration shine through. "Same deal as previously. You make any seemingly hostile move while unshielded, I execute you. Don't worry about me. I like living. Right now, at least. Even if I somehow got all of you, I'd never get the rest of the tower." "Link with me," Siuan instructed, drawing 12 sisters into her circle. "Drop his shield." The guards dropped Loghain's shield, and she reached through him. Again, she felt herself momentarily overwhelmed by the torrent of Sedin, pushing her and trying to crush her in. Its wild flow, but she had expected it this time, and immediately squeezed it to a trickle. Loghain gasped. She looked at the false dragon, his face showing pure astonishment. It's gone," he exclaimed. "The taint is gone." Several sisters gasped in turn, and Siuan frantically searched through Sedin, seeking that same disgusting film she'd felt previously. And she could not find it. Belatedly, she added the last 2 sisters to the circle, while all 19 sisters in the room shared looks of surprise and, yes, even shock with each other. "Is that true?" Elida asked sharply. "That cannot be true, can it?" "I can't feel it," Siuan said. "I remember what it was like, and I can't find it again. I feel like I should be able to sense it. Let me try." Siuan handed the leadership of the circle off to the Red. "Impossible," Elida muttered, a look of consternation on her face. Eventually, she shook her head. I cannot feel it either. Forvara. She handed off leadership, and one by one each of the sisters confirmed with their own senses what sounded too outrageous to be true. This is amazing, Varen said, still sounding somewhat absent-minded, although if she was already thinking about the consequences, Xuan could not blame her. It must have to do with what happened yesterday, right? It has to be connected, Logan said. I felt it too. I felt it too. It wasn't only Sadar. There was Sedin involved too, hundreds of leagues away. When Moraine had written about surprises, Xuan thought she would be ready for everything that might get thrown at her. Not this. No one in the entire White Tower had been ready for a Dragon Reborn whose first public act was to do the impossible and cleanse the taint. She addressed the guards. Ready the shield. Logain will remain shielded until we have had time to respond to this development. His punishment, including whether or not he will be gentled, shall be decided after that. She released several sisters, then released Logain. Shield. Once the false dragon was shielded again, she released the rest of the circle. I wish to have some time to speak to Elida. She is the one to have most recently spoken to the sister who suggested this experiment. Pavara, I will contact you once we've concluded our meeting, so that you may call a sitting. I'm sure everyone here wishes to share what we just learned. I may wish to call Elida as a witness, if she may know more, Pavara said. That is acceptable. I imagine everyone here will be asked to witness before the hall today. But please allow me to speak to her first. Pavara nodded. I find myself in a rather good mood after what we just learned. I will wait, Mother. Xuan led the way out of Logain's quarters, Elida just behind her. The Red seemed just as eager as her to have this conversation, something that Xuan, just this once, did not care about. Cleansing, Sedin was world-shattering. No one, certainly not Swan, had even believed it possible. But more importantly, it would fundamentally impact the Aes Sedai way of life in more ways than she could even imagine. Would they start accepting men in their ranks? Who would even teach them? What was the purpose of the Red Aja supposed to be now? Although Elida was probably bursting with questions just as much as Xuan herself, they both remained quiet until they arrived in Xuan's chambers, where Xuan sat down behind her desk, Elida opposite her. I need everything you know about Rand al'Thor, Xuan said. Nothing held back. This has to do with him, doesn't it? Elida asked. But, who is he? You have met him? I have not. I'd imagine you know better than I do. Mother, with all respect, I remember who Moraine Sedai's best friend was before she was raised to the shore. I know precious little beyond Moiraine's rather mysterious letter, Xuan said. I certainly did not have even the slightest reason to believe something like this might be coming. I merely executed the suggested plan, which, I will acknowledge, I did because I trusted her. I would say that trust has proven itself. Elida nodded in acknowledgement. Itahole. When al'Thor was brought before the Queen, I had a foretelling. It said he would be the eye of the storm and an isle of calm in a sea of destruction, among other things. From a foretelling I had years ago, reinforced by this one, I have reason to believe Tamon Gaidon is coming, and all my actions since have worked towards preparing for this. Then we align on that, Xuan said. Although the foretelling that has motivated me in this regard was made by Gitara Moroso, shortly before her death. I only knew of it because I was present when it was made. I feared the dragon's return and the chaos he would cause, Elida said. When I had my foretelling last week, part of my mind went to the possibility that al'Thor could be the Dragon Reborn. But the words I spoke seemed a clear contradiction to that. How could the Dragon Reborn be the eye of the storm and an isle of calm in a sea of destruction? Now, he is the Dragon Reborn, Xuan said plainly. If Elida was willing to share dangerous information with her, she would return the favor. What she'd heard so far implied their goals might well align closely. You knew. Gitara's foretelling told of his rebirth, Xuan said. Mordain has spent the last 20 years trying to find him. He was raised in 2 rivers, yet he knows the correct etiquette, Elaida said. He held himself like a lord at Morghese's court, yet he was at home between his friends in the inn, too. He was confident and self-assured, in a way even many nobles cannot match. A true leader, as my foretelling also said, and someone who will lead, something that seems obvious now. And, while we do not know the method besides using extraordinary amounts of both Sedar and Sedin, he cleansed the taint, Xuan said. And not by accident. While Moraine's letter did not speak of it, she clearly knew this was going to happen, which also means she trusted him. Enough to do this immediately, in fact. And, I suppose, we can also answer the question of how she learned the weave of traveling. A fish cannot teach a bird to fly, Elaida said, but perhaps a bird can teach a fish to swim. Siwa replied, I can tell you there are many birds fully at home in the water. Then again, that is not what the saying is meant to convey. Let's not make any hasty assumptions, only that when it concerns Randall Thor, we should be careful not to name something impossible too easily. Whatever happens next, we will need more information, Elaida said. The dragon and Moraine need to visit Tar Valon. Unless you know more, Mother. Precious little, Xuan said. I am very impatient to speak to both of them. Myself. Moraine wrote in her letter that they would visit soon and, I quote, hopefully within a week's. I will give them that long. Elaida nodded and stood. This has been an enlightening conversation, Mother. And I respect your efforts, even if I may disagree with some of the decisions. I imagine we will be talking more in the near future, Xuan said. For one, I will wish to hear more about your foretellings. But for now, you may inform Pevara that she can call the sitting. And please keep everything we discussed in this room secret until there is no longer a need to. The shadow has ears everywhere. I will, Mother. She turned and left for the Red Ajar quarters, while Swan went and collected Lean so that she could arrive at the sitting as soon as possible. Rand woke to soft conversations in the distance. The first thing he noticed was that he was hungry. He didn't feel as stiff as he'd have expected after several days of unconsciousness, and attributed it to Nynaeve caring for him, and Moiraine throughout. He remained under the covers for a minute or two longer, but the hunger became too pressing, so he tossed them off, stretched his limbs, and made his way out of the tent with a slight wobble to his step that would hopefully be gone soon. You're awake, Egwene exclaimed immediately, rushing to his side for a hug. Rand returned it with a smile. How long? 4 days, Egwene said. Nynaeve said you'd be all right, but I was still a bit worried. That's okay, Rand said. In fact, unflattered. Don't grow too big-headed, Woolhead. Chuckled. I promise. So, did it work? Egwene asked, looking up at him with her large brown eyes from where she was still hugging into his chest. He smiled and seized Sedin. Delicious, Clean said in. It did. My congratulations, Loyal rumbled. Tom grinned past his pipe. I do have to say, being in your company has certainly been worth it so far, even if I fear I may soon run out of charcoal or ink to write things down with. And you don't even have a court for me to be a bard of yet. I do intend to have one by sunset, Rand said, glancing up at the sky and finding it was early in the afternoon. Tom laughed. I suppose this is what OGA feel like when dealing with normal humans. That, in turn, made Loyal laugh, too. My life has certainly reached a new level of excitement since meeting you, Rand. Has Moiraine woken up? Tam asked. Rand looked over his shoulder. She hadn't when I did, but I imagine it won't be much longer. I'd like something to eat, though. I'm not surprised to hear that, Nynaeve said, already rummaging through a bag. Get over here, Woolhead, chuckled. Not cutting me any slack, are you? Someone has to be the responsible one here. I would never deny you your rightful place, Nynaeve. She handed him some of their rations. You become annoyingly good with words, you know that I need to. Soon, you'll start learning from the Aes Sedai, Rand smirked. Don't get too irreverent now, she threatened. I just averted a fate of insanity, Rand said. You'll have to forgive me for being in a good mood. And thanks for watching over us while we were unconscious, and tending to us, if I'm not mistaken from the lack of stiffness I'm feeling. He sat down on the ground, and Nynaeve lowered herself next to him. I'm sad I had to miss you growing up, Rand, she said. You're making me proud, though. I don't think you'd say that if you were actually there, Rand laughed. I remember many, many times when you were rather exasperated with me. I must have done something right, Nynaeve joked in a haughty tone of voice. I wouldn't have been so insistent on having you accompany me if you hadn't done a lot of things right, Rand said. People in positions of power need one thing above all, and it's people who'll say no to them, while also having their best interests in mind. You, Moiraine, my father, you're all like that, and not too many others are. That does sound like a healthy starting point, Nynaeve said. I'm not sure how I can provide that for you if I'm at the White Tower to learn how to channel, though. She sounded a bit sour at the thought, but she'd relented after a lengthy conversation on the reasons in favor of doing so. I'll still have Moiraine and my father, Rand said. And we have traveling. The White Tower might not officially allow visitors, and men in particular, to novices and accepted, but I would be very surprised if they tried to make a big thing out of it if I met you and Egwene on occasion. And I'll probably want to regularly meet with the Amelin seat for political reasons, so it's not as if you're the only reason I'm there in the first place. Rather you than me, Nynaeve said, with the politics. With the politics! It's not so very different from the village council, women's circle and wisdom, Rand said. Except people feel a lot more self-important, and you're making decisions about thousands of people whose names and faces you don't know, instead of individual people or groups that you're personally familiar with. I'm not convinced that makes the decision-making any better, Nynaeve said with a frown. It does not, Rand said. Quite the opposite, in fact. And when you consider the average decision made by the village council, what about the Aes Sedai? Nynaeve asked. Do they help? Do they hurt? The best are like Moiraine. She would give her life in a heartbeat if it saved me, as the prophesied savior. The worst. Something like 1 out of every 5 Aes Sedai is sworn to the Dark One. I imagine that would tell you enough. Nynaeve gasped. That many? Look at you, Rand said. Surprised that out of every 5 Aes Sedai, merely 4 can be trusted to fight the Shadow if they're with you while it attacks. I doubt you'd have reacted like that just a month ago. Nynaeve quieted at that, no doubt reflecting her recent changes in attitude towards Aes Sedai. Still, that is incredibly dangerous. Yet you seem to consider the Aes Sedai to be allies. Potential allies, Rand corrected. I know the Amelin seat is trustworthy, and I know several other influential ones who are. And, as I believe I've shared before, there is someone who has a mostly complete list of all Black Sisters. We'll start getting rid of them, hopefully tomorrow. While they were chatting, Moiraine had woken up, and Lan had immediately provided her with something to eat. Mat and Perrin joined Rand and Nynaeve, and conversation drifted to lighter topics. About an hour later, everyone was ready for the next step, although that included slightly more waiting for most of them. Moiraine, shall we collect my sword? She raised an eyebrow. You do have a way of putting things, do you not? I'll take that as a yes. Quick reminder for everyone. I'll go ahead with Moiraine and speak to the Tyran nobility, and then I'll fetch all of you after that, so that you can sleep in the stone tonight. He seized Saidin, again reveling in the fact that he could do so without restraint, and wove a gateway directly to the heart of the stone. He stepped through, Moiraine right behind him, and together they stood in front of Callandor. Strange, Moiraine said. I can see weaves that ward off the sword, but there are gaps in them. That's where Saidin has been woven instead, Rand said. I see the other parts, although of course I cannot see the Sedar. If you put your hand on it, you'll find you cannot go beyond the ward's boundary even where you cannot see any weaves. Moiraine did so, first, from Rand's perspective, placing her hand on a gap and then moving towards Saidin. Then, Rand stepped forward and reached through the weave to claim the sword. That is not a sword. The weave fell apart as soon as Rand's hand closed around the hilt. Is it made of glass? Moraine asked, curious. Or crystal? It seems fragile, chuckled. I can assure you that it is not. In fact, I once parted balefire with it, although that is something I prefer to not have to repeat. I am not sure how that even worked out. So what is it then? A sangria for sardine, Rand answered. One of the strongest ever made, although not quite on the level of the Shoy Dan Kal. However, it cannot be used safely, not by itself. Unless the wielder is in a circle with two women can forcibly draw the wielder into a circle. And then they have control of the weaves, and he wouldn't even be able to leave the circle until they released him. Exactly, Rand said. Which is why, most of the time, I will only be using it to display my status as the Dragon Reborn. Although when I do need to use it, I will likely ask you to link with me. But let's go meet the High Lords. I'll let you take the lead, Moraine said. Rand wove a mirror of mists, not to change his appearance, but to show richer clothes than what he was actually wearing. He would be able to have clothes befitting his position made for him soon, but he hadn't had the opportunity before. Did you know that? The first time around, you ordered rich clothes for me and then burned my old ones, thus forcing me to wear them, Rand said with a chuckle. I was rather annoyed at that back then. That seems like an extreme measure, Moraine noted. You knew I was the Dragon Reborn, Rand said, but I was refusing to admit it, even to myself. It was part of your attempts to prepare me for the position, despite my reluctance is probably an understatement, to accept it. By dressing me like a lord, you made people treat me like a lord, which forced to learn to behave like one. It didn't take long for them to come across a High Lord who stopped dead in his tracks at the sight of a tall, red-haired stranger, even if he was wearing rich clothes. Who are you? The man demanded, putting his hand on the pommel of the sword he was wearing at his side. Rand put Callandor in front of him, the tip resting on the floor of the corridor. I am sure you know, High Lord Tolian. The plain-faced man stared at the sword like it was a snake. That's impossible. I fear I must disappoint you in that regard. Perhaps I could speak to you and the rest of the council, or at least those that are here in the stone, High Lord Torean. I don't, he stammered, but Rand cut him off. If you or your peers decide to greet me with violence, I will be forced to return the favor, Rand said. I am sure you know enough about me to understand how bad of an idea that would be. But rest assured, I will not attack anyone who does not attack me first, even if they are with someone who does attack me. A pair of guards had turned the corner, but at a gesture from Torean, they remained at a short distance. I will do that, Torean said. Who is with you? You may call me Lord Dragon, Rand said. With me is Moraine Damodre, an Aes Sedai and my advisor. I expect you all to show her the same courtesy you would to me. Torean called the guards to him and relayed what Rand had said, including that he would not attack without being attacked. Make sure to get that message, start to finish, across to every High Lord and Lady, he instructed. We will meet the Lord Dragon in the council room. When the guards left, recruited to messengers, he turned back to Rand, but before he'd figured out how to ask his question, Rand spoke. I know the way. Torean nodded, somewhat hurriedly leading the way there. He had no need to be anywhere else, after all. Lord Dragon, he said, after spending a minute deliberating whether or not the question was going to get him killed, assuming Rand was reading his body language right. If I may ask, what is your actual name? I am Rand al'Thor, Rand said. And know that I will not act against you because you display curiosity, although I do expect respect, both for myself and for others. But we will speak about that in more length in a moment. They arrived at and entered the council room together. Well, Rand entered first, then Moraine, and then Torean. Only one other High Lord was already present, although Rand was certain the others would join them soon. Good afternoon, High Lord Aracombe. Welcome, Lord Dragon, the man responded, sounding slightly strained. He gave Moraine a dirty look, but didn't otherwise comment on her presence or status. As the High Lords and Ladies present filed in, Rand made sure to greet each of them by their name. visibly surprising most of them. He was glad to see Darlin Cisnera was here too. Darlin had initially led a rebellion against Rand, but eventually he had been swayed to Rand's side and had proven a capable steward and later even king of Tyr. He had left the stone in the immediate aftermath of Rand taking it last time. This time, he'd likely been too overwhelmed to decide to make a break for it, which gave Rand an opportunity to seek to secure his loyalty immediately. "High lords and ladies," Rand said when he was informed they were complete. "Thank you for your quick response after I called you here. My name is Rand al'Thor, and I am the Dragon Reborn." He put a hand on the pommel of Calendor, which was lying on the table he was standing behind. "With me is Moiraine Damodred, Aes Sedai of the Blue Ajah. First of all, I wish to make clear that I intend to work together with you, not against you. Not against you." "And why should we work together with you in the first place?" Wiramon Sanyago challenged. The gray-haired, balding High Lord, oddly reminiscent of a strutting rooster, had little sense that Rand could remember. However, he did have power, which meant he had to be worked with. Although Rand certainly did not intend to give him the same influence as last time around, the man had never used it well. Rand was severely tempted to threaten him, and all other High Lords that had their doubts, into submission, but fear made for poor underlings. Because as far as tens of thousands of people out there are concerned, including thousands in Tyr itself, I am the rightful ruler of this land, simply because I hold Calendor. I am sure you understand that there are benefits to working with me. That got several of them to perk up. Corruption and nepotism were as popular as cheating on wives and beating up commoners among Tyrene nobility. Not that Rand intended to indulge in that, but there were also benefits that didn't require a faulty moral compass, even if they weren't the ones the High Lords were likely to be thinking of. "But that is going to require a concession from us," Darlin said. "It will," Rand agreed bluntly. "I do not intend to personally take care of Tyr's day-to-day affairs, at least not where it can be avoided. This is in part because it is likely that I will obtain power elsewhere as well. However, there are certain Tyrene laws that I find objectionable." Now, the lords were looking worried, such as Torian tried. "The law that forbids channeling will go," Rand said, leaving no room for debate, "as will any other laws that discriminate against channelers, male or female. We mustn't allow male channelers." "Hi, Lady," Aiel exclaimed, presumably forgetting for a moment who Rand was. "Those of you with eyes and ears among the Aes Sedai, or other contacts with them that you would refuse to admit to in any circumstance, may be aware that extremely strong channeling was felt in Western Andor 4 days ago, strong enough to be notable from hundreds or even thousands of leagues away. On that day, the taint was removed from Sedin. The male half of the One Power is again safe to use. We are on the brink of a new age, lords and ladies. The world will change tremendously in the coming years. You will have to adapt, for if you do not, you will be left behind." The last sentences Rand spoke were almost drowned out by the protests from the nobles present. He let them shout and complain for a while, then wove air and caused a thunderclap, although quieted to not leave their ears ringing. "I do not intend to simply lay down a number of laws today without dialogue," he said. He had done that last time around, and while it had gotten some effects, it had also caused significant animosity. "The purpose of this meeting is to announce my presence here in the stone to all of you, and to make you aware of what I intend to do. You will all have time to consider any legal changes I propose, and discuss them with me, although I must stress that your disagreement is not itself going to be a reason for me to not enact it. However, if you provide argumentation behind your disagreement, I will consider it first. I am but one man after all, and I can, and will, make mistakes." Rand made brief eye contact with each of the High Lords and Ladies in turn, ensuring that they had received the message. "Lord Dragon," Darlin said, "what is your intention for the future of Tyr?" "I intend for Tyr to be my primary seat of power," Rand said. "I also wish to bring it wealth, prosperity, and safety for all, commoner and noble. As I already said, I wish to pursue this goal with your aid, where possible. And if it is not, Darlin asked, then I will seek to resolve the conflict in the most peaceful manner as possible. Tarmon Gaidon is fast approaching, and we will need to stand unified if we are to beat back the shadow. Someone scoffed at that, and Rand shot them a sharp look. Is my very presence not a sign that the last battle is near? He challenged. It remained silent, so he turned back to Darlin. Does that answer your question, High Lord? To a degree, Darlin conceded. I do wish to speak to you more, Lord Dragon. You will have the opportunity soon, Rand said. These coming few days, I will still be busy with some pressing business. After that, I will have more time, including time to speak to all of you in personal meetings, if you so desire. I will make use of that as soon as I can, Lord Dragon, Darlin noted. Then, as far as I am concerned, today's meeting is concluded, Rand said. I will speak to the serving staff about my quarters and those of my friends, who I will bring in shortly. As with Moraine, I expect that you do not bother them unnecessarily. And if you have a problem with one of the youths, you will bring it up with me, not with them. He again made eye contact with all the nobles, then nodded. Be on your way. The next morning, Rand met up with Moiraine and Lan after breakfast. I wonder what your friend will think, Rand said with a smirk. Moiraine couldn't hold back a small laugh. Xuan must be going crazy by now. Let's not keep her waiting then, Rand said. I'll let you do the honors for the gateway. I'm not familiar with the White Tower's layout. Straight to the Amelin's quarters, right? Unless you want to give the Black Ajar time to react to the presence of the Dragon Reborn, yes. I have heard it said that referring to yourself in third person is a sign of madness, Moraine joked. Rand laughed. But if that is the only madness the Dragon Reborn has to deal with, he will gladly accept it. Moraine wove the gateway, straight into the Amelin Seat's office, and stepped through, Lan behind her and Rand, who dropped his mirror of mists, the Amelin Seat wouldn't mind, followed last. Xuan had been sitting behind her desk, but when Rand got to look around the room, Moiraine, she exclaimed when she saw who had stepped through. That's traveling! It is, Moraine said. Rand suspected she was heavily relying on her training to hide emotions right now. An opportunity to put Xuan on the wrong foot as many times as today wasn't likely to come to pass again any time soon. Perhaps not ever. And he is the one you found, Xuan said, glancing at Rand, her talent to see Tavarin confirming it already. Rand drew Calendor from the scabbard on his back and placed it in front of him, like he had done the previous day when meeting Toraen. I am indeed the Dragon Reborn. Xuan fell silent when she saw the blade. Then she looked back at Moiraine. I would have liked a more timely update on what you have been doing, daughter. Moiraine allowed a small smirk. Feel free to cuss at me, Xuan. At that, Xuan's Aes Sedai mask relaxed and showed some of the stress she'd been hiding. In that case, perhaps you can tell me what in the bloody light is going on, you blasted madwoman. It is, as I said, Moraine responded, still completely calm. I found the Dragon Reborn. Then I came here at the first opportunity to speak to you. First opportunity, Xuan said skeptically. I am sure all those earlier occasions where you could apparently bloody travel do not count, including the one where you send an entire delegation, complete with false dragon ahead of you. We were on a schedule, Moraine said primly. Perhaps we should take a seat. Fine. Take a bloody seat, Xuan exclaimed, leading them to a sitting room that probably didn't see all that much use, considering the small number of people she could even remotely treat as equals. Rand shared an amused look with Lan as they sat down, before focusing his attention back on the two women again. And burn me, what did you do with Sai? The entire tower has been like a disturbed anthill for 4 days now. So you did the experiment, Moraine noted. Good. Explain, Xuan growled. We used an elaborate weave of Sadar to strip the taint of Sedin and let Shadar Lagoth trap it until the two annihilated each other. Speaking of which, I should report that Shadar Logoth no longer exists. Moiraine Damodre. I swear by the light, if you do not start speaking sense very quickly, I will keelhaul you. On what boat? Rand asked amusedly. Siwan rounded on him. You? She paused, then took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Rand guessed she was doing meditative exercises like were taught to novices and accepted. After what had to be at least 25 heartbeats, she opened her eyes again. Moiraine Sedai, perhaps you could give a brief overview of recent events while traveling with this man, who is the dragon. Reborn. Moiraine nodded, appearing completely serious. Let's see. I found Rand in Two Rivers, where it became clear to me very quickly that he was the Dragon Reborn. The shadow was right behind me, but his surprising swordsmanship skills helped fend off their forces. We then started traveling in this direction, eventually managing to shake off most of the shadow's forces in the area. In Caemlyn, after our unexpected meeting with Elida, we had concluded that we needed to travel elsewhere and could not immediately come to Tar Valon. Thus, we first traveled to Fal Dara, and from there to the Eye of the World. There, we killed Aginor, Balthamel, and Ishamael, and broke the Shadow's army that sought to overrun Shi'anar. Then, we traveled to Shadar Logoth to cleanse Sedin, and then we traveled to Tyr so Rand could claim Kalandor. Immediately after that, we came here. I am incredibly bloody tempted to drag you down to the harbor, commandeer a ship, and carry out my threat, Siwan said, calmly. Closely. Rand briefly glanced at Moiraine. I'd say there aren't any inaccuracies in there. In fact, your first oath wouldn't allow that anyway. She set you up for this, didn't she? Siwan said. She did not need to. The Forsaken Siwan demanded. 3 of them. I don't think they were expecting me to open with balefire, Rand said casually. Or for Moiraine to do so as well. You know what? Blast it, Siwan said. I don't know. She threw her hands up. Give me the whole story, start to finish. I don't care anymore. I'll decide what to think after. I suppose it starts with me doing something incredibly irresponsible and undoing 2 years of the pattern, effectively sending me back in time with my memories and those of Luz. Telemon, Rand said. Siwan stared at him, blinked, considered her avenues to reply. All right, fine. Just continue, please. Everything we've done since was based on the knowledge I brought with me, Rand continued. As a side note, whatever happened clearly negated the taint on my mind. Before I went back, I did not have nearly the mental clarity I've enjoyed over the past month. That's not ominous at all, Siwan noted. I fear it's the best I can provide. Together with cleansing Sedin, of course. Siwan didn't visibly react to that. Together with Moiraine, I quickly determined what our priority should be. At the top of the list was cleansing Sedin, something I had not managed until much later the previous time around. However, as you are well aware, doing so would provide a beacon for every channeler alive, including the Forsaken. Ishamael in particular was never quite properly sealed away and could periodically affect the world. Please tell me that's not true. He is the one behind the name Baalzamon, although he did seem to believe himself to be the Dark One. The Trolloc Wars were his doing, and I suspect he may have had a hand in various aspects of Artur Hawkwing's empire and reign as well. So we could not simply attempt to cleanse Sedin immediately, and instead had to keep my knowledge and experience secret until such time when we could strike at the freed Forsaken at once, taking them by surprise. The only location we knew for this was the Eye of the World, which conveniently provided a source of purified Sedin that let me fight the battle without having to expose myself to the taint. So we traveled the old-fashioned method, which also provided my friends Egwene and Nynaeve some time to get acquainted with the One Power. They are channelers, Siwan asked. Quite strong ones, Rand said. Both are stronger than any current Aes Sedai. Egwene is on Elaine's level, I assume you have met her, and Nynaeve is a little stronger yet. You have met the daughter heir in Caemlyn, Siwan asked. Quite a bit more than that in the previous timeline, but that's something to discuss later if it's relevant in the first place. After Camelin, we traveled to Shi'enar, and from there to the Eye, where, as Moiraine already mentioned, we managed to surprise both Agenor and Balthamel. I then fought Ishmael away from the others, and managed to kill him too. After that, we traveled immediately to Shadar Logoth, and began to cleanse Sedin, which you are of course already aware of. And what did you do in the days since sleep, mostly? Rand said. The effort of channeling as much of the one power as Moiraine and I did left us both unconscious for several days. We awoke yesterday, traveled to Ter to obtain Kalandor and get myself established, and now we're here for the last of the essential tasks we set. To announce yourself to the world? Xuan asked. Or to the White Tower specifically? That is part of it, Rand said. The main goal is to rout the Black Ajah before they have time to respond. Siwan's disposition changed slightly when that word was spoken, but she was clearly well aware of their existence. Moiraine had encountered them almost 20 years ago already, and several times since. And how would you want to go about that? A stage magician cannot reveal all his tricks, Rand said cheekily. Let's get your Keeper of the Chronicles in here first and bring her up to speed. Siwan looked to Moiraine. Moiraine, if you could. Despite not showing any emotion, Moiraine managed to convey the equivalent of a dirty look to an astute observer like Rand or Siwan. Payback for what she'd made Siwan go through earlier, probably. Moiraine stood and made her way to Liane Sharif's office, returning with the rather surprised Domani woman a minute later. In the meanwhile, Rand wove his mirror of mists again, showing a style of dress much like he had been used to in the old timeline. Where do Moiraine Sedai and your other visitor come from? Mother Liane queried. Moiraine Sedai has rediscovered the weave of traveling, Xuan said. Liane's eyes widened in amazement. Oh. She was tall, with coppery skin, and beautiful in the way most Domani were, despite putting little effort into her appearance. From what Rand remembered, she had embraced her Domani nature more after her stilling, and in fact, she had joined the Green Ajah after Nynaeve had healed her. However, all of that was unlikely to come to pass. But that is also a security risk, Liane said, having gotten over her excitement. And do you not mind her sudden and unannounced appearance, Mother Moiraine, had important information that needed to be shared with me as soon as possible, Siwan said. Rand wondered if it was a true statement in the most obvious sense. After all, Moiraine had arguably dallied a bit with coming here, or in the sense that it was Siwan's opinion. You may have a point regarding security, however. I had not yet considered that. There exist wards that can bar the creation of gateways within them, Rand supplied. Who are you? Liane asked. I am Rand al'Thor, he responded, showing Kalandor. Liane gasped. Is that Kalandor? Yes. I am the Dragon Reborn. Liane seemed too shocked to speak, so Rand continued. I am sure every sister in the tower has heard by now that Sedin has been cleansed. Moiraine and I performed this task. As for why I am here, today will be the downfall of the Black Ajah. Liane still needed a few moments to gather her balance, although she masterfully kept it off her face. But she grasped onto the one thing she knew how to respond to. Those are very dangerous words to speak, Lord al'Thor. Then today will be a very difficult day for you, Liane Sedai. Thankfully, we are not merely a step, but a full leap ahead of the shadow. But we must act quickly. When the Black Ajah learns the full extent of my recent actions, they will not underestimate us anymore. Liane turned to Siwan, seeking her direction. We will do as the Dragon Reborn says, daughter, Siwan said. What he and Moiraine Sedai have told and shown me, as well as the conversations I have had with Elaida Sedai, give me full confidence in him. Some surprise actually showed on Liane's face. Elaida Sedai knows you are harboring the Dragon Reborn, and kept that information secret. That was a surprise to Rand, too, and Moiraine, although she showed none of it. I have found surprising common ground with Elaida Sedai this past week, Siwan said. We do not like each other, but we both see the value in working together despite that. So, what do you propose, Dragon Reborn? Liane asked, turning back to Rand. She seemed a little doubtful about things, but followed Xuan's orders. First, I want you to collect the Oath Rod, Rand said. It can be used to unswear and reswear oaths, which will be necessary, as the Black Aja has removed their oaths and sworn different ones, ensuring loyalty to the Dark One. Then, get someone to send Sheriam Sadai up here. Lin briefly looked to Siwan for confirmation, then left to carry out those two tasks. She, Siwan, and Moraine most likely assumed Rand just wanted to get Sheriam in on the hunt as well. Rand hadn't shared Sheriam's allegiance to the Black Aja with them. Sheriam arrived in Swan's quarters shortly after Lin had returned with the oath rod. "You sent for me, mother?" she asked, before looking around and having her eyes fall on Rand. A man who was not a warder was a rare sight in this part of the White Tower. Rand took the initiative. "We did. I am Rond ol Thor." He showed Kalandor, the Dragon Reborn. Sheriam's breath hitched for a moment. "Today I seek to rid the White Tower of the Black Aja," he continued. The goosebumps on his skin told him Sheriam embraced the source, but he was ready and slammed down a shield, forcefully cutting her off and causing a rather louder gasp. Rand whipped Kalandor up and placed it against Sheriam's throat. "Lin Sadai will give you the oath rod and channel into it. You will unswear any oaths you have sworn, and then re-swear the first oath." "What?" Shuan exclaimed as she caught up with the situation. "Sheriam is black." "She won't be the only one you believe trustworthy that is black," Rand said, keeping his eyes locked on Sheriam's. The redhead swallowed heavily. "Do as he says," Shuan said when Lin hesitated, and she handed the oath rod to Sheriam. "So, what do you want me to do?" Sheriam drawled. "Bah! You've done it before, haven't you?" Rand challenged. "But—" She met his eyes several seconds longer, then came to a decision and steeled herself. "I rescind my oaths, rescind my oaths." She was clearly in pain, but didn't show it. Once she'd stopped biting her teeth, she spoke again. "I vow that I will speak no word that is not true." Rand pulled Kalandor back, and Sheriam placed the oath rod on the ground. "Give me a single reason not to execute you immediately," Shuang growled. "I feel no loyalty towards the Dark One or the Black Aja," Sheriam responded, and Rand found himself surprised, as did everyone else in the room, no doubt. "But you are a member," Rand said. "I am," Sheriam acknowledged. She was pale, even more than usual, but had clearly decided on a course of action and was determined to see it through, knowing that she was currently headed for execution. "I sought to get ahead in the tower like everyone else and asked questions where I should not have. We all have to make choices." "Is that it?" Shuan asked, an undertone of anger and betrayal in her deceptively calm voice. "Had I known the Dragon Reborn was about to announce himself, I would never have joined," Sheriam said desperately. "I don't want to get caught up in any of that." Rand met Siwan and Moraine's eyes and wove a weave around the three of them and leaned to avoid eavesdropping. "She cannot lie right now," he said. "She spoke the oath." "What's she getting at, though?" Siwan said. "What she said must be true, but there are the things she didn't say. She clearly doesn't seem to feel any guilt over her decisions. And I'd say she has a rather utilitarian outlook on White Tower politics and life in general. She also no doubt knows execution lies in her future, even if you hadn't mentioned it. I think she's hoping she can switch sides again now that she has been found out." "Well, I don't think so," Siwan said. "She's completely untrustworthy. She switched sides once. She now wants to do it a second time. Who's going to stop her from doing it a third time? Blast it. I can't believe Sheriam of all people did this." Rand picked up the oath rod and gave it a contemplative look. "What if we give her an out, but ensure her loyalty?" "That is a very dangerous precedent to establish," Moraine said. "There is only one way to deal with dark friends, in particular if they are also Aes Sedai," Liane argued. "Gregoshan, every channeler on our side at the last battle is invaluable," Rand said. "In particular, those who already have experience. What if we strip her from her position and exile her from the tower, and then allow her to swear loyalty to me? It seems to me that she likes to ingratiate herself with power as much as she seeks it for herself." If I give her a position in my court, enough that she can enjoy some power and prove her dedication to me, I don't think she'll be tempted to betray me. And of course, I will have someone trustworthy keep an eye on her. Mother's milk in a cup, Xuan muttered. I don't want to sentence Sheriam to death. We've been friends since we were accepted. Moraine glanced over at the mistress of novices, who was fearfully watching their conversation. I don't want to either, she said. We've spent years together. Objectively, Lean is right, but now that Rand has offered an alternative, I want to take it. Lean? Yuan asked. What do you say? I don't want to make this decision unless you're willing to concede. Permission to speak freely, Mother? Yes. Burn it, Line. You always have permission to speak freely. That's why I chose you for this position. Xuan said with a measure of frustration. I fear that you are letting your emotions guide your decisions over reason, Leon said. As you said, Mother, she's untrustworthy. And your thoughts on my proposal? Rand asked. She won't be here. In fact, she'll be banished from Tarvalon entirely, and she can help get things running for me in Tyr. The risk would be on me. Ah! What if she undermines your position, Lord Ulthor? There will be plenty of people attempting to undermine my position, Rand said. Most of them won't even be dark friends. I will have to trust the right people, and at least Sheriam would be a known danger. I also don't think she'll want to risk the chaos of undermining me. She's too likely to lose from it, instead of gaining. Lean nodded. I'll concede, Mother. I do not like it, but I understand the reasoning. Xuan nodded her assent in return, and Rand removed the eavesdropping protection. Kyriam, the Amelin seat has decided to be merciful based on your past relationship with her, on one condition. And that is? The woman asked, almost begged. You will be stripped of your position, both as Mistress of Novices and as Aes Sedai, and banished from Tar Valon. You will swear loyalty to me on the Oath Rod, and support me as I expand my seat of power in Tyr. I accept, she responded immediately. Then the question is, how do we word the oaths? Rand said. And also, does Sheriam keep the first oath? Just an oath of loyalty should be sufficient, right? Moraine said. I want her to swear 3 separate oaths, Rand said. This has to do with how the Oath Rod works, which is something I intend to discuss with the Amelin seat and the Hall at a later date. They debated the issue for a while before pinning down the final oaths. I rescind my oath, Sheriam said, clenching her teeth. Then, repeating Rand's exact wording, which he'd written down, she swore her oaths. I vow that I will loyally serve Rand Ulthor, the Dragon Reborn, until his or my death, whichever comes first, or until he releases me from this oath. I vow that I will not use methods that I believe Rand Ulthor would disapprove of to advance my position, in his ranks or any other. I vow that I will fight the shadow to the best of my ability, within the constraints of my other oaths. Rand released his shield around Sheriam, and she gasped. Thank you, my lord, for giving me another chance. You'll have to show me that you deserve it, Rand said sternly. For today, that means assisting us in the removal of the Black Ajar as a whole from the White Tower. I only know a few names, Sheriam said, although I could tell you about the power structure. That won't be needed right now, Rand said. Mother, could you call Verlene here first? And, considering your recent interactions with her, perhaps Elida too. I'll leave that to your judgment. She might be reluctant to acknowledge the existence of the Black Ajar, Xuan said, but I do trust her. Lean, could you send for both? Of course, Mother. It only took a few minutes for Elida to arrive. Good morning, Elida Sedai, Rand greeted. Master all 4, she responded curtly. You are a man full of surprises. I could say the same of you, he replied. Well, you would be a woman full of surprises, of course. Elida glanced at the unanimously blue audience. I would rather not discuss sensitive matters among any more people than strictly necessary. Do not worry, Rand said. After today, the Black Ajah will no longer have a presence in this tower. Elaida stilled.
Well,
Those are dangerous words to say, even for a man such as you, Master Ulthor. Rand turned toward Sheriam. Sheriam, do you know how many sisters are members of the Black Ajah? No, she responded, but I would estimate certainly over 100. Elaida wasn't the only one who let out a shocked gasp at that comment. And perhaps you could elaborate how you know that. Rand prodded. Until I swore loyalty to the Lord Dragon earlier today, I was a member, Sheriam said. While the identities of other Black Sisters were always kept very secret, dealing with the Black Ajah Supreme Council has allowed me to estimate the number to a degree. Elaida, now clearly even more disconcerted, turned to Rand. Why is she still alive? Because her true loyalty is to power, Rand responded, and I hold more of it than the shadow can provide her. Even people that I do not trust can still be useful to me. Also, he tapped the oath rod, we did not take risks. But surely she receives a punishment. She will be stripped of her position, both as mistress of novices and as a Sedai, and banned from Tar Valon, Rand said. Varin entered Siwan's office at that moment. You sent for me, Mother? She asked, distractedly looking around the group, although her eyes widened minutely when she saw Rand. Rand, in turn, thrusted the oath rod into her hand and pointed Kalendor at her, although not quite as threateningly as he had with Sheriam. Varin Mathwin, rescind your oaths. Now! Varin's eyes did widen in shock, and her absent-minded demeanor vanished. She gave him a calculating look, but this time, when Rand felt the goosebumps of someone embracing Sadar, he did not weave a shield. I rescind my oaths, Varin said, making Rand lower his blade again. You are the Dragon Reborn. I am, Rand said. And today, the Black Ajah falls. Varin's eyes shot to Sheriam for a second. Sheriam has elected to swear herself to me, Rand said. You'll have to explain to us what is going on, Moraine told Rand. I do find myself curious as well, Varin said. I fear your curiosity must remain unsatisfied for now, Varin Sedai, Rand said. Although perhaps you can interrogate me at a later time. As for the curiosity of the others present, you can probably satisfy it better than me. You are aware I have not quite completed my work, Varin asked. It is more important to act now than to allow the Black Ajah to whisper in the wrong ears. Varin nodded. I understand. She turned to the larger group. Several decades ago, my curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself in a situation where I had to choose between swearing loyal to the Black Ajah or death. But Rand trusts you, Moraine observed, unlike Sheriam. He did threaten my life, Varin pointed out, although she seemed slightly smug. Or perhaps that is merely how you interpreted it, Rand said with similar smugness. The oath of loyalty to the Black Ajah demands that we do not betray them until the hour of our death. Varin explained. I chose to interpret that the Dragon Reborn was intending to kill me, and thus deciding to rescind my oath would not constitute a betrayal of that oath, as it was the hour of my death until the Dragon Reborn changed his mind. Clever, Moraine said. All members of the Brown Ajah seek to leave a lasting legacy, Varin continued. For some, it may be to describe the many species of plants, or insects, or mammals that our world harbors, or perhaps the history of a kingdom, all gathered into one place. For me, I have sought to compile a complete overview of the Black Ajah, its inner workings, its methodology, and its members, all to be revealed at the perfect time, such as after the Dragon Reborn announces himself, but before the news of this announcement has even made its way out of Tyr. Rand smirked. Indeed, Varin agreed. You are correct that this is a wonderful time, although I still find myself mystified how you knew what I know. I have quite a bit of knowledge one might not expect me to have, he said. How to cleanse Sedin, for example. So that was you, Varin murmured. I did wonder whether it might be a sign that Tarmangaidon was near. I imagine even my birth would already be such a sign, Rand commented. But perhaps we should gather your notes so that we may outline a plan. How do you intend to move through the tower to my personal quarters without notice? Farine asked. By traveling, Rand replied. Moiraine, do you know the location of Verine's rooms? In response, Moiraine wove a gateway. Verine gasped. How did you discover that? I taught her, Rand said. We linked up. Moiraine handed control of the circle to me, and I performed the Sedar weave for her until she could reproduce it by herself. You know how to weave Sedar? Farine asked. In the Age of Legends, it was common for men and women to work together when using the One Power, Rand said. All prominent channelers of the age were proficient with both Sedin and Sedar. Everyone who wasn't aware of Rand's memories gave him a flabbergasted look. I am the Dragon Reborn, Rand said. And you have his knowledge, Farine asked. I do. But let's not delay. The more time the Black Adger has to react, the more of them will escape. They walked through the gateway, finding Verine's warder Thomas waiting on the other side, clearly surprised at what was going on. Verine, he asked. Our plans just changed, she said. This is... She turned to Rand. What is your name? Randall Thor, he said. And he is the Dragon Reborn, Verine said. He is being somewhat cryptic, but he clearly knew what we've been up to and wants to act immediately. Thomas took the shock surprisingly well. He studied Rand for several seconds, then turned to Verine. What about your oaths? I rescinded them at sword point. Thomas gave Rand a severe look. She was free to interpret it however she wished, Rand pointed out. Indeed I was. Verine mumbled as she removed her various protections, both physical and of the One Power, from a cabinet and liberated her notebooks. This contains everything. They made their way back to the gateway, Thomas following them. Verine briefly explained what the portal was, leaving him as awed as any Aes Sedai who had learned of them. I have all information here, Verine explained, placing her notebooks on Siwan's desk. This one contains the structure of the Black Adger. Every sister is part of a heart, which consists of 3 sisters. Each knows the identity of both other sisters in their heart. In addition, every sister also knows the identity of one person outside their heart. Because of this, it is difficult for any one sister to expose the Black Adger. But you know more names, don't you? Moiraine said. Were you? There's no way you were the head of the council, Sheriam said. That would have made things significantly easier, Verine noted. No. I had to work with some compulsion weaves and memory-altering weaves I'd cobbled together. Not great, but they did the job. I interrogated every sister I could get alone, which is the majority of all current Aes Sedai. I would estimate I have found about 190 members. That caused several more gasps, which she ignored. Based on the number of sisters I have not been able to interrogate, I would estimate the total number of black sisters is above 200, but not by much. 200, Xuan breathed. Out of merely 950 Aes Sedai total. That is a ludicrous number, Elida said. Go. Power begets power, Rand said, glancing at Sheriam. Aes Sedai are powerful simply because of the ring they wear, and the mindset that Aes Sedai are taught in the tower encourages them to exert that power and seek to multiply it. For the more ruthless ones, joining the Black Adger is simply another method to do so. In addition, the Shadow would no doubt prioritize the recruitment of an Aes Sedai over the recruitment of, say, an innkeeper or a farmer. And to top it off, people who seek power are both more likely to join the Shadow and more likely to decide to have themselves tested for the ability to channel. After a few seconds of silence, Verine continued. All black sisters that I have found are catalogued by Adjar in this notebook. Of note are Talene, Sador, and Valina, who are sitters of the Black Adjar. There is a 4th, Sheriam said. I do not know their identities, but the Black Adjar Supreme Council can rely on 4 sitters for important votes. For 4? Xuan exclaimed. Oh! How much influence have they had? A lot. And for a very long time, Rand said. How else did you think they got away with murdering Amelin's seats? What did you just say? Elida demanded. Tamra Ospenia died only a few months after she had heard the prophecy heralding the rebirth of the Dragon Reborn, Shuan said. As did every single Aes Sedai she sent out to look for him. And I had my suspicions about Sierin Vayu's death, too. Let's work out a method to capture as many Black Sisters as possible, first, Rand said. It took them about half an hour to work out a plan everyone was content with, after which Shuan sent off a novice to request the Blue Aja sitters to call for a meeting of the Hall. Even such a simple action was a political decision, of course. Part of it was simply that Vereen was confident about the Blue Aja sitters not being black, but the larger part of it was that Shuan had to keep the Blue Aja happy after working together with Elida quite a lot recently, and even using the Red Aja to call a meeting just a few days earlier. And here we go, Shuan said, composing herself. This was not what I was envisioning for the day I met you, Lord Althor. She gave him a stern look. Nor was I envisioning everything that happened after I met Moraine on the day I met her, Rand parried with hidden amusement. Let's call it even. They made their way downstairs as a group, not resorting to traveling this time. Rand might draw some attention. But with a meeting, sealed to the Hall occurring, people would assume the two were related, and that more information would be revealed soon. You were seeking the Dragon Reborn, were you not? Elida asked Moiraine. I was, Moiraine said. The entire 20 years? Moiraine nodded. Within months after we were raised to the shore. And even before that we were involved, although we only knew what we were working on because we were present at the time of Hitara's prophecy. Elida remained silent, overthinking the information. I didn't know that, Lean spoke up. I'm sure you can understand the need for secrecy, Shuan said. In particular, considering even Sheriam turned out to not be trustworthy. She glowered at the freshly demoted former mistress of novices, who was to be officially stripped of her position later today. Sheriam didn't respond, understanding full well that nothing she could say would improve her position. They arrived at the entrance to the hall after several minutes, with some idle conversation, and Lean walked in first, announcing, She comes! She comes! The flame of Tar Valon, the Amelin seat. Shuan followed immediately after, but the rest of their group remained outside for now. Channeling said in improved Rand's senses enough that he was able to listen in on the conversation going on inside. I am intrigued by your request, Mother, someone said from Egwene's thread. Rand recognized the voice as belonging to the blue sitter, Lelaine. Before you requested that we call this meeting, I did not even know there was a man meeting with you. So perhaps you could answer the question we formally called it for. Who is the man you are meeting with? I would prefer to wait until all sitters are present, so that I need not repeat myself, Shuan responded. Two sisters bustled past Rand, shooting him surprised glances just then, making their way inside. Based on what Rand heard, both were sitters. We are just waiting on Faisal, Janya, and Bevara, then, an unknown voice said. 3 minutes later, the last of the three had entered, and all attention was audibly back to Shuan. I would like to request that this meeting is sealed to the hall, she said, and for my guest and the Aes Sedai accompanying him to be invited in so they may be present for the meeting. Only so long as it concerns them, another voice unknown to Rand spoke up. Should we find ourselves discussing another matter, sealed to the hall, they must depart. Of course, Shuan agreed. What is brought before the hall of the tower is for the hall alone to consider, someone spoke up. Rand recognized the voice from Matt's thread, Teslin. Whosoever intrudes unbidden, woman or man, initiate or outsider, whether they come in peace or in anger, I will bind according to the law, to face the law. Know that what I speak is true. It will and shall be done. A voice unknown to Rand spoke next. There are those within earshot who are not of the hall. What is spoken in the hall of the tower is for the hall alone to hear until and unless the hall decides otherwise. I will make us private. I will seal our words to our ears only. Sound cut out as she wove a weave against eavesdropping, but shortly after, Teslin appeared and invited them in. Rand, Moraine, Sheriam, Elida, and Vereen. Rand walked in front, the other four following right behind him, something that caused a few raised eyebrows among the sitters, and he made his way first to the middle of the open space in the center of the hall, in front of Siuan, and then further, standing on her side. It might not quite be decorum, but it wasn't a blatant breach either, considering Siuan was introducing him to the sitters, as opposed to Rand being questioned, in which case he should have remained in the middle, with his back to most sitters. "Mother," Lelaine said, "now that this man is with us, will you answer the question of who he is?" "I will," Siuan said with the calmness of someone who was about to speak the words she had worked her entire life towards, and had to make sure she delivered them right. "This man is Rand al'Thor, the true Dragon Reborn." Rand pulled Calendor from the sheath and placed it in front of him, the point resting on the ground. Several sitters outright gasped. All showed a physical reaction of some form or another, and at least one of them embraced Saidar, despite the rules against this in the tower. "He is also responsible for cleansing Saidin," Siuan continued, "although I wish to note." She trailed off, recognizing that her phrasing would have allowed her to bypass the first oath. "No, I am noting that I was unaware of this plan until after it was executed, and I did not meet with him or contact him before today." The goosebumps on Rand's skin disappeared again, and based on several glares sent the way of one of the Green sisters, she was the one who had embraced Sadar. Rand didn't know what her name was. "Go," a slender brown queried. "Oh, how did you cleanse, Sadin?" "Perhaps that is a topic best saved for a later date," Rand deflected. "While part of the Amerlin seats and my own intention for today is to introduce me to the White Tower, we do have a pressing matter that we need to address." "And what would that be?" one of the Red sitters asked. Despite what Rand would expect from Reds, this woman was looking at him with more interest than apprehension. "The influence of the shadow in the White Tower," Rand said. Several people sent suspicious looks his way, although he couldn't discern by reaction which ones were black. "As I have learned today, although not from the Lord Dragon himself, the Black Aja is not only real, but its influence is far beyond what I feared," Siuan said. "Surely you have proof to back this up," a Grey sister said, suspicion evident in her voice. "I do," Siuan said, gesturing to Vereen. "Verin has spent several decades as a mole among the Black Aja, uncovering their secrets and members. She has provided an extensive list of Black Aja members, and we have used the Oath Rod to confirm her truthfulness." "And who does this list contain?" the same Red from before asked. "A great many names, including ones of sisters I believed to be friends," Siuan said, "as well as more than one sitter." Rand couldn't see Saidar. However, he did not need to see Saidar to read the body language of a channeler about to lash out in a desperate attempt to escape capture. A white and yellow sitter jumped up almost in tandem, but he immediately slammed shields onto both of them, easily cutting through their connection to the true source with his superior power and holding them in place with threads of air. Many other sitters had been attempting the same when the two jumped up, and most looked around in confusion for a second or two before realizing what had happened and turning to Rand. "Every sitter will be asked to rescind and re-swear the 3 oaths," Rand said, "in order to prove their loyalty to everyone present here. I will lead this, so that you know I am not deceiving you myself," Siuan added. Vereen provided her the Oath Rod, and Siuan went through the full process. "I am not a dark friend," she spoke after finishing her oaths. "Nor have I ever been a dark friend. Everything I spoke to you before now, I said while under the power of the oaths. I swore when I was first raised to the shawl." She looked around the shocked hall. "Who will go next?" Silence reigned for several seconds. "This is preposterous," a green sitter blurted out. She was tall and statuesque, with golden hair. "In what way, Talene?" Lelaine queried, allowing Rand to identify the Green as another member of the Black Aja, leaving only the one whose identity they were missing. "While this is certainly very unusual, I doubt Sador and Valina suddenly sought to leave merely because they had forgotten something from their quarters." Meanwhile, a Red sister, the one who had seemed interested in Rand more than anything, gestured for Elida to walk over and exchanged a few whispered words. Both by Rand's gut and by the looks from several other sitters, this wasn't quite according to decorum. However, the Red was the one who spoke up next. I will go first. Mother? Xuan nodded and walked over to her to hand over the oath rod. Meanwhile, Moraine stood on the tips of her toes to make her best attempt to whisper into Rand's ear. Pivara. Rand nodded in thanks, having heard the name a few times before. Pivara repeated Xuan's example of unswearing and reswearing the oaths. I am not a dark friend, she concluded, and I do not see a good reason why any of us would refuse this simple action to prove our loyalty, when two sisters among us felt the need to flee at even the suggestion that they might have to do so. Yes, it hurts to remove the oaths, but it is nothing compared to the punishment a novice would receive for minor misbehavior, which I am sure we have all experienced at one point or another. She gave Talene a meaningful look in particular. The Green looked increasingly agitated and flustered, seemingly losing control over the mental trick that allowed Aes Sedai, but also Rand, to remain composed and ignore their environment to a degree. I must admit that your reluctance is not doing you any favors, Talene, a Whitey Sedai said. From Egwene's thread, Rand recognized her as saying, "What if I go next and you follow after?" Talene didn't respond, and after a few seconds, Sene went to collect the oath rod from Pivara. I hope this is just you being stubborn, Talene, she spoke quietly as she did so. Then she re-swore her oaths. I am not a dark friend. She stood up from her seat again and walked over to Talene, presenting the oath rod. Your turn. Rand readied himself further, in case Talene would try anything, but she didn't. With visible hesitation, Talene spoke. I rescind my oaths. She cringed visibly at the pain, but continued. I vow that I will speak no word that is not true. I vow that I will make no weapon with which one man may kill another. I vow that I will never use the One Power as a weapon except against dark friends or shadow spawn, or in the last extreme defense of my life, the life of my warder, or another Aes Sedai. Then she changed track from the ones who preceded her. I seek to walk in the light. None of the Aes Sedai present needed more than a moment to recognize the hidden admission in her words. It seems rather late for that, Teslin said acerbically. Talene, Xuan spoke. Speak clearly. Were you a member of the Black Ajah? Yes, Talene said. As Rand did not feel goosebumps on his skin, still, he did not move to shield her. Then there is no just punishment other than execution, one of the Grey Aes Sedai said. Rand recognized her as Yukiri, again thanks to Egwene's thread. Your dragon. Sheriam spoke, as if to remind Rand of her. Talene, Rand said, coming to a decision. I expect you to answer my questions to the fullest, without omissions or attempts to mislead me. Yes, Lord Dragon. Why did you join the Black Ajah? I sought to achieve a position of power, she responded. Why did you choose to do so by joining the Black Ajah? I was approached by them when they became aware of my goals, Talene said. I did not seek them out, and once they contacted me, I did not have the option to refuse if I wanted to keep my life. Would you have refused had you been able to? I cannot say for sure. Is that an attempt to avoid answering clearly, or your genuine thoughts on the matter? They are my genuine thoughts, Lord Dragon. I would have considered the offer had it been one, but I cannot say without more thought whether or not I would have accepted. Lord Dragon, Lelaine interrupted, is there a purpose to this interrogation? There is, Rand responded. I will elaborate in a moment. Talene, have you ever harmed someone in any way for your own enjoyment, or simply because it made things easier for you? I have not, Lord Dragon. I sought to live, as if I were not a member of the Black Ajah in every way other than to gain political power. What if you were ordered to perform illegal acts by the Black Ajah? I have performed tasks for the Black Ajah at times, but never violent ones. As I understand it, such tasks would usually be given to those members who either did not mind or outright enjoyed them. Do you hold any loyalty to the Dark One? I followed orders purely because it would improve my position and allow me to further my own goals. Did you attempt to deceive me at any point during this conversation? No, Lord Dragon. Then I wish to make a proposal to the Hall, Rand said, now addressing everyone. I am only just starting to build a base of power in Tyr, and I will need to properly establish myself in the months and years to come ahead of Talmon Gaidon. One aspect of this is that I need to have channelers at my side. Of course, I am seeking to cooperate with the White Tower, and I have full faith in our ability to do so. However, Aes Sedai would be allies, not underlings, no matter how highly regarded. My proposal is this. Instead of executing her, the White Tower will strip Talene of her position as Aes Sedai and exile her from Tar Valon. She will then swear loyal to me on the Oath Rod and join me in Tyr. Why would you need channelers beyond what the White Tower can provide? The Red Sitter, that Rand didn't have a name for, asked. The White Tower is not nearly as aware of channelers around the world as it likes to believe, Rand said bluntly. Even if there is full cooperation between me and the White Tower, there will be times in the coming years where channelers will be fighting channelers, and not all of those fights will be against Dark Friends. I wish to be prepared for this. In addition, with Sedin cleansed, I wish to start seeking male channelers to train, and it will be beneficial to have people who have experience as members of an organization of channelers. Even if that is true, I am certain we could find more trustworthy sisters to aid you, the last White, her name unknown to Rand, said. We also, to put it bluntly, need every sword, bow, and indeed channeler we can get, Rand said. If the loyalty of a former Dark Friend can be guaranteed, and indeed, with the Oath Rod it can be, that should be enough that we prioritize it above executing them. I will also add that there will be an additional punishment involved for their prior acts. And what would this be? A pretty, Grey Sister asked, the same one who had requested proof for Rand's claim that the Shadow had infiltrated the White Tower. Rand considered the question. He did not want to reveal the Oath Rod's side effect of shortening the lifespan of those who swore on it yet, as that would likely interfere with today's efforts. But the question was a sensible one that needed an answer. They will pay in years of their future life, he eventually said. They will simply grow older more quickly than they otherwise would, although they still live well beyond the lifespan of someone who cannot channel. I cannot reveal the method for now, as we simply do not have the time today, but I can promise that you will know before midsummer. How does this interact with the current age of the person? The Grey asked, seeming almost more like a Brown to Rand in that moment. It does not, Rand said. It only affects the years of their life. They still have left to live. He nodded. I would like to note that I object to having to unswear and reswear my oaths. Everyone stilled. Everyone stilled. Rand, after a moment, went to collect the Oath Rod from Talene and gave it to the still unnamed Grey and pointed Calendor at her throat. I am not giving you a choice. The Grey Sitter went ahead and unswore, then reswore her oaths. I do not know which way the Hall will decide, but I prefer a chance over no chance, she stated simply. I will interrogate you before deciding whether or not you received the same offer in the first place, of course. This process is making me uncomfortable, Aiel said. Let's swear our oaths, so we can be certain there is no one else first. If nothing else, I wish to clear my own name. I agree, Rand said. Let's complete this first. I will say that based on our information, there should be no other Black Sitters, but I do not intend to take that for granted until we have it confirmed.